What's up, guys? Welcome to another Call of Duty mobile video. Today we have something super insane. Today I'm showing you guys the best phone right now to play Call of Duty mobile with. But before I get to it, I need a little bit of help from you guys. These gamer muscles they're wearing down, man. I need some help, some encouragement from you guys. So one like on the video equals one push-up. So if we get like 10 likes on the video, I'll just have to do 10 push-ups. If we get like 1,000 likes, then I'll have to do 1,000 push-ups. I'm trying to get back my gamer strength, so help me out, guys, and hit the like button. But quick shout out to Sony and COD Mobile for actually partnering up with me on this video. Today, I'm going to share with you guys the best phone for Call of Duty Mobile. That, of course, is the Xperia 1 Mark II. So Xperia is actually the official smartphone for the Call of Duty Mobile World Championship Tournament for 2020. You're probably wondering exactly why I think this is the best phone for COD Mobile, and there's a ton of explanation, a lot of different features that this phone has that you guys are gonna absolutely love, especially if you guys love gaming or if you guys want to become a content creator like myself and make Call of Duty mobile videos. Gorgeous. It looks absolutely incredible to play this phone. I mean, this video alone will not do the justice. You guys have to pick it up for yourself and see exactly how awesome this phone looks when you guys are playing games or even just watching streams or just watching whatever show you guys want to on this phone. But anyways, this phone actually has a 6.5 inch 21:9 cinema wide aspect ratio. And you're probably wondering, what is that? Like, what does that mean? Well, it actually gives you guys more of a screen compared to other mobile gamers. So you're actually going to be able to see your opponents before they actually see you in some circumstances. But like I said, it gives you an overall better experience playing the game, simply because you can see players before they can see you, which is absolutely incredible. But that's not the only way this phone gives you a better experience. They actually have this thing called the Game Enhancer, and it kind of looks like a PlayStation like D-pad controller, but with like a little like rainbow beach ball type of thing on it. I don't know how to describe it, but basically this gives you guys a bunch of different settings to help you guys perform even better as a mobile gamer. Whether if you guys are a hardcore gamer like myself, or a casual gamer, or even someone that aspires to become another COD mobile content creator, maybe you guys want to start uploading and recording your own videos, you guys can do so with this phone. It's pretty cool. They have a bunch of different features, and I'll quick go over all of them very briefly. So the first one, of course, is the in-game recording system. You can actually record your gameplay in-game. So you can record your front camera, which will actually turn on your little camera here. So you can have like a little, like, I guess, kind of like a webcam looking feature on your phone while you guys are gaming, which is pretty cool. You can have your microphone, voice changer. You can adjust your different audio mixes as well too. Maybe you guys want to have your voice be loud or overheard everyone in the gameplay. You can actually do that. Or if you guys want your in-game audio to be loud, you can do that as well too. And then there's different like pitches. It's crazy what you can do with this. And then of course you can go ahead and just easy as 1, 2, 3, hit record. And then once again, your game is recording. No matter what you guys are playing, you guys can record, and you can even see they have a little like icon here, so you can actually see like your in-game webcam, a wave to it, so you guys can see. But I mean, it's really insane. Everything is built in right to the phone. You don't have to get any like third-party like wires or hardware or really like expensive different parts to actually record your gameplay. You can actually do it straight from your phone. Very easy if you guys are on the road, you guys need to record stuff, or wherever you guys are at, you guys can actually do it straight from your phone. They also have a screenshot feature, which is pretty cool. Maybe you guys want to show off your nuke that you just got to your friends and post it online. You can actually do that. So it's really cool. I mean, once again, recording gameplay is very easy. Taking screenshots, sharing them is very easily, is super awesome. But of course, they have some other competitive features on this phone that you guys are gonna really love. So they have different types of focus settings. Maybe you guys are in your next rank match and you guys really need to focus in game. And so what you can do is you can turn on or turn off all your notifications. You can actually release your RAM. So like all your RAM will be focused on the gameplay rather than other background like apps that are running, which is pretty cool. Whenever I'm playing a game, I always want my entire hardware just focused straight on that one app that I'm playing. They also have game mode features as well too. And this is mostly structured around the battery performance and battery life. Personally, if I'm ever playing really hardcore, then I'll use the performance preferred, where basically all the energy of the phone is going to be focused in on COD Mobile. But maybe you guys want to preserve your battery life, you can actually go ahead and either do battery life preferred, which will, I guess, save more of the energy of the phone. It's not going to use everything on it. It's going to try to save your battery as much as possible. But if you guys want a more balanced system, you can actually click balanced. This next feature seems a little bit weird, but honestly, I think it's one of my all-time favorite features of this phone for some very good reasons. That, of course, is the HS power control. If you guys plug in any like a charger, or if you guys are trying to like charge your phone or try to gain battery from your phone, you can do that. However, though, if you guys turn the HS power control on, what's going to happen is it's going to give power, give energy to whatever item you guys are using plugged into your phone, but it will not actually charge your phone. So it's going to save the battery more, and it's going to actually help your phone from not getting like super hot or overheated. It's seriously a great feature that a lot of you guys are going to find to be very useful. Another feature I do enjoy is actually the audio jack, especially if you guys like the mobile game like myself. You guys want to have a nice high quality audio experience. You can never go wrong with the headphone jack. And on top of that, this actually will connect to a PS4 DualShock controller. So maybe if you guys don't like to play COD Mobile using like the touchscreen or a touchpad, but you still want to play COD on the go, you can actually go ahead and still connect a DualShock controller to the Sony Xperia phone, and you can still play COD Mobile very easily using the controller. But overall, I think the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II is actually one of the best gaming phones possible on the market. If you guys are either a hardcore gamer like myself, a casual gamer, or even like I don't know, you guys have a aspiration to actually become a content creator for mobile gaming, highly recommend you guys go ahead and check out the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II. You guys will not go wrong with this thing. It's a beast. Whether if you guys are just trying to have the best possible performing phone for gaming, or even just a high quality phone in general, you guys cannot go wrong with this. I know I just covered mostly like the gaming features of the phone. There's some insane camera features of the phone. I mean, Sony in general, they have TVs, they have cameras, they have the PlayStation. Imagine all those different types of products brought into one phone. This is the phone, guys. So if you guys love Sony products, you guys are gonna absolutely love this phone. If you guys want to hear more about the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II, go ahead, check out their YouTube channel, and I should be able to put a link down below, so you guys can go ahead and click that and check out all the other features they have for these phones. But anyways, guys, have a great rest of your day. Take it easy, my friends. Peace out.
What's going on, everyone, and welcome to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Finals and Playoffs. I'm Golden Boy. I'm going to be your host this weekend. And of course, I have some great people joining me here today. We have Hawksnest, who's off screen, but we also have Bobby Plays, who I'm sure most of you will recognize if you play Call of Duty Mobile, and the one and only Maven from the CDL joining us here today to go over all the things COD Mobile for our North American Regional Finals. Gentlemen, how you doing today? Maven, I'll start with you. I love your face.
I'm doing wonderfully. I'm fired up. I'm gonna have some fun today. COD Mobile is a blast, but I swear, I don't know why I always end up with these just handsome co-commentators that I look horrible next to. Look at Bobby, dude. The guy could be a supermodel.
He can. It's true. Bobby, your response.
I mean, I think most of my fans would disagree with that, and I would definitely counter with Maven. You just have a beautiful bald head that shines bright as the sun, so I don't know how I can compare to that, but regardless, I'm looking forward to a fantastic weekend of Call of Duty Mobile.
A beautiful bald head that shines as bright as the sun. Yes, that is. Put that in your bio, Maven. That's what you got.
Yes, I should.
All right, folks. So let's go over how this whole bad boy is going to be working here, and let's go ahead and show you the bracket to see the teams that are going to be competing today for your entertainment. And of course, they are going to compete for a sizable amount of money. First and foremost, so let's go over these rosters. So you got Nova Esports versus Gene Gaming. followed by Fear and Strike Zone. Then you have Xset versus Team Vio, and then Tribe, a team that a lot of people are familiar with, going up against Truly OP. Those are your quarterfinals matches in the upper bracket, but don't fret. You heard that word, upper bracket, because this is a double elimination bracket. So the teams, as they lose their matches, will get another chance to compete for the title of the North American Regional Champion, as they will take a trip through the lower bracket and make their way to that lower final. So a lot on the line once again for these players here, and so much more as well. You know, it's the money, the pride, the prestige. Bobby, we've seen incredible growth in the Call of Duty mobile community. You've been a huge part of that, you and so many of the other content creators out there. But what really sets Call of Duty mobile apart from everything else that's out there today?
I mean, I think the biggest thing about it is, number one, everybody has a phone, and so to a certain degree, Call of Duty Mobile is accessible to everybody if you've got a phone. And it's just such a well-made game. It's got so many different elements from so many past Call of Duty titles, as well as new features that are added on a monthly basis. So all those combined, along with a very competitive community that's just constantly grinding and improving, especially in the competitive scene where it is so tough to make it to those top spots, altogether just makes for a fantastic experience, and we're going to see some great gameplay this weekend.
I'll tell you what, I know this may seem a little weird, but and this might be pandering, you know, I love this game. I play it. It's one of my favorites. I'm a champion in it, by the way. I've defeated Maven in professional play. I think I beat you as well, Bobby.
Yeah, right? You beat me too.
You know, so I'm just throwing it out there. Jokes aside. I'm not very good at the game. Bobby's way better. Let's go ahead and move on though to what the reason why we're here today. One of the biggest reasons why, and a big thank you to Sony for supporting this event, and of course supporting the mobile gaming community, because Xperia is the official mobile partner of the Call of Duty Mobile and Call of Duty Mobile World Championship 2020 tournament. Players in this competition will be using the latest flagship Xperia smartphone, the Xperia 1 Mark II. Look at that bad boy right there. It's a glorious phone, and if you haven't had a chance to pick one up yet, I highly advise you do so, because you got yourself a 6.5-inch 4K HDR OLED display. That bad boy is wide, and you're going to want to take full advantage of it because it is optimized for Call of Duty Mobile. So if you're a fan of the game and you want to play on the best device, the Xperia 1 Mark II is 100% the way to do so. You also can play better with the Game Enhancer. You can improve your gaming experience and directly share your gameplay recordings and screenshots. Also, you can enable settings to give you a competitive edge with a single tap. Focus on your game by blocking notifications, or search for online tips to master any given challenge. As you guys see, it's as easy as just a few taps on your device, so that this way you can become even better at Call of Duty Mobile. Another cool feature is the heat suppression power control that keeps your device cool by directly supplying the phone with power instead of charging the battery, so that when you're playing on your phone, it doesn't get hot. You can also do cool things like take control with the DualShock 4 controller. You can also have motion blur reduction technology in there that will give you the smooth effect of a 90 hertz refresh rate. Once again, huge thank you to Sony for making this whole thing possible, and check out that Xperia 1 Mark II. All our competitors are going to be using it, which is actually pretty cool, Bobby, because this is kind of like setting a standard where players are going to be playing on the same device, making it for a very fair environment.
Yeah, so one of the cool things about using the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II, not only is it a great device, but it really does even the playing field. It makes it so no one player is going to have an advantage over the other. It's very even across, and just because it's even across doesn't mean that players are using anything less than what they normally would. It's got a 4K display. It's got the best Snapdragon technology, and I think it'll definitely show whenever we do get into the gameplay.
Yeah, real talk, that phone, I had a chance to hold it. It's wide, and I love it for that reason, especially me, you know, with my thumbs, with my dumb thumbs. Now, Maven, these players are playing for a lot of money here, $50,000 total. First place is going to walk away with $15,000. And, you know, look, Maeve, we've been doing this for a long time. This is huge money for the mobile gaming community.
Yeah, especially with, you know, where it is, it's growing right now. And yes, people play for the game, they play for the love, they play for the passion, they play for the competition, yes, but you play for the bag. there is a big amount of money on the line. It can help develop these players. Is you know, it's tough. I saw, I think when we were looking through some graphics before the show, that I saw a lot of players that were in school at the time trying to compete. You know, maybe it's because not the point yet where they can make a full-time living of it. But as the prize pools get bigger, you start placing higher. It can be a big focus for these guys. And we've watched, whether it's mobile or console or PC, esports is getting bigger and bigger and becoming a way of life for people.
Yeah, so impressive to see how far this has all gone. And what's even more impressive is just the fact that we're here commentating a North American regional final where players are going to be competing in Call of Duty on their phone. It's just crazy to even think about that. 5-6 years ago, that just wasn't even a possibility.
Like, you and I are old. Like, I'm 35. How old are you, Alex?
32.
32. So we're ancient. Like, it's just crazy to think about, like, the big picture. Like, mobile gaming wasn't like a thing when we were young. Like, it wasn't even a thing. And once mobile gaming kind of started, I wasn't that into it because, like, you know, you didn't have the customizable options for certain games like you did PC and console. The phones weren't tweaked for the games. Now, like, everything. Look at the settings you can do on this phone. Like, look at how the game is. When you go, when I first played COD Mobile, I was mind blown. I was like, what is this? This is incredible. It's just, it's nuts how far it's come.
It really is. It really is. And it is incredible. And these players are incredible as well. Let's go over the order of the matches that you guys are going to be watching here today on the broadcast. We got a few quarterfinal matches to get through here. So the first one that we're going to be kicking things off with is Nova Esports versus Gene Gaming. While that's going on, you'll have Fear versus Strike Zone. And then you'll have two matches going on at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. That is Xset versus Team Bio, and then Tribe versus Truly OP. Those games, once again, will be taking place at the same time. So the good news is that we're going to be jumping back and forth between those first set of games and then the second set of games. So this way, folks at home will not miss out on any of the action. But let's go and highlight really the teams that we're going to be talking about at the beginning of this one, and that is Nova versus Gene Gaming. And Bobby, you're familiar with these players here. What can you tell me about this Nova lineup and what they bring to the table?
So I'd say right now, Nova is definitely one of the top dogs in this tournament. It's a team that's been around the competitive scene for a really long time. They've been together for a long time and been able to build up that chemistry that is obviously a huge factor in any type of a successful team. So especially players like Saxy, who has been around other past competitive mobile games as well. He's been a really big factor for them, has played in a number of different regions, and just has really honed his skills. We'll definitely see him being a big factor for Nova, especially as one of the best shotgunners in Call of Duty Mobile. Vitali and Desi, aka Decipher, are definitely another two players that you guys would want to keep an eye on, as they've been around the scene for a long time. And those three together have just been able to build a lot of team chemistry. So I'm expecting big things from them.
And then let's highlight their opponents on the other side of the field. It'll be Gene Gaming. This is a team that can be known for their aggression. They're certainly going to need it at the beginning here, Bobby. What can you break down with this roster, and what can they do to take it to Nova and potentially move on to that semifinal spot?
So I've actually heard really big things about Gene, even though they haven't been competing at the top level for a long time. I've heard they've been putting in a lot of work, especially on the phone. And as a lot of these players don't have a ton of experience playing on a phone, that could really go their way. I know they've got a lot of players here that have been playing the game ever since the beta, even before it was released globally. Chun-Li and Cody are definitely two that stick out to me that could play a really big role for them. And I think if they're able to really come together, and especially like utilizing the underdog mindset, I feel like the mindset that you take into these games is such a big factor that if you have the right level of confidence, even if you're not necessarily able to win the gunfights, if you're able to really come together as a team, you can tend to turn the game in some situations where it might not even make sense, and they could definitely cause some issues.
Now, of course, as we look forward to this matchup progressing here in a moment, Maven, what I love about this is that we are seeing tried and true maps in the history of Call of Duty, as well as tried and true game modes, hardpoint, domination, search and destroy, playing a factor here. But we're also getting some new looks too. We're going to be kicking things off with standoff, hardpoint, then meltdown, search and destroy, followed by firing range domination. And then if necessary, we're going to go to something a little bit different for any veteran Call of Duty fans that are tuning in today out of curiosity. Crash hardpoint, which is not something you saw back in Call of Duty 4, and then crossfire, search and destroy. Maven, the familiarity of these maps are certainly going to play a factor here, right? These players have been playing them for such a long time, but fans at home are also very familiar with these maps. Should we expect to see maybe anything a little bit different here, considering that I think the gloves are off and players are going to be able to use whatever they want.
Yeah, when I think about it, for those not familiar with me, I've been casting Call of Duty for what, 7 years now? I started in Black Ops 2, and this is going to be awesome for me. One, because yes, there are some maps that are fan favorites and ones I've been casting forever. But the big thing is, like, I've been working on the Call of Duty League, CWL, whatever it's been over the years, and there's a lot of restrictions. You usually see like a 2 to 3 gun meta. You know, you don't see shotguns or LMGs. Like, yeah, like you said, gloves are off. You're going to see everything here, and I'm excited. Like, Bobby's gonna be my expert. He's so familiar with these players, and you know, he's a beast on Call of Duty Mobile. But this is gonna be a lot of fun, and excited to see how it's all gonna play out. But who do you got favored this one though? Is it Nova?
Oh yeah, definitely got to go with Nova just because of how much experience they have. It does look like we've got a crazy variety of guns. I think just about every player right now using a different gun, and off the hard point looks pretty heavily contested, so hopefully we'll have a good one for ourselves right here.
Yeah, I haven't seen that in my casting career outside of maybe like an all-star weekend where the players have to use different stuff. Like, this is gonna be nutty, and I'm excited to see it. But Code, this guy you were gassing up, he said he's a monster and he's gonna have Shoddy out. But one thing that surprised me, it's just like, I guess I've never been like super good at mobile games, so I haven't played them a lot, is just how fluid they are. It's insane to me. Just like how far it's come, the movement of these guys, the way they can aim, they're nutty, man.
Yeah, definitely the movement is one of the things that playing on phone I've never quite been able to master, and seeing the way that these guys do it is absolutely crazy. And it's actually Gene Gaming off to a really good start right here, a 30-point lead, and it looks like in the kill department they are racking them up as well. They've got control of that, or actually Nova takes control, but staying pretty contested all the way through. This might be a more competitive matchup than I had anticipated off the start.
Yeah, so far, so good for Gene. But the break will come in through second story. Over to God's Disciple. He'll try to break the backside. Nobody in the hard point for now. But as you said, a solid lead, and it's a little bit different for me because I'm used to what hard point being to 250. You see some crazy comebacks, some big swings. But with this being a lower point score total and all of the streaks that are in play, is there a little bit more of a snowball element in some ways to this? Like, you get ahead and you can really bury somebody?
Yeah, there's definitely a really big snowball element, especially because persistence is not banned in competitive plays. So a lot of these players, sometimes something that we'll see is they'll just play for kills early on. They won't worry too much about rotations. Obviously, they want to try to get some time on the hill, but the more you can stack that kills, the more the score streaks start to load up, and we'll definitely start to see some Goliaths and probably some cluster strikes come in the further that we get, as I believe God's Disciple actually Molotovs himself on the top of the hard point right there.
Yeah, I was watching the EU regional and just seeing how many players were holding on to their operators, holding on to streaks for like the very final moments of the game to try to get that big break, that big hold. But now Nova's starting to make a little bit of run. If they can hold on to all this time, they're right back into it, but they need to get some kind of momentum going. Desi just trying to work both windows as everybody's trying to flood in.
Yeah, they've been able to hold this pretty easily for a while right now, so a lot of times we'll see these teams, especially the people that are favored to win, struggle off the start, but most of the time they'll be able to find a rhythm later on in the game that allows them to make up some of that lost time, and just like that, we do see try to get the break right here. Actually, Potatoes a little bit, but turns, gets the shot into the corner. 10 kills on the board for him. Unfortunately, not using persistence, but pretty close to getting a UAV up, and hasn't even used his operator yet, so that's going to be big off the start for Gene Gaming.
I'll never forget, man, that first time we played together when we had that COD Mobile tournament a few months back, and you know, we played in some ranked, and I was starting to get the feel of it. My shot was feeling pretty good. And then someone like slide cancel bunny hop me around a corner. I was like, all right, people are nuts. Like,
yeah,
it's insane to me the level of talent that these guys have. But lead up to 91 to 59 now. A little bit of a split screen as we'll take a look at both sides of these squads. They try to keep rolling.
Yeah, I believe on the other screen we've got SZ versus... Oh, and we're actually banging to the other game. Vitali holding down the hard point. He's actually got a sentry gun ready to go. In a game of hard point, that can be a big game changer, but the quick retake on the hard point.
That was a blowout on the other side. It was like 120 or something. I glanced at it for just a second.
I couldn't quite see it, but it definitely looked like... I was expecting that to be one of the closer matchups of the day, but to see that being a blowout off the start could mean good things for whoever comes out on top in that one. We once again, we got Gene Gaming retaking control of the hardpoint. They've been much better than I expected for them to be. Looks like more consistent across the board, with God's Disciple the only one not quite up to double digits yet. So they could be an upset taker in end of the Stage 4 championships.
You seem to be really hyped about Nova. Do they have a particular mode that they've been really dominant in? Like a great search team, great respawn? Is there anything that stood out for them for you?
For me, they've typically been best in respawns, and especially in hardpoint. As I suspected, Saxy's been really good for them, but Decipher, I would say, not quite playing up to what he's capable of. As you can see, Vitaly's having a great game as well with 17 on the board, and he is one of those persistence users, so that's one of those cases you'll see where the people using persistence, the effect really does start to snowball as those score streaks start to get bigger and bigger, but we do have Nova get a little time on the hill, but still staying pretty even all the way through.
Yeah, I think they pulled out the Annihilator there to try and break in. Louis was able to get 3 or so kills. That's going to keep him in the game. But this next rotation is going to be absolutely massive over to Saxy. He'll be shotty out, smoke out, just trying to find an angle. And this hard point could define it. They've got stacked inside. They're able to win a gunfight in the back. 4 through in the kill feed. 4 Nova. If the comeback's going to happen, it's going to happen now.
I mean, their map control right now is absolutely ridiculous. What looked like it was going to be an easy win for Gene Gaming, they've managed to turn this one around pretty quickly. They got a sentry gun down on the hard point as well, so they're looking like they're set up pretty well to be able to turn this one back, especially with the operators coming out.
He snapped it and shot a sentry gun. But yeah, no, that's like the worst time to die, right? Like on rotation, there's been 4, I think, went down for Gene Gaming. Nova got in. They've got all the map position in the world. They've got the streaks out. They've got bottom locked down, top locked down by Desi. Nice pickup through the window.
Goliath.
Just the one more kill on Shunley, and that closed it out. The comeback comes in through the final hard point, and for me, yeah, I believe it was 4 kills they got a rotation at the point, and they were going to rip off every single. They bring it back. They were down to what, 50 to 60, something in that ballpark early in the game. But as you said, I experienced a lot in the CDL side of stuff. The top dogs sometimes, whether you come in overconfident or whether you just need to get them going, it takes some time. They got it going.
Yeah, that was definitely a really big comeback for them. Obviously, as one of the top dogs, you like to be able to maintain that confidence that you have going into it. It looked like Chun-Li might actually be able to get a break on that hard point. If he had really anybody to back him up with that Goliath as he marched in, it could have been a completely different game, but we saw them handle that pretty well. They saved up their score streaks, their operators, to when they needed them most. And I think whenever we got back to that first hard point for the second time, that's where they really turned the tides. They were able to hold it pretty well. And even though I believe they were down somewhere around 70 to 15 toward the start, a very strong closeout from that team, and just showing why having that many veterans, that much experience on your team is such a big factor.
Yeah, that was wild to see, because that was just it was so different too. Like, with regards to the variety of weapons that were being used, some of the streaks that you saw, absolute chaos, and this is going to be a heck of a lot of fun. I'm glad to have you next to me. My ex on all the players, on all things COD Mobile. It's going to be beautiful. Wait, what is going on with my camera right now? Is that on my end?
Nope, I see that as well, and it happens. But you know what? Maybe it's better. There's less of you on the screen right now. So.
Yeah, it's probably good for everybody at home. Yeah. just less of me is probably a great thing.
Yeah. So I think we should be good to go for our next matchup. It is going to be Search and Destroy, and that's one where I definitely don't think Nova's going to be at a disadvantage. I think whenever you do have that many experienced players, typically being able to be more calculated round by round. The thing that I like about Search and Destroy is that you just get a nice mental reset after every round. So it's different from something like Hardpoint, where we see things snowball, whereas if you do have that leadership like we've seen from Saxy and Vitaly in that first matchup, they were able to turn things around, but you don't have to worry about that lead building up as much off the start, just because you can kind of vary your approach from match to match.
Yeah, I'm excited to see Search and Destroy too. I think when we played, I know we played everything like back in the tournament we did, but I'm just curious how like strats are gonna maybe differ a little bit from what I've been used to, obviously on like the CWL and CDL side of stuff. Should be really excited to see. I know sniping, when I first did it, that was like one of my favorite things to do in this game. Like I thought it would be hard playing on mobile, but you can just be so snappy with it. I've watched some of your YouTube videos. I know you got the snipe on point. What do you think it is about playing on mobile that makes sniping so powerful?
I think partially just the controls of sniping on mobile. It just feels really fluid, especially whenever you have release to shoot. It feels so easy to do even when you don't have a ton of experience. When I play on phone, I feel like sniping is the one thing that I actually have a little bit of an advantage in. And obviously on Search and Destroy, we'll see those snipers playing a much bigger role. We've got Vitaly with the Locust out over on the side of Nova. Typically in Search and Destroy on Meltdown, whether or not you have a strong sniper will determine whether you go to A or B. So if we see really strong snipers, then most of the time we'll see them over on the B site just because that sniper's nest will allow them to take control, and we do see them pushing over toward that side. If they're able to pick up another kill right here, that could make this push 10 times easier.
All right, well, the push is starting to develop. It's going to be the 5-man hit. Utility out is able to get set up. Trying to see where the swarm is going to come in. We've only got 49 seconds on the clock. Oh, look at this little view. That's awesome. We didn't have these features back in Black Ops 2. I'll tell you that much.
Nice little sky view of the... I like to call A site the pizza slice just because it's chopped up nice and evenly with those little grooves in the ground. See if you can take a bite out of it right here as God's Disciple.
Well, now I'm ordering pizza tonight. Thanks for that, Bobby. Appreciate that. I haven't eaten yet today, and now I want to eat an entire pepperoni.
I'm glad to do you a service.
Whoa.
Flashbang. And it looks like Nova's going to be able to clear that one out, take control pretty easily right there, and they're going to go ahead, hop on to the, or be able to clear that out and Decipher with 3 kills on the board already. Looking pretty good off the start. I'm expecting they'll probably have a similar push, but it actually looks like they're going to descend a full send over to B, trusting in Vitaly's snipes, and it is wide open right now.
Yeah. You take a look at all the blue highlighted names. They are over towards the A site. This is going to be a very fast plant down. All the pressure going to be over to Gene.
The bomb has been planted.
The plant in. Now we'll see how they rotate this and opt to retake, and we'll take a look at the minimap to see how the hold gets set up as well. Looks like everyone's going to push back towards their spawn for the most part.
Honestly, I like this move from Gene because typically most of the time it feels like teams will tend to go toward the opposite spawn. We come back to the action right here, and it is 4 players pushing that same site. Smoke's going in with the nades. It is about to be absolute chaos.
Molly's out, Smoke's out. Here we go. One gonna get dropped from Nova. Shot gonna be on point for Code. The pick's coming in. Only 7 seconds remaining on the clock. Last guy alive will be Chun-Li. No time to get the defuse.
Yep, Nova, whoever had that chopper did a fantastic job of playing time right there. Saxy, typically a shotgun player, but with a lot of longer angles on this Meltdown map. Typically, the LMG will help you out a little bit, and circling back around to pick up the bomb. Got to make sure you get that. It looks like they're going to have a wide open B site once again, which is a little surprising to see given that it worked so well for them last time, but right now, Gene Gaming just giving them the free bomb plants, and they will continue to take it time after time.
Yeah, I mean, anytime you can go straight to a site and get the bomb down instantly, you're in a pretty good spot. All the pressure on the defense for the retake in there. I mean, by time, even though it was a pretty fast retake, by time they were trying to clear it out, there's not enough time to get the defuse in. So, great work. It's a fast plant again.
Smokes, utility, everything going out at one time, and looks like we're about to have more chaos ensuing. Decipher holding down the generators right there, and the clash begins.
Nice movement. Gets the assist through.
Last man standing.
Gonna have to try and hop it. There's only one player left. Teammates have the cover. Should be good to get the defuse. And there it is through. First round on the board for Gene Gaming. A much needed one considering how the first couple of rounds went. But yeah, it's crazy some of the retakes. Like, it's just how... I mean, yes, we have smoke grenades in the CDL and stuff. I mean, there's been some games where they've been limited in how many players can use, but it is just utility chaos at times. It's like, who's able to, I guess, hold on to any late round utility? Who can make the play through?
Frag out.
But yeah, chaos, the word you use, it absolutely is.
It looks like Gene Gaming is pretty content to just give up the free bomb plant every time. It seems like they're very much convinced that it's going to be an A plant, and it's once again Nova taking the free B plant right there. I think right now they're just trying to stick to their strategies. We're not seeing any type of variation right there, so they're kind of sticking to their guns, trusting that their practice is going to come through. We'll see if they can make it happen 2 rounds in a row.
Well, it's a 3 versus 3 now, 20 seconds on the clock. They're on the defuse, though. They're able to get it through. They hop it, I believe, behind a smoke. They get back-to-back rounds and tie it up 2-2. And yeah, maybe it's just one of those things where, like, their first retake where they give up the site, they knew they made a small misplay. They thought they had a better chance to retake it. They thought they could adapt to something they saw from Nova, and well, they're able to get it done. The defuse comes in. Nice play from Jim.
I'm not really sure what's happening for Nova right there. They had 3 players on the site and didn't have anybody to contest. So I don't know if that was lack of awareness of entry points to the bomb site or what it was, but that's actually a little bit surprising rounds for Gene Gaming, especially given how easy it was for them to get the plant down. So they seem to be, even though it doesn't really look like a very traditional approach, is definitely working. We can see over on the other screen, Strike Zone up 5-0, and if they can win the 1v1, that'll be a clean sweep for them in Search and Destroy.
Well, that'll be a fast search. Ours looks to be, our main match we're watching looks to be a little bit more of a battle for this quarterfinal. Yeah, I assumed it was a smoke because you're right. They had players near the site. But no quick plant. Going to be down this time. Now comes the push. The reach out not going to work out. The trade is there, though, instantly for Nova.
I'm down. Need backup.
But the defense still standing strong around the bomb site. Only 2 players remaining for Nova as they get caught. We'll see how they try to back out and replay
Contact
this.
with enemy.
We do have Strike Zone getting the bomb plant down, taking shots onto the last remaining player. He's going to have to reload, and it does look like we will have the opposing team staying alive a little bit longer, as they're going to be able to get the defuse, push it to 1. Still 5 players alive as Nova picks up the kill to push it to 2v1, make it a 2v1 as Vitali and AY now on the bomb site. They will need to get the plant or the frag. We'll find Chun-Li over the head glitch and get the easy frag, and that'll give Nova the lead 3-2.
I thought he was just peeking it to see if they were getting the bomb down, but he got caught. I think he was trying to dip behind the wall. I mean, that was a very, not an easy 1v2, but a winnable 1v2 if we can catch him on the bomb or at least get information. Just couldn't get the peek and get away. But Nova now back out front. Attack over to Gene. So we'll hop out to the sky cam and take a look at where the setup is going to go. They've got the defense here, but they do have the numbers. There is 1 player near mid-map. 2 instantly going to get caught, I believe, behind utility. 2 are going to drop. Gene Gaming is getting shredded. All 5 dead in what felt like 5 seconds.
I mean, that was just absolute domination. I thought maybe Gene would have the strats to be able to counter. That was the first round on the offensive side that we saw from them. So but we're going to see a very much different approach right here as we see them now full sending over toward the B site. I would definitely expect them to play a little bit slower off the start, given that the aggressive approach definitely did not go their way, and seems like they are playing a tad bit more passive right here. They're able to get 2 frags off the start, or actually a trade off the start, so pretty even, no significant map control is
well,
there.
Who's all the way behind? Who got all the way behind?
I think Lewis playing back in spawn.
They got someone deep on their flank. I don't think he's been spotted. He should have a freebie. Oh, well, nope. I don't know if he got horrible timing or if that's a great read from Piano, but yeah, when we popped out to the map, like someone is all the way on their flank.
Actually, yeah, that was the flank. He was on the defensive side and went all the way around the entire map to get the, or attempt to get the frag, but it backfired.
Yeah, well, on the mini map, it looked like freebies, but yeah, I don't know if it was just unfortunate timing or a great spot from Piano, but he gets the kill. That'll give them man advantage now, 3 versus 2. Bomb to get planted. We'll see if Nova can get it done on the 2v3 retake. It'll be Vitali and Saxy trying to get it done. We'll go over to Vitali. He's got eyes on one at least, but he's going to give up his position there with the shots, and that'll rotate everybody back from Gene Gaming to get stacked around the site.
Yeah, we do have Vitaly taking shots, trying to watch that bomb site, but with 3 players on top of him, it's not going to be easy. Hopefully, Sanctu can give him some help right there and take shots over the top, but just barely missed the last one. That'll be Gene Gaming taking that one and putting us at 3-4. It looks like there's a good chance we could go to around 11. These teams seem pretty evenly matched. Codeine has been really big for Gene so far, and it looks like the story for Nova has just been consistency. Is everybody in that 6 to 7 kill range?
Yeah, I mean, he gets a kill on the flank. That round likely goes a whole lot differently, as that'll turn more heads and turn it into a mess for their setup, but he gets caught. Now back to the 5v5 early in the round. And it looks like a little bit more of a passive offense. They're taking it slow, maybe seeing if they can get a pick or maybe some over-aggression. It might be the fact that, you know, last time around, Nova pushed through the flank. They're thinking we can catch somebody pushing, get the first blood, get the man advantage early in the round, but that's not going to be the game plan from Nova, at least at this point. So now you've gotten, what, 40 seconds milked off the clock. And we've got Piano on your screen.
They have the bomb.
Xperia in his hand, ready to rock, ready to fry, and his kill in the last round to pick up the flanker was the big one.
Yeah, I think a big factor in why we're seeing Gene play so passive right here is it seems they don't really have any snipers that they can trust to hold over that B bomb site. We're going to see them going that way anyway, and I think with the smokes going out, they'll probably be able to get the bomb down right here, but it'll also be more difficult to defend, especially if Vitaly is able to get to one of those sniper nests. With the bomb going down, they are down a man right here, but now going to be able to play the flank angles and see whether or not they can keep Nova off that bomb site.
I'm down. Need backup.
Well, yeah, unfortunately, he's in a 1v5. As they got the plant, then got incinerated off the site, and that was a big round. That gives a 2-round edge over to Nova, 1 round away from taking a 2-0 edge in this best of 5. And yeah, you hope that you get a cleaner hold once the plant gets through, but great break in from Nova.
I don't think they really sent anybody over toward the Nova spawns. I think that was a big reason why they had such a difficult time holding there. I think had they had someone up in that sniper's nest to potentially try to hold angles, it could have been a very different story. Vitaly's not able to hit the initial shot right there, so they're able to retake control of the B side once again. Surprised.
The bomb has been planted.
A lot of pressure on for Vitaly to try to get that first pick to make this push a little bit easier, as they do lose a player as well.
Well, Gene got the pick. They got the 5v4. And they play the numbers. It's gonna be hard for Nova to get an opening man down. They're gonna lose another as well. They get a 3v4. Vitaly's POVs trying to make the play. It is a mess. Goes with the quick scope, not quite able to hit it. Down to just 2 players, 2v3. It's A and Deathy trying to clutch up, trying to get the free fire as the challenge comes through. Not going to be able to do it. A going to be last alive. 3 seconds on the clock.
Nice work.
Just not enough time. 4th round. Over to Gene. They stay alive in this game too.
Yeah, I love how tight these teams are staying right now. Given that Overtaked is still down at 1 kill, a little bit surprising to see that Gene is in this game, but Codeine doing his best to carry the team. Once again, seeing them going with the B push. A little surprising to see Vitaly with the sniper over toward the sniper's nest, and he gets the first blood. That is huge for Nova, and this looking like a much more manageable round. The bomb will go down, but like we expected, those snipers playing a really big role off the start.
It's so unusual for me to see just the difference between this and like what I commentate, the fact that it's not alternating every round on sides. Like, I wonder how much that changes like your strategy and approach. Is it's just, yeah, it's different than any search I've ever casted.
Definitely feels like there's more of a momentum inside of each side.
That makes sense.
So like, especially if somebody's absolutely dominating on the offensive side, they'll get a bunch of rounds in a row, but if somebody's getting absolutely shredded, it can turn around just like that whenever you do end up switching sides. We do have AY pushing the bomb site.
This could be it. This could be it if they're able to hop it. Gonna get on it. Just needs his teammate to pick up the kill. He's able to do it. The defuse through just in the nick of time. And Nova in the final hour. Once again, get it done. They clutch up in map 1. They close map 2 out 6-4. And they've got a 2-0 commanding lead, but like, it's been tight, right? Like 6-4, it's a narrow margin of victory in the game 1. Gene's played them tough. Unfortunately, just not tough enough to get a map W yet.
Yeah, Gene's had some players that have played a really big role for them. They've had, in each game, somebody that popped off in a really big, but it seems like veteran experience for Nova and just really good leadership has allowed them to stay level-headed. Even when they go down by a little bit here or there, they're still able to stay in the game, stay where they need to be, and able to get those big picks, as we saw Vitali with the sniper playing a really big role for them toward the end. Whenever he's able to get those first bloods, just so much tends to snowball after that happens.
So we're going to hop over, I believe, to our other matchup, which is Fear and Strike Zone. They're into what the early moments of the domination. Daddy Hub looking to get the capture, able to close that out. 3 kills on the board so far for him. Granted, we are
Targets in sight.
barely into this game, about 60 seconds in.
I'm down!
But okay, I'm not used to shotguns either. They're not really running the CDL. I think they're restricted for the most part. Well, restricted entirely, but a little one pump to the noggin there as he hits the edge.
Shotguns, typically on firing range, you don't even tend to see them a whole lot, but you can see Sheed having a pretty good start right there. We do have Strike Zone up with a 2-0 lead through the first couple of games, so especially given how much they dominated in the first couple, they would love to be able to close this one out. It is Fear with control of a little bit of the B flag right now, but we do have Fear taking control of Trailer as well, and with that happening, it's probably just a matter of time before they're able to hop onto that B flag and finish out the rest of the cap.
I mean, just playing this in various titles and public matches, I know getting B and retaking it can be a nightmare. So yeah, early control of B can be absolutely huge.
I got shot.
I thought Proxy was going to get to a nice position to hit some shots, but he'll drop, and Zohan will try to pick that up. It's still a tight race, as neither able to quite close out B at this point in time, but Strike Zone going for the 3-0, Nova going for a 3-0. We'll see if we're getting into our second round of matches quickly.
And
we'll take a look out the sky cam.
We actually do get a double cap right there. Strike Zone able to hop the A flag. We'll likely see a flip on the C flag coming in for Fear pretty soon. We do still nobody taking control of that B flag. Obviously, the 3 major control points being Trailer, Wood, and Tin. So we can see 2 players inside Tin for Fear. It seems like in regards to map control, they've definitely been better throughout the entirety of the game, but not really able to turn that into point captures. We see Sheed with the RPG, not able to get the kills onto B, but his teammate, Bub, picks up the kills. Gravity spikes coming in for Saints. A lot of kills in the feed for Strike Zone.
So I was kind of wondering if it's just one of those things where, you know, you're kind of waiting for a score streak, an operator, something to make getting that B point a little bit easier. Is finally, you know, they're able to get it through, but just gun up, you got to rely on, sometimes it feels like like a 4-5 down to try and actually get control of it. But now as they're up 11, they've got the 2 cap advantage. They'll be working towards 75 points in the first half. Over to Super Sheed, his shotgun's hit as well, but instantly greeted at the window as he will drop as they look to fight for control here. Wood.
It actually wasn't until, I believe, Season 9 of Call of Duty Mobile that we had the switch to traditional domination capture. So the way that it used to work is it would start ticking upward, but if you lost anybody off the point during the capture, it would automatically reset back to 0. So the strategies that we're going to see, yeah, it was pretty crazy. So you would only see people go for that B flag whenever they had like 4 or 5 straight kills in the feed. This is definitely a much more strategic approach, and we do see Strike Zone up 22 off the start, where they would like to be and looking to close this out in a 2-0 sweep. But yeah, definitely a big change at that point in the competitive scene and the approach that these teams took, especially when it came to domination.
We actually had that too this year with the CDL. I can't remember what the issue was. There's something with that, like something with neutrals that was an issue, and later got updated. But yeah, I've had a bunch of variations of Dom like over my career, but yeah, that makes a little bit more sense. So the resetting, that'd be a nightmare, especially for a point like B. But Strike Zone's got the commanding lead for now. We'll see if they continue to work, close this out. And they've already got B early. I mean, that is massive in the second side.
Yeah, they're just absolutely filling up the feed right now. High, I think, with 4 or 5 straight kills right there. Finally gets taken out by Zohan, but they've actually got progress over onto the B flag as well. We will have Fear pushing up to retake control of that, but with Band, he's got a Goliath ready to go. If he's able to hop into that, we could very well see a triple cap coming in pretty soon. He actually gets turned on by Zohan over on the A flag.
Maybe call the Goliath now after dying like that.
Yeah.
I want to see the Goliath hop in that bad boy and start smoking people. I think Daddy might have been able to get a couple of kills before he dropped, but not going to be able to fully get the points. So still a 2 cap for Strike Zone, and every second this lead builds just makes it more and more difficult, getting close to impossible for Fear to make any kind of run to get back into this. What are your when you think of a team like Strike Zone and how they've seemingly handled business in their first quarterfinal match, like, what are your chances for them to make a run and take this whole thing?
I mean, Strike Zone's not really one of the teams that was on my radar in a big way. They have absolutely showed out right here, especially up against a team like Fear that has a pretty good amount of competitive experience. I think showing that some of these underdog teams, you definitely can't sleep on them. We've also seen that out of Gene. Even though they haven't been able to win any games so far up against Nova, they've given them a lot of trouble, and I think both of these teams have a really good shot at causing some issues and maybe even going up against some of the top dogs like Tribe Gaming. Strike Zone has been absolutely dominant so far. 2 players up to 2 so far, and they've got a Goliath in play too.
Yeah,
these guys absolutely know what they're doing right now.
Burn it all to the ground. Smash them. Smash them.
I think I saw no, I just saw 2 Goliaths drop in at the same time. I don't know if those are both for Strike Zone, but it is just going to be an absolute mech fest to finish out this game.
Oh yeah, I think I heard another one maybe just got called in. Please just sprint at them as fast as this mech will go and just torch them. Just trying to get the wall bangs in. Everybody from Fear just scattering. They know this game is chalk. There's the 150 point mark. Strike Zone come through with the 3-0, and I'll tell you, Bobby, that is I think in my experience, anytime you have a big tournament, a big prize pool with like top teams, there's always like one squad that makes an unexpected run. There's always one. Not consistent underdogs, like one team usually surprises you. So we'll see if that Strike Zone.
I mean, I'm looking at the KDs right now, the top KDs overall between Strike Zone, Nova, Gene. Right now, it's all Strike Zone. Shoot has a 2.38 KD. Poppy has a 1.75. High has a 1.47. Those are all 3 Strike Zone players. And then Band is on there in the top 5 as well with a 1.43. So they are absolutely looking like the underdogs that could come in and make a run. Honestly, if I'm Tribe, if I'm any of those teams in the bottom bracket, I am shaking in my boots right now.
Yeah, if you watch that, I mean, that series lasts about a half hour. It was a quick one, but Bobby, it's been a pleasure starting to cast. We got a lot to go today and tomorrow. But for now, before we continue the action, we're going to head to a quick break. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back. It's the COD Mobile Regional Finals, and I'm joined by one of the most talented individuals that I've ever seen in my entire life, Bobby Plays. How you doing?
I'm doing fantastic. I mean, the games so far have been pretty surprising to me, just seeing how some of these underdogs have done. I was anticipating that this might be a blowout of a tournament, but these guys showing it is absolutely not going to be the case, especially Strike Zone. Numbers that the guys are putting up right now is ridiculous. They've just been popping off, especially against a team that's pretty experienced so far. So I'm excited to see what type of run those guys are going to be able to make, and definitely excited to watch the finish of our first matchup, as well as we do have the final of Nova and Gene Gaming coming up here.
Yeah, when you said someone had like a 2.5 KD, I'm like, that's like a pub KD. That shouldn't be happening at a tournament. Granted, it can happen through one series. Now, whether or not you can keep that going through a whole tournament, time will tell. But over to the map 3 between Gene and Nova. Nova going to be up 2-0, looking to shut it down just like Strike Zone did.
Contact with enemy.
As he tries to lock down trailer, a little bit of team help right out to B. It's going to be an early hop from Gene. They're just trying to get on it, but with the trailer control through for Nova, going to be so difficult. But nice little slide out from Louis. It guns him off the truck as well. Some big plays here out of Nova early.
Yeah, I'm actually shocked that Louis was able to win that gunfight. He had the disadvantage of being off the head glitch and everything, but beautiful movement coming in from him. AY on the hard point, able to land a frag, and we see the early double cap coming in for Nova Esports. They actually had a triple cap for a second right there, but Saxy with that chopper and top of wood is going to be causing absolute havoc for Gene. They're going to need to get him out of there in order to be able to retake map control, because he's going to be able to laser people out of tin as well as trailer. And if they're able to get a player up into that tower area, who knows what Nova's going to be able to do right here.
And we were kind of talking during the break, but you were saying, you know, having an LMG in this type of position on this map is so good because you can just basically wall bang everything.
Yeah, I mean, we see him doing it right there. 4 kills on the board already. They got that tower control. We do see a little bit of progress on the A flag, but AY, oh my gosh, absolute lasers coming in from him.
Quality beams, you love to see it. And making the play now. Just looking to reposition, get different eyes onto the point.
Enemy inside.
Calls coming in from his teammates, tries to track back, but Gunny up for Gene. They're able to take him down. But this is already an 18-point lead. Like, this has been magnificent as Louis comes in behind everybody and just drops him. That might be a very fast retake of B, and it is the individual bit of brilliance gets Nova back in control.
I mean, that was a fat feed for Nova, and then immediately afterwards we saw one for Gene, but Nova's just been able to hold map control so well. We got somebody up top inside 10. That's going to allow them to wipe off the B flag pretty quickly as well. So Piano looking to capitalize, does pick up a kill right there, but they're going to need to secure those control points if they're going to have a shot at closing this one out. Nova looking really good off the start.
Yeah, you can see the LMG there. Like, it looked great when he's, you know, top wood, looking to control it, but Annihilator was out for a second. We can hop back to that POV. I'd love to see if he's able to go off with the Annihilator out. We'll see if he can find any more kills, but it's actually going to run out. He at least was able to pick up one, hops onto the point, but drops instantly after as they were going for the 3 cap. But just 12 points away from closing out this first half is Nova. It's been calm. It's been comfortable. But what I was trying to say before I get distracted by the Annihilator is, like, when he has the LMG out, like, it looks really comfortable when you're like top wood, but when he was trying to maneuver around the map, you can just see the downsides too. It's a bit clunky.
Yeah, it's definitely max usage whenever you're on top of a head glitch and don't have to worry about people in the surrounding area, but we do have Nova up 23 off the start, so looking a little bit more like the top seed like we expected them to. We got Vitali with a cluster strike, a Goliath ready to go. To have that ready at the beginning of the half could be really lethal for them, especially if they're able to get the B flag off the start. We see them pushing up pretty aggressively with the Cypher, the only one staying for the A cap. They'll definitely be trying to get some of those choke points, as we do see just an absolutely massive cluster of people inside trailer. But I think we are getting ready to hop into the Sony Xperia dial-in with Gene Gaming.
Losing Alpha. Enemy taking.
Oh, Annihilator. Annihilator going to C.
He's super low.
Need.
There's three on B.
3 on B.
There's one left. There's one left. There's one left. He's in trailer.
Got him.
Nice.
Go.
Hold trailer.
Trailer.
Oh, one. Hold trailer.
This guy's low. Bottom wood.
28. They're gonna spawn C.
Get it. Trailer.
Watch his feet.
He's going C from trailer.
They got me.
I'm hurt.
One more.
Got him.
Just finished capping A.
The enemy has
Oh, I
Killer.
got the points. Okay, got one more.
enemy has C.
In trailer still.
I'm holding A, so you guys can do
Enemies
whatever the
access
hell
one
you want.
Goliath is
One
down.
guy low trailer.
Enemies access one Goliath is
On
down.
tower. I'm gonna take out that Goliath.
Friendly Predator missile inbound.
Oh, I wasn't Goliath. I have an annihilator for the Goliath anyway. I got their guy out of top 10. Get a hold of the trailer so they spawn in
Bobby, they're bringing it back. The lead is narrowing 2-cap for Gene Gaming. You heard the comms. Anything that really stood out for you?
I mean, the comm where he said, "I've got A, go do whatever the heck you want." I think that was my favorite comm of that entire thing. But they've really been able to turn this one around. I guess the Sony Xperia dial-in is really their good luck charm right now. So we'll see if they can keep things going. It seems like since the dial-in has ended, the momentum has gone back to Nova Esports. So we might need to call it back in to give Gene Gaming a shot at winning this one.
And I think Gene called in that streak, but it got in right after they were able to capture the point. So 2-cap over to Nova. Now, can they hold? The lead as much as, what, 30 or so, now down to 12. Is Nova trying to seal the deal on this series? A little bit of finesse here from A, but the finesse is going to lead directly into a streak, and he's going to drop. Annihilator now out. For Louis, can he hit the shots? There's the Goliath up on the other side. Oh, he hits 2 shots. It is so weak. The wall bang comes through. Goliath is down. The Annihilator shot looking crisp. Oh! Little snap through the trailer as well. You'd love to see it.
Yeah, the Annihilator, the ultimate anti-Goliath. So typically we'll see players go up to the top of 10 right there, but just not doing anything, as I don't think he missed a single Annihilator shot in that entire streak and even landed the wall bang through top of 10. That is not an easy shot to hit. They're able to hold control, and now Gene Gaming's going to need a triple cap in order to turn this one around.
Yeah, I mean, that play could be the difference, right? Like, that Goliath comes out, they're able to retake B quickly. You know, you got yourself a game, but the Annihilator smokes it. They're able to hold on to the 2-cap control, tick by tick, second by second, looking to close out this game. And it's a pretty balanced effort. You've got like everybody on Nova between 14 and 19 kills. The squad pops off together, and that'll seal it. Nova, just like Strike Zone, get it done in a 3-0, but props to Gene as well. I mean, every single map was tight. You know, you have like a, 20, 30-point hard point, a 6-4 in the search and destroy. They make a valiant comeback there in the domination as well. So they had their moments. Nova just looked to be the better team.
Yeah, that was really great gameplay. I was expecting the top of the bracket to be one of the closer ones that we were going to have, but you can see both Strike Zone and Nova just playing really well right there. Strike Zone was the one that really surprised me. Talking about those KDs that we had, just absolute dominance at 2.38. Not something that we see a whole lot in competitive, so more than likely we'll see that even out throughout the weekend, but even to see that just through the duration of a series is not too common to see.
I think, I believe I'm hearing my producer, and he wants to get Golden Boy involved. Golden Boy hasn't been on camera in a while. When he's not on camera, he gets very, very sad. He likes the limelight. He lives for it. Alex, you there, buddy?
Yes, it's true.
Hey!
It's in my rider. I got to be on camera as much as possible. No, look, genuinely though, I think we all felt pretty good about Nova going into that matchup. But the one that I'm really stunned by, Bobby, and you were also shocked by it too, is Strike Zone's dominance of fear. That was insane. I did not expect that team to, and not take anything away from Strike Zone. I just think everyone looked at fear and was like, oh, you know, that's probably going to be the team that wins that match. So when you end up with a result, 3-0 fashion, utter domination, it kind of mixes up this entire upper bracket in a really random way, honestly.
Yeah, I think they could based off what we saw, give Nova a pretty good run for their money, and we could very well see an upset in the top of the bracket and see a very different winners bracket in the first day than we anticipated previously. I'm excited to watch them and see how they match up against Nova. It could have been just that we had the other team coming in not at the top of their game, and that could have been the reason that it was as dominant as it was. But just the momentum and the confidence that that type of a win is going to bring will be a big factor as well.
Yeah, it'll be huge for them. Even though I'm with you, bud. When we were watching, I was like, oh yeah, I forgot we don't switch every single round. Which coming with experience of other games, I was like, okay, I'm kind of used to this, but also threw me off for Call of Duty.
Yeah, it was. I literally, for the beginning of the search and destroy, I'm sure some people noticed it. I was so confused because I played COD Mobile a good bit, and I just haven't played that much search on it. But yeah, I'm so used to it alternating that even though I knew it didn't on this, I still for a second was like, what just happened? And I was like, oh yeah, that's right.
But you brought up a really good point.
I've commentated thousands of hours of search. I'm just not used to it.
Yeah, you just brought up a really good point about how that changes like the game plan, right? Like what do they end up doing there? Because what ended up happening on Meltdown, or at least from what I saw, was that there was a lot of retakes, like open sites, and then it was real focus on retakes. Which, Bobby, in your experience, seeing these teams compete, seeing these players compete at a high level, like, is that common ground? Like, are we usually going to see that where sites are given up like that, and then they solely play with utility and retakes?
Especially on Meltdown, we see that a lot more. It's not quite as common in some of the other maps, but I think one of the big things that hurt Gene Gaming is that they didn't have a sniper, and snipers are just so good in Call of Duty Mobile. So the first picks that we're seeing right there, especially on those retakes from the sniper in Vitali, played a really big role for them. Most of the time when you've got a really strong sniper going up against a team that doesn't have that, they'll really be able to leverage that and capitalize on it, which we see Nova do in Search and Destroy.
Yeah, well, that's going to do it for our first set of games, as Nova Esports and Strike Zone are going to be moving on in the upper bracket. Their opponents still have an opportunity, though, as they will look to fight their way through the lower bracket. Don't go anywhere, though, because when we return, we're going to have plenty more matches here for the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. We'll see you in a little bit. Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs and Finals. I'm Golden Boy, your host, and joining us, Maven, obviously, and we have Hawksness here. Hawks, how you doing, buddy?
And I'm excited for some COD Mobile. I'm not gonna lie. I was watching those past matches. I mean, they were solid for sure. I think we had two different 3-0s. I believe it was. Yeah. You might have to remind me. I believe Nova had the 3-0 as well
Nova
as
Strike
Zones. So pretty good matches, but I'm really excited to see some really close games here for sure.
Yeah, it has been an awesome day so far, and it's going to continue to get even better. And the reason is because we're actually doing some pretty awesome things for those of you guys watching at home. Thanks to our partners over at Sony. Of course, this event not possible without their support and the Xperia 1 Mark II, because for today and tomorrow only, every purchase of an Xperia 1 Mark II will come with 43,000 COD Mobile points for free. You didn't hear that wrong. 43,000 COD Mobile points for free. That is basically $500 worth of COD points for free. Of course, if you purchase the Xperia 1 Mark II and you get that 43,000 COD Mobile points for free, you will basically be set. So there you go, folks. There's a little deal for you guys. Make sure you check out direct.sony.com/Xperia for more information. I think the URL is down below here on the YouTube stream as well. So you can go ahead and click on that. It'll take you straight over to it. And if you want to play the game the way that the pros are playing in this tournament, now's your opportunity to do so, and you'll be set up for the future as well. So now let's focus on our next set of games that we have here in the quarterfinals. Maven, this was you and I's first stint of working professionally for Call of Duty Mobile. Thoughts on what you've seen so far?
It's awesome. It's just, I guess the word I would use is kind of refreshing compared to what I'm usually commentating, just seeing how much variety there is, whether it's with tacticals, lethals, the weapon choices, the streaks that will be getting called in. In a CDL match, I'll tell you what, haven't seen something like a Goliath. It was awesome, even though we saw one get smoked by an Annihilator. And, you know, back to your point about the COD points with that purchase, Alex, I heard that Hawksness, he's such a grinder. He asked to be paid for this event in COD points and not cash.
It's true. Can't confirm it.
I can't disclose the amount, but I mean, COD points over anything, man. 100%.
70.
Yeah, he needs it for the videos.
70 total. Yes. Not out. Don't get pushed.
All right, well, let's take a gander at the bracket. If you're just joining us here, you missed two great matches. Both of them 3-0s, but it told a bigger story here of how good Nova is being able to come back on that standoff hardpoint game, and the surprise appearance of Strike Zone looking so dominant over Fear. They're now going to be moving on to the upper semifinals. Now that sets up our next two matches. It's Xset versus Team Vile, and then Tribe going up against Truly OP. And Hawks, you mentioned multiple times throughout rehearsals and everything about Tribe and how they have such a fandom and how people really enjoy this team. What is it about Tribe that basically makes them stand out over everyone else in this competition?
Honestly, I mean, Tribe is one of the few organizations that are actually participating in this tournament, and as so, they are very, very structured. They have a coach that is really staying on the players, making sure they're making it to all of the scrims and everything, really focused on individual mechanics. This is one of the few teams, I think, that is majorly focused on their scrims and just everything, like down to I mean, as I said, everything, man. They're just fully focused. Most of the players on this team have played past games. They're basically, none of the players here are new to mobile gaming or competitive gaming in general. So that with along with a couple content creators on the team as well, just to make for overall a really exciting team.
Hold up, Alex. You see, all right, Leon, I want you to know, I feel you. I feel you. Smartest and dumbest player in this game. Yep. That is actually probably, if I had to make a quote of how I define my gameplay day in and day out, sometimes in a 10-second span, I will make a smart, incredible play followed by one of the dumbest things you will ever see. I just want you to know that I am with you on a spiritual level. I get it, man. I get it. Because I also am a smart idiot.
Yeah, fun fact, it's very possible to be a smart, dumb person. That is a very common thing. Okay, so now their opponents, truly OP. We don't like really know much about them, or at least, you know, I don't particularly know much about them. But they have a tall task in front of them, Hawks Nest, because they're going to be going up against a team that is clearly prepared, ready to go. And I have to wonder, like, are they up for this challenge?
Yeah, I'd say so for sure. Again, this is another team that I think will be a fan favorite. They do include a lot of different content creators, so I think this could be one of the matches that a lot of people are really excited for with Tribe versus Truly. Both teams are very experienced. Again, as I talked about with Tribe, they have a lot of players that have played in past games. Truly is the same way. I'm excited to see this matchup for sure, and I think, again, everyone else will be.
Yeah, I think, as you know, we're for, at least for myself and for Maven, as we continue to be introduced to all of these players and their backgrounds and everything that they bring to the table, we could potentially see, hey, you know what, Strike Zone did the same thing, right? Where they were just, I don't think that they were like the odds-on favorite. They're a good team. We knew that they were going to be able to come out on top potentially. It was anyone's ball game there, but you know, they managed to do so in 3-0 fashion. Truly OP. If what you say is going to play out here, it could very well be the case that, you know, this team, hey, they could potentially have an upset here against Tribe, and a lot of their fans will be very, very frustrated about that. Now, let's take a look at the layout once again for the series. We're going to standoff once again for Hardpoint, Meltdown, Search and Destroy, Firing Range Domination if necessary, Crash, Hardpoint, and Crossfire, Search and Destroy. Maven, standoff, Hardpoint. We saw some different positions, not a lot of anchoring like what we would traditionally see in a standoff game. It seemed like we were getting a lot of shotguns going right into the side, into the hill, and trying to just take presence immediately.
Yeah, it was a little bit different, kind of like Bobby was talking about. Like early in games, you'll see people kind of play for kills to work on getting those streaks. You did see some big rotations, though. Maybe your more prototypical kind of anchor type play, like where Nova got that rotation at the final Hardpoint Warehouse to win the game. That kind of stood out to me. But I want to touch on one thing that Hawk said that's just kind of interesting to me. He used the word a couple of times, and I can't think of a time, you know, for our side with like the CDL that's been the case. But he kept talking about a lot of these teams having like content creators on them, and that just hasn't really been a thing with the CDL, I guess, because it's been, you know, kind of established for so long. You think back like 10 years ago where maybe teams were highlighted with content creators, but it's so early, right? With mobile esports and getting it rolling, that it's, I don't know, it's wild to me. You have so many players that are kind of doing both, because I feel like we've sort of been lacking that for a long time, because like all their focus has been on the esports side.
Well, you know, bear in mind, right, like as a scene grows and develops, right, the players are naturally going to evolve with it. But I do think, though, that because Call of Duty Mobile has such a vast content creation community, right, like folks like you, Hawks Nest, that are involved. I mean, you also, I believe you also competed briefly as well. So, you know, you have that experience. How has that evolution been in mobile esports, like to where we are right now? What's that path been like? Is it going to be a lot of content creators and people positioning their content in that direction? What do you think?
Well, one thing too, my mic I think is a little bad right now, but I will answer this super quickly. Basically, I mean, with mobile games, people aren't really familiar with how they work and everything, and when they first get their hands on the device, they don't really know how to approach that. So it is really common to see professional players creating content to really display their skill so that others can kind of learn from them.
Yeah, well, folks, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to continue with our second set of matches that are going to begin here in a moment between these teams. It's going to be a good one. You don't want to miss it. This is Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs and Finals. We'll see you in a few. Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. Golden Boy here alongside Maven and Hawk's Nest as we get ready for our second set of matches that are going to begin here in just a moment. We broke everything down. We talked about what we can expect, but you know what, man? I feel like with a game like this, Maven, we were seeing Goliaths out there, you know, raining death and destruction on everything. I feel like you kind of just got to throw the notes out of the window and just go with the heart, man, because these games have been insane.
I guess part of me feels like with nothing restricted basically outside of a couple of items, yet there is like a momentum-based aspect a little bit more maybe than what I'm used to, where a team can just get really hot over like a 90-second span, and that can change the complete and utter scope of the game. So I guess with that said, I find there has to be more upset potential with this. There just has to be 100%.
Yeah, you're right. And it does, like we've been talking about, right? It just the complexion of the matches changes entirely here. But here we go, folks. It's now time to start this next matchup. It's going to be a good one. Hawks, Maven, take it away.
Here we go, ready to get rocketed. You know, you told me, Ox, you are my resident weapons expert.
Oh,
you
yeah.
told me you like to get nerdy with it. Break it down. Talk to me about what's on the screen. It's looking like what I'm used to with like the MP5, I believe the QQ9 in this game. What makes it so good?
Honestly, just the extremely fast time to kill, the mobility, everything about that. I'm just seeing a lot of different weapons that are extremely good at that aggressive playstyle right now. I think the biggest surprise weapon that I'm seeing at the moment is number one, the HD40 recently got a nerf, and prior to this nerf, it was basically the most used weapon in the entire competitive scene. But after the nerf, it looks like we still do have a couple people using it. But what I really want to highlight is Nero with the Type 25. I feel like that never comes out, but has some really, really good potential. Kills extremely fast up close and is somewhat versatile for sure.
Well, early hold for Tribe is going to get them out to what, a 31-11 point advantage as the rotation's now going to come through. We're watching Leon's POV. He's trying to break in through the side warehouse. Nice little drop shot in there. Movement on point as he is going to fall. Now into the hard point goes Truly OP. We'll see if they can rally back here or if Tribe can get the break.
Yeah, one thing I think Tribe is really good at is being able to hold different positions across the map, not just the hard point. They're really good at holding down that map control and just watching certain lanes, which I think so far we're seeing a little bit, but obviously Truly keeping it really close for sure.
I mean, I'm excited to watch more of Fusion when we get back to him. Just that little bit we watched with him with the QQ9 out, like his movement, like slide canceling around corners, like I don't know, it just looked really fluid. Even though we watched him for about 10 seconds, so he looked nasty. That's a rocket to the forehead.
Yeah.
As one's going to drop. Lead continuing to build for Tribe. Just 20 seconds remaining in this hard point. Now to Leon's POV.
Yeah, and pertaining to that movement aspect too, a lot of players that haven't really touched mobile games before might not know this, but most of these players are playing with 4 fingers, trying to make it have as much input as possible so they can slide, jump, do whatever they need to do to really win those gunfights. Although there are a couple players, which we will talk about in this tournament at some point, that do play with just their thumbs and are able to hang really, really well.
Yeah, that's all I did because I just haven't, spent as much time on mobile. And yeah, when I played some players with good movement that were playing claw or whatever you'd like to call this, yeah, the skill gap there was very, very noticeable.
Oh, yes.
I was getting absolutely torched. But yeah, that's the thing with Call of Duty that we don't talk about maybe enough when it comes to the esports side of it. Whether we're talking the current title in Modern Warfare from my side or you with COD Mobile, once you get to this level, most people can shoot straight, right? Like the skill gap becomes. It's the movement, man, in a lot of ways.
Yeah, I mean, it's the movement, it's the positioning, everything like that. I mean, it's not easy by any means, but for these pro players, being able to aim and, put their crosshair on the enemies is not the biggest problem for them. A lot of these players just are trying to focus on that positioning, that teamwork, and then obviously the movement, which is something that just comes with frequent repetitions, absolutely.
Yeah, back to what Leon said about being the smartest and dumbest player. Yeah, when I can shoot straight, I just struggle with the positioning side. So it's like sometimes I'm in a good position, game's very easy. When you're in bad positions, Call of Duty becomes very, very hard. But it's a tight race right now. Just 6 points separating these two teams. Truly, LP has been able to battle. Streak's going to come in. 3 are going to drop. And Zizu, I think, is able to take down 2. Nero gets 2 with the War Machine as well. They're making the plays.
Yeah, absolutely. And as you guys can tell right now, Tectonic and Bolu fragging out along with Fusion and Saizu. Definitely the players that I would say some people kind of expected to have this kind of fragging ability. But yeah, this game is really close right now. Definitely a matchup that people were expecting between these two teams. Absolute juggernauts for sure.
It might be just one of those where when it comes down to the wire with it only being to 150, who's able to get that big last rotation and get set up, or maybe who's got the operator or the streaks to work with. And I think you saw a couple operators out. Unfortunately for Zizu, as he goes to drop shot, there is a swarm of players in front of him, so the kills get picked up for Tribe. Now they're fighting for the backside rotation, and this could be a huge moment.
Yeah, and we're also seeing a lot of players pulling out their operators and losing them within seconds, which is really, really critical inside of Hardpoint right now because operators do play a very big role. So to see those just disappear after pulling them out, that's definitely not something you want to see if you are truly or Tribe. Saw from both ends for sure.
No, I mean, it's like a difference of getting 3 to 5 kills or 0, and it's just wasted, right?
Oh, the mech. Saizu. Oh, man. 105 to 89. They're going in right now. Oh, mech. I mean, they got the mech inside the hardpoint right now, and the VTOL comes out, taking it out from Nero. That is a massive play right now, because if that XS1 stayed inside of the hardpoint, I think Truly would have had it. But as you can see, Tribe able to break it.
It looked good from Truly's POV, but just for a second, they do have a swarm coming in. 2 are able to battle out. The RC car comes in as well. Players swarming from top, in from Tribe. Over the 100-point mark, they will go. Still trailing, but anybody's game. It's just Nero tucked away in a corner, trying to get as much time as he can. Maybe a lead change if he can hold the rest of this time, but the slide out, not going to work. He's going to get caught. Quality shots from Truly.
And it's more than likely going to come down to this next hill. It's going to be a close one. I expect fully 149 to 150. Absolutely. And as you can tell, someone has a mech. I can't see who it is. Tectonic with the mech. Oh, boy. That could be huge. And also, VTOLs can't come down because this is an indoor one as well. And another person got an XS1, I think. But that indoor one, it's going to be huge. I mean, Truly would have to have like a grenade launcher or something. And as you can tell, Tribe actually has one. Oh, man.
Oh, they're just lining up. Just line it up in front. It's going down to the wire. Point contested for now. They still have the mech up. Nice shots there from Nero to lock down the point. They're trying to rally back, but it's still just getting contested finally. The Goliath is going to fall, able to take that out. The grab slip comes in. It doesn't actually connect. Nero does take down one before he drops. But is that going to be enough? Into the point goes Truly LP. Just 25 points needed. And everybody from Tribe coming off a spawn. Unfortunately, Streaks drop it on their head as they try to get towards the point.
Oh my goodness, 20 seconds right here. Tribe, I don't think can win on this point. It will have to be the next one, so it's really going to come down to the wire here. See if they can get all the points possible, though. I expect the early rotation as well. It looks like there is one Tribe player kind of near the point. I don't think if they've set up yet. Another XS1 coming out. I can't tell who that's with, though.
Point locked, about to pop and set up inside. It's Truly OP. There's the Goliath coming in as well.
Another indoor point.
The positioning, it's there for Truly. They can close it out. They're set up inside. Nero just waiting on the help to come in, trying to pick him out of it. The hip fire is going to hit. Slide out, hits another shot as well. 2 are going to fall. Into the point they go. 15 points needed. Drop the window, trying to get the volley out. I thought he was going to drop because the peak was there, but the Goliath in to follow him up as well. Second by second, trying close to locking this down. They've got a swarm. 3 players are actually going to fall. There's an opening for the contest to come in. They can't close it out at 149, but back into the point they go, and Tribe takes it 150 to 139, but that was probably the best map we've had so far. That was a fun one. Now, I am not the COD Mobile expert like you are, but for me, just the POVs we were watching, those 2 teams look better than anyone we've watched so far.
Oh yeah, absolutely. I mean, again, the viewers will know this. These are 2 of the top teams, top fan favorites for sure. And what I think was really interesting about that match specifically is the use of the XS1 Goliaths. I feel like in domination, especially, you're going to see XS1 Goliaths, cluster strikes, potentially VTOLs, mainly just due to the fact that we are in a persistence meta where basically all of these teams will be running persistence, a perk that basically allows you to get to those high tier score streaks while also dying at the same time. But I feel like in Hardpoint, you really don't see that much, but it was definitely a very pivotal aspect of this matchup for sure.
I mean, that's basically how the next title with Cold War is going to work, right? That's how streaks are changing in Call of Duty. Like, you're just going to earn them through death. So it's kind of, well, similar to what we might be seeing next year. But yeah, it is fun to watch, man, because you just saw, well, you saw a bit of plays being made with the operators and streaks, and then some blunders, as you called out, about midway through that game as people couldn't close out. But I don't know what the biggest moment for me was. Maybe Nero getting that double inside was huge to kind of give them a second, because right after that, I think 3 teammates dropped, but he did enough damage to them to kind of lock down the point and get the final couple of seconds. But it was a crazy one. It was a back and forth battle, and it was awesome. But now over to the other matchup we will go. Talk to me maybe briefly about these 2 squads as we look into their search and destroy with X set up 1.
Well, first of all, XSET, actually recently they were status quo, but they have signed to an organization named XSET. This is one of the most vocal teams that I did speak to. These guys are all very, very good at communicating. Their communications, their comms overall just are great. S&D, I believe, was one of the modes that they mentioned as being their favorite mode, the one that they're best at. They do think that their aggressive playstyle is better tthan basically any of the other teams, which, as you can tell right now, I believe, let me look at their weapons. It looks like they're running some pretty aggressive weapons. Yeah, I saw DRH. As you can tell, Molotovs and trophies popping out right now. Moralto is also the sniper. I know Bobby talked about it, especially on Meltdown. Having a capable sniper is going to be really important, and that will be Moralto on the side of XSET for sure.
Well, yeah, you called out the aggression. They just sent it. All 5 hit up through mid-map, and we're quickly into a 3 versus 3 now.
And actually, as well, Team Vio, or Vio for Violence, they are also running very aggressive weapons as well. As you can tell, Vern with the Echo, I believe, Automatic with the QQ9. So this is just, I mean, this is a very, very aggressive S&D right now.
Well, Vio, down a man, trying to clutch up in the 2v3. Still a ton of time on the clock to work with. Is trying to figure out how they want to wrap this. They might be able to give themselves a 2v1 in the backside. Thinking one player rotating, they're going to be able to catch him. Oh! Well, I thought they caught him, but Yuna's going to put him down now. All going to fall to Automatic into 1 versus 3. He's got the cover to do this. Has to pop the reload. The slide comes in. He's getting swarmed. He's getting hunted. He's getting put down. 2-0 and this map deck set.
Very fast 2-0 indeed. Also, 2 players on XSET that definitely we should be watching out for is going to be Yuna as Silva as well. These 2 players have been absolute fraggers throughout the entire tournament for sure.
What do I think of? Why when I'm thinking of, was Yuna, was that Final Fantasy X? Is that what I keep thinking of? Or is that, no, what was the name? Oh, hold up. Now this is gonna drive me insane. I think it was, yeah, it was Final Fantasy X. Okay, I'm a big Final Fantasy guy, so that's all I think of. So I'm on Yuna to absolutely fry.
I'm hurt.
As you can tell right now, there's also some consistency across the board on XSET. Everyone kind of tied up until Silva gets a kill right there, proving his fragging ability. Another kill coming out right there, I believe, Lazy.
Yeah, the difference between these 2 teams and what we watched, like the number of people I've seen like slide canceling into fights, like I feel like I barely saw that at all in the previous matchups, and these guys are twisted. They're making plays. You can see the skills absolutely on point.
Yeah, I actually spoke to Vio for a while as well, and they haven't had the opportunity to scrim together too much. They said their biggest time practicing is really in individual mechanics. Obviously, they are playing on a new device, and they've just been grinding on it, absolutely getting insane with their movement with the Xperia. And I mean, as you can tell right now, everyone's just sliding all over the place, making very aggressive playstyles.
Well, the phone is godlike, and they look comfortable because, yes, they are making plays. 3-0 and 3-0 quickly. and they want to go right back to the mid-map hit. It's like they're showing no respect at all to Vile. They're flying at them right up mid. One's going to be holding the left. They're going to soar through behind the smokes. They're able to get into the site. Automatic there with the first blood. More people on it. And you're going to see his movement is nutty. They're making the plays, swarming as a collective unit.
Yeah, absolutely. Automatic getting a very nice, I believe, 2-piece right there with the QQ9. Down to just 3v5, I believe. Silva getting an echo kill right there as well. Poison planting.
The bomb has been planted.
Well, they've got the numbers. Yuna. Can he catch a pick? I thought he had it for a second, but I stepped away for a moment. Rocket out, takes him down to half HP, takes some tags as well. Just under 30 seconds to go, though. Got to make the play. Trying to slide around the edge, but the movement there for Vile as they get it down. Nice little snapper from Meralto. A bit of a world star, but unfortunately, I don't know if he's going to have the time to do it. He's going to have to make an absolutely insane play. Get some unfortunate timing. Almost able to snap back, but it's Poison that wins the gunfight. And for Vile, they finally get a point on the round. Or a point on the board.
Great play from Vile right there. Just absolutely just playing all around, sliding everywhere, just trying to distract Meralto as much as possible to allow that bomb to finally go boom.
Right back to it. They just want mid-map control, get information, take their choice of site. Basically the same thing, just the opposite bomb site this time around. Automatic has been their lead entry man, going for the first bloods. That time, though, the shot not on point. He gets put to bed. It's Poison that picks it up. You think he maybe gets a second, but the trade is there. It's Vern that goes huge to take down 2. 2v2 we go. Still 90 seconds to work with. Vindicate going to be in the next gunfight. Going to dip away from that from his teammate. I think the flank was coming in. I thought he was going to get shot in the back. The hip fire is everywhere. The movement is insane. Somehow he is going to fall. Vern is going to drop as well. Impulsive able to pick up both. And they slow the bleeding. They get another round win on the board.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, XSET is playing really, really well right now. Again, as we said before, they are a very aggressive team, and right now they're showing that dominance. I definitely think Team Vio with Vern, obviously, is going to have to kind of slow it down a little bit here. It looks like XSET is going to be going instantly to B. Let's see if Team Vio can hold them back here.
The shotgun trying to get in, looking to pump. And now Yuna on the heady, just trying to push some shots through the spar, just enough to get one down. Nice crossfire there with his teammates, puts them in a 3v1 early, just a step away from a 5th round on the board. Just Vern trying to play for his life.
Yeah, absolutely. Looks like he's going to rotate mid here. Bomb is going to be planted. He's going to chuck a molly, might be able to get a hit marker for vision. Nope, unable to connect, and he's going to try to rotate all the way around for the flank. If he's able to get up to that little nest right there, he might be able to get a beam. I don't know if any players are currently looking at him, but he might have an opportunity to get one pick here. Nope, they got vision of him. He's going to get tapped down and dead right there to take XSET to 5-1.
Oh, he got sniped. Let's say, didn't even feel like he took damage. He just got obliterated. That makes sense. He will get picked. And as you said, one more round needed for XSET to go up 2-0 in this one.
You know what? I think Vern's biggest mistake thus far has been using the HD-40. I'm sorry to say it, but that weapon has been trashed. He just needs to get out of the old ways, for sure.
Just hit with a big nerf?
Yeah, oh man, for sure. It was the biggest competitive weapon prior to the nerf, and then they just obliterated the damage, made it so you deal reduced damage to the legs and hands. So to even use the weapon, you gotta be hitting really, really clean shots for sure, which it seems like he's doing okay, currently at 4 kills, but I think he needs to make the switch at some point in this tournament.
Yeah, probably it's one of those things where he's not going to be so comfortable with it. He wants to still run it, but yeah, I tend to agree. You got to run the most powerful weapon. You got to get comfortable with that. This is the way Call of Duty works, but here comes the swarm. They are all just flying on through. Can they hold? One more player trying to lock down the bomb site, but they fly in. XSET, now just one player left alive. Impulsive trying to make the play. Can't quite connect on the second.
Ooh, that's going to take us to a 5-2. Impulsive almost able to do it there. Currently the top fragger. If anyone was going to do it, it was going to be him, but only able to get one right there. And again, go into a 5-2.
Here we go. We'll see if on offense
The enemy has the bomb.
If XSec can close this out. Yuna's POV. Probably waiting for one of his sub players to be the point man. Just get the cars out of the way early. Yeah, you don't want a nade or a rocket coming in to make you the victim of that explosion. They've got 1 week inside. I think his teammate tagged up, so an opening for Impulsive.
I believe the entirety of Team Bio is currently on that A point. I don't think anyone's on B, so I wouldn't be surprised if they do try to pivot here, but we'll see what they do. Ooh, nice little cheeky angle from Yuna right here. It looks like he does get vision, but I don't think he can take any shots. He's gonna rotate around, destroy a trip mine. Bonus 20 points right there. Doesn't hurt. Ooh, great shots from Impulsive, taking out Vindicate. Vern from behind taking out Impulsive. I believe we're down to a 3v3 situation. Or 4v3 rather. Currently team Vio, 1 up. Looks like Yuna's gonna rotate all the way back to B. I think they have a free plant here, as you can tell. Team Vio is all currently watching A. I want to see if they plant. They should, but looks like they're just rotating around here.
Yeah, maybe they're pushing through, thinking with the timing they can catch Vio trying to rotate back, maybe get a pick, or maybe it's good unfortunate timing where they can get into the site.
It's an interesting play here. I mean, I would have planted personally. They had all the real estate over there to do it, but it looks like they're going to rotate back into the madness inside of this pizza, as Bobby called it. Fight's going out.
Oh, Lazary able to take down 2. I thought the trade was going to be there and he'd have a chance, but there's still a small one. One glimmer of hope in a 1 versus 3. Moralto not going to be able to get it done. 3rd round now on the board. They're clawing back tooth and nail. Can they make the full comeback?
I mean, I think that was a mistake personally. I think they should have went for the plant there, but here we go into
I tend to agree with you. Whenever planting the bomb puts pressure on the other team. Whenever you can plant the bomb, get it down. I agree with you. I don't know if they maybe thought they had some information that we didn't, but regardless, they were down a man. Could have lost it either way. This time,
it looks like they're going for an early plant.
Yeah, this time they get it down quick. So we saw this a lot in the first set of series, where a team will have to try a 5-on-5 retake. We saw it succeed a couple times. You saw it get swatted away like a fly a few times as well. Now, how do they do it? So they're pretty split. We saw a bunch of different retakes. This time you've got like a 1-1-3 almost. 1 all the way through the flank, 1 through mid, and 3 pushing up to their side.
Ooh, we're down to a 5v2 situation early for Team Bio. Couple go down though, and instantly we're down to a 1v2. Moralto constantly the last player left on XSET, but he is gonna go. Oh no, he picked up a kill.
No, another one. He's got a chance to do it. He's got a chance to clutch. He's spotted him. There's just not gonna be enough time though. He's gonna do just enough. He does just enough to stay alive. That second snipe he hits makes it so the player can't hop on the bomb. He buys the time. They win 6-3. Moralto hitting the snipe. Now we're gonna swap over to the other game and see where we're at in the search and destroy. It was a brilliant game 1 we saw in standoff hardpoint between these 2 squads. Hoping we get some similar Magic Hawks here in the search.
Oh, absolutely. And it looks like currently we do have a score of 2 for Truly and 1 for Tribe. Actually, nope, just went up. It is going to be 3 for Truly and 1 for Tribe heading into this fifth round right here.
It's well, I mean, a lot of pressure on Truly here to get the search win after losing that narrow game 1.
Yes, narrowly. Yes. Zia is also fragging out with the sniper, if you can tell. 6 kills. I'm excited to see his sniper play on this map for sure. He is a very powerful sniper. Absolutely.
I'm just trying to see it. It looks like the offense for now is just waiting on a pick. You can see how passive they are. They are not really moving. They're hoping for maybe some early aggression out of Truly OP. And we missed the first couple of rounds. I don't know if maybe somebody hit a fast flank or what the plays have been like, but they're going to let about a minute of this clock milk off before they even really move up towards the bomb site. Now, working towards B. Here comes the full 5-man hit, utility out, and there will be the bomb plant. Now, just like we saw in the previous round, pressure on Truly to work the retake.
Looks like a rocket comes out narrow, not able to connect on some shots. Bolu able to get Zia. I did actually speak to Tribe, and they said that S&D was one of the modes they're not super confident about, still kind of figuring out the strategy and everything. As you can tell right now, they are definitely trying to play it a little bit slower. We are down to a 4v3 right now, with Tribe being up.
It's interesting because we've had that with the CDL too, where teams are really going to respawn and not as comfortable in search. And for me, a lot of times it's been like, if you're not a good search team, you're just a really skilled like respawn team, just hit stuff. Like, I feel like slowing it down doesn't usually work well, as that hip fire hits absolutely nothing. But usually, like, almost turn it into a respawn. Like, just 5-man hit and trade effectively like you would in a hard point. Because I feel like if you're not a great search team, you don't feel comfortable, the more like 3v3s you're in, or late rounds and decision making, like that's where it's harder. So I guess I'm interested to see that's how they play it, if that, that's the case.
Yeah, kind of similar to how XSET was playing last round for sure.
Yeah, like, literally make it like you're just flying at a hard point. Like, just
Yeah.
set it up so you can make plays and trade. Let the skill flourish. And that doesn't always work, but I guess in my eyes, I think I've seen it be more effective through my experience. But there was a lot of damage in. Tribe, I think, had like 2 or 3 players. They tagged up the one shot on Truly. And here's the snipe out. Give it a chance for just a moment.
We had all 10 players send it B right there, and not a single kill come out, which really shows that the passiveness of these teams for sure. Smoke's coming out, people not really running through it. They just kind of sit back to see if any of the enemy players do make that decision to go through, and obviously nobody did, so still just kind of in a waiting fest right now. As you can tell, Tribe is going to be rotating back around to A, or Truly, rather. Going to be trying to switch it up a little bit, get a reverse back to A. Size some accidental shots right there, I think, which could be pretty bad.
We haven't seen like a ton of action, but you got to feel pretty good about this particular site when you have a free plant, a 5-man stack.
Yes.
A little bit more of a funnel system here to hold as people try to push, not as wide open as it is towards the B site. So you favor Truly massively here. How does Tribe try to get through this? What utility do they have remaining? And that's going to be Wrath with the first blood. Balu going to drop. Now even harder for Tribe on retake.
Need backup.
That's way the Truly player going for a flank as well. Child's just sending it in right there, able to get 1 kill. Fusion taking out Leon, Nero taking out Zia. Down to a 2v3. Nero going down as well. We're down to just Child's. Right on the point, able to get 1 kill right there.
Nice work. Get ready for the next round.
Yeah, I mean, that first kill is massive. When you're in that 5v5, when you can pick up the first, well, whether you're offense or defense, but especially when you're holding the site like that, you get numbers like that early. It feels like you're going to win that 9 out of 10 times when there's not an instant trade. So the first kill was massive. They play the numbers and trade effectively once the action gets rolling. So great stuff from Truly OP. Now with 4 rounds on the board, we'll see if they keep it flowing.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think Tectonic, he's certainly underperforming right now. Currently only has 1 kill, and typically he is the top fragger for Tribe, especially in respawns. In S&D, he still does tend to show up pretty often, but right now I think he's not able to really do too much for the team. Tectonic.
You got to say his name again, because the second you said his name, you got to kill. So you just got to keep, you got to speak that into existence, apparently.
Tectonic is terrible and is unable to get any kills here. See if we can do it.
No, like literally right as you started saying it, he ripped somebody off ahead of you. I think I was like, all right, well, that's all he needs.
Yeah, I was reading his 1 kill off, and then all of a sudden it just popped into 2, and I'm like, well, he just basically doubled his kills.
Yeah, there you go. But the bomb plant, once again, there for Truly OP. Similar situation, this time a 44, though, on the opposite site. Now, can they get that first pick again to give them the numbers? We're going to try to find an opening. I thought a chance for Tectonic to hit there, maybe catch him wrapping back to the steps. Can't quite connect. Not a fun fight there across the entire span of the site. One player is on fire. Now they're going to go. Zia, I think, almost had a kill, but Balu was able to pick it up. The trade doesn't come in, even though he's 1 shot on the other side. They're just going to go ahead and hop it.
Ooh, little pinch. Good double kill from Fusion, and Clashy getting the kill right there as well. Wow. I thought Tribe had it for a second there, for sure.
Yeah, before he hopped the bomb, I thought it looked like a pretty winnable situation, but like the second he hopped on it, you lose 1 player that's gone up. It becomes that much harder to hold. They collapse. They close it out. Now 1 round away from tying this series up at 1-1. Just a reminder, it is a best of 5. We're still in the winner's bracket side of this.
Looks like everyone's going to play pretty slow here. Nobody really on the side of B except for Zia. First kill coming out to Truly. Saizu taking out Nero. Flashy trying to get some kills here in an awkward position with a low ground. Looks like he's gonna try to rotate back, but Bolu gets a clean double right there. We're at a 4v2 situation here. Fusion and Zia versus Leon. Bolu, Childs, and Tectonic. Fusion able to take out Leon. Fusion has been fragging out with that DRH. He currently has 9 kills, I believe, the top of the entire match. He's been playing that thing to perfection.
He's disgusting. I mean, for the first 10 seconds we watched him in the hard point, I was like, okay, this guy's good. He was getting it done with the QQ9, getting it done everywhere. Finally, a good situation for Tribe, as they've 4-1 advantage. They have to rip off 4 straight rounds if they're going to take this. And we're just gassing up Fusion because he's somehow pulled off the water.
This would be incredible, especially against 2 of Tribe's top fraggers right now, 2 SMG players, Bolu and Childs. It's going to be tough for Fusion here. See if he can pull it off.
I think they know bomb is down.
Oh yeah, that too. He has to push up here. He's in a very uncomfortable position.
It'd be one thing if he had bomb and could plant, work some, but he has to somehow track back, get bomb spotted, and now we're back into the game. Hello, and he's dead.
Yeah.
Lost that round, but it's not over yet. Ready up.
All right, try picking up another round here, making it a little bit closer, but still they'd have to get the next 3 rounds taking W's. It's going to be difficult.
Defend the objective. They have the bomb.
Well, I mean, the good thing, I also think, you know, we were talking about maybe they're not the most comfortable search team. I think, in my experience, when a team's maybe not great at search, defense is a lot easier. Like, defense is way easier. He is in position. It's offense is way harder when you're not a good search team. So if they're going to be sitting here playing defense over and over again, there's absolutely a chance that they can make a rally. It's a completely different game for a team that's maybe not comfortable in certain spots. And so far, so good. That's back-to-back defense. They're calling it back. I mean, a former pro or some much better analytical mind could probably break that down, but it seems to be that way, man. It's way easier to play defense.
Yeah, absolutely. And in the 5 seconds you were talking, they won that round very quick. So already coming out very dominant later in the game. See if they can carry that momentum. Looks like we have the side of Truly pushing A. Basically everyone inside of this pizza thing right now.
They basically get blind calls. They get 5 stacks to site 2 rounds in a row. Sometimes you need a little bit of luck. And it feels like maybe they got it there. But yeah, the blind call to B, the blind call to A.
Yeah, it looks like we're down to Clashy, Zia, and Tiprath versus the entirety of Tribe. Looks like Clashy is going to rotate back over to B along with his teammates.
I think you're fine here. Like, if you have this 5v3, it's not that big deal to just give up the plant player number.
Yeah, absolutely. Now it's all about just keeping really good vision here for Truly. Watching all these angles. They have 3 players, 3 potential angles here. See if they can keep it on lock. Looks like we might have 3 players pushing one of the Truly players on the right side. Yep, Leon's gonna take out Tiprath right here, and then 2 players get aggressive on Clashy. He's gonna go down. We're down to everyone's dead on Truly, and just like that, 5 to 5.
I saw one off the top, and I was like, "What are you?"
Yeah. It's not over yet.
There you go. They had to do 4 in a row. There's 3, and so far, so good on defense. But they did call it blind.
Defend the objectives. They have the bomb.
They lose 2 in the top 10.
Yeah, I almost wonder if that comes down to nerves, just not really knowing what to do and wanting to play a little bit slower in your mind, just like, you know, kind of panicking and thinking everyone has to sit back a little bit, because, I mean, a lot of these teams are pretty new to esports. Actually, I mean, Tribe, they've been playing for a while, so probably should have been prepared here, but here we go. Narrow, the last one on Tribe, he's going to go down, and Truly going to take the W in the Search and Destroy Meltdown match.
Well, nice rebound. Gave up 3 straight rounds. They couldn't get it clicking on offense at all. They pretty much got almost give up a nasty comeback to Tribes, but they hold on. They clutch up in the round. It has been two crazy matches so far. It could not be tighter between Truly OP and Tribes. This has been the match I've been waiting for. We're still very early in the tournament, but it's been set up for 6 to get deeper into this series. But before we head to the map 3 domination, we're going to a quick break.
You know a phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Well, hello there, and welcome back. We're having a fantastic time. It's gonna be a glorious weekend of COD Mobile dominance, and I just really got hit with a strong desire for pizza because Bobby said it earlier. I really want pizza.
You're gonna feel that way after every meltdown match, I guarantee it.
Yeah, no, I think I am. I think, oh, that's probably what triggered it, right? That's because that's the map he set it on. Oh, yeah. That's weird. I didn't even think about that, man. That is tough. I'm gonna be hungry all day. I don't even know when I'm gonna be able to order a pizza, but we're having a great time. And so far, we have an incredible series going on. We're gonna be hopping in between 2 different series, and both have been amazing to me. Some of the movement and gunplay we've seen between the 4 squads we're kind of hopping in on has been awesome. Hawks, I feel honored to be here joined with you. You're delightful.
Thank you. You as well, partially, sometimes.
No, I'm the worst, honestly. On camera, I can be a nice person, but no, I suck.
Oh, don't sell yourself short.
No, this is gonna be awesome. But yeah, we're just waiting to get into the map 3 domination. We've seen a wide array of results in doms so far. Who are you favoring maybe going into a game mode like domination between the 2 teams we've been watching in Truly OP and Tribes?
I think that one is going to be another really close match. It's really going to boil down to the players that can frag out the most. I know Tribe did talk about having some certain strategies entering this tournament that they might kind of mix up. They were the team that really originated the persistence meta, which is really the dominant meta right now, especially in domination. I think it's going to be a really close one, though. Absolutely.
Okay, well, I mean, that's a safe bet, considering how the first 2 matches have gone. Is Tribe will look for a little bit of revenge and what was almost an awesome comeback in the search and destroy. What they had to pull off a comeback in the map 1-2. They've been like the comeback kids. Just one paid off, one was a little bit short. But
yeah,
what between you talked about these guys? What was your like? I don't think I ever actually asked you. Like, if you had to pick or predict the top 3 for this particular tournament, what is it for you?
So I actually had the opportunity to talk to basically every single team and ask this exact question for them, and I think I agree with basically all of their responses. Pretty much every single team did say that Tribe, as well as Nova, as well as Xset are going to be the 3 teams that they expect to be at that top 3. And then obviously some teams said themselves. I mean, it's good to have that confidence, but definitely the average 3 that we saw was Tribe, Nova, Xset.
Well, it's funny because you're obviously a lot more knowledgeable with these players and teams than I am, coming from the CDL side of stuff. But I think I said, and then I also put it in our Discord group, like, it immediately was obvious to me that we were now commentating better teams. Like, I could just tell instantly based on the movement that these were some of the top dogs, and they are going to be tough to beat because I thought the gameplay I saw in this second set of quarterfinals was better than what I saw in the first. So that might not bode well for some of the teams that got those 3-0 victories because, yeah, they played great, but there are some truly nutty players across the lineups that we're checking out right now. It's just who's going to be able to close it out. And remember, it is double elimination, so if you see your favorite team or favorite player drop right now in one of these early quarterfinals, they still have a chance to make a run. And from my experience with all the commentating, somebody usually makes a crazy losers bracket run, so expect some magic.
Oh, yeah, absolutely.
Well, let's take a look at how the series has gone so far and where we are headed. So what, we've got firing range, yeah, same set as we had in the first set of series. We're guaranteed to at least see Crash, which we haven't seen yet in any of them, and then maybe Crossfire, Search and Destroy. If I'm Tribes and you said they don't feel as good in Search, I just want to bang this out, close it out 3-4, don't get to a map 5.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Although if we do go to a map 5, Crossfire S&D is a really fun one to watch. With that really long lane right down the middle, the sniper play is absolutely critical. Just really beating the other team to that middle lane and getting those snipes off is huge. But I mean, obviously, Tribe and Truly want to get this one sealed as quick as possible.
Yeah, sniping, it like surprised me just because I don't have as much experience playing on mobile, like how much I liked it. Like, it almost reminded me of almost like playing with a mouse more than a controller, like how snappy and swipey you can be with it. Like almost like, you know, you're swiping your mouse, you just kind of, I don't know, it felt really snappy, like really fun. Like sniping is incredible on COD Mobile, but we'll see if that comes into play if we get to a map 5. But here we go, into the map 3. Just went to a round 11 in the search. What kind of game will we get here? We know how important an early B capture can be.
Ooh, was that a trip mine double kill from Fusion right there?
It might have been. I was gonna say, there are 2 pushing in and they just disappeared.
Yeah, that would be the trip mine.
That
also,
is tough.
Wow,
Their
Tectonic is using
blown off.
Yeah, the trip mines are a deadly force inside of this game. Also, Tectonic rocking the GKS. I love weapons. I'm sorry if I talk about them all the time.
No, you can talk about weapons all day. I will listen to your weapons. I think it's awesome that you're into this game and the weapons. I love it.
Oh yeah, man, it's crime of passion. Anyway, Tectonic though, with the GKS, that is a very surprising weapon. It's kind of like a little bit similar to the HD40, so I'm actually not entirely surprised that it did pop out with the HD40 nerf, but I'm really excited to see how Tectonic does perform with it. I believe right now top fragging, at least for Team Tribe, so it's going to be pretty interesting to see this thing. It's a very high skill capped weapon though. You have to be aiming for the head and the upper chest for sure.
Well, they've got a 3 cap right now. Everything going great for Tribe. They have got them locked in. They almost got C, but got caught again. The spawn trap is in. Tribe is rolling. The lead is growing so quickly. Finally, Truly OP is able to get it locked down. They're able to get C, but they're still in trouble. Tribe is going nuts early in this domination, looking for vengeance off the tough map to loss. I want to go to an Xperia dial in right now. Let's hear the comps from Tribe.
Contact with enemy.
Maven,
What in the hell was that?
Maven, I can't breathe. Hold on, give me a second.
I don't think someone got the wires crossed on audio, because that could not have been, that wasn't a listening. That was, we just hopped into like a preschool with like kids battling over a box of crayons.
Oh, I made out, I think, 3 words. Barely 3 words. I heard.
Listen, man, I have heard a lot of player comms in my career, and like the CDL players are crap. They are screaming, but you can understand what is being said. I don't know what I just listened to. That wasn't even English. I thought I was listening to aliens fight.
I spoke to them and I asked what their greatest strength was, and their response was our comms. So
what?
I mean, maybe they speak some, you know, it's just something we don't understand, Maven. I think that's just a little thing between the players, because wow.
Well, they're up 30. They're up 35. They're doing
whatever
great.
Whatever they're doing is working.
Keep screaming at each other in foreign dialects. It's working out, but that was something special. But truly, OP do have a 2-cap and a chance to rally back in this. We've seen some crazy comeback opportunities on this particular map and mode. Little slide back and snap there with the LG, but can't quite finish off the kill. Airstrike coming in over the top as well.
And I believe one of the players might have just gotten XS1, the mech. I think it was Childs. I haven't seen it pop out though, but I saw it in the feed. Oh, it got blown up. Zia had it, and Childs was able to blow it up there. I do know a couple other players still have access to their mechs, so we're going to have to see if they try to use that to kind of pivot the momentum here on Tribe's side at least. But right now, the biggest focus for Truly is just keeping that map control and maintaining control of B and C, for sure.
Yeah, I mean, it's like you're going to have to rely on a misplay from Tribe, I feel like, because at some point, right, you've called out a streak. The streak's sure to come in, the operators are going to come in. If they make one play and get B back, they likely can close out this game. You're going to have to hold out something insane. And look how close they are to finishing off B. It's a sliver away, but it's Aizu hitting the shots. All 3 will get on for the clearance, and Truly OP will hold on. Lead now down to 17.
Keeping it close in this matchup. Slowly but surely, Truly pulling back up to Tribe. Shots coming out from Fusion, not able to connect right there. And Tribe's gonna have to make a big play here. Looks like Tiprath was trying to get the reverse cap there, not able to do anything. Looks like Tribe will be able to reset. If you were Tribe, what are you doing here, Maven? What's the play?
Oh, to try and retake? I mean, I think it was kind of what I was saying. Like, behind an operator or a streak is how you're likely going to get through. B can be so difficult to capture, but maybe to slow it down. Like, you heard the comms from them, how crazy they were. You can't be going one by one trying to get a retake on a point like B. You need to group up and make some big plays for power positions. Just slow the game down, even if it's feeling like it's chaos. And so far, they've struggled to do that. But now an airstrike is going to be coming in. Stealth chopper as well. Truly OP is popping off. Lead change is imminent. A couple more ticks, but now they're going to go 2 down. Maybe this is a chance 3 down now. A chance for Tribe to pounce and at least get some position, but they don't really get anywhere behind that. Tectonic does have the Annihilator out. They get a 2-cap on A and C, so B will be left open. How long can they hold on to this? It's not easy to do.
I believe if Tribe is able to hold on to both points right now, if they do it for another maybe 30, 40 seconds, they will ice this one. So Truly is going to have to make a major play right now. And it looks like Tribe was going for B for a little bit there to try to get the domination.
Oh!
Predator. Jeez. That was a massive Predator. That XS1 could have been the difference.
Yeah. There's mechs coming in, but missiles will make the play. Tectonic doing it as well. The shot on point. The 3-cap is in. They clutch up at the tail end of this game. It feels like they're always having to go huge in the final moments. Here, they're able to do it again. Excellent stuff.
Might I add, I was talking about Tectonic and whether or not he'd be able to frag out with the GKS, and he did very, very well. I think he top fragged the entire match, I believe.
Up 2-1. Tribe get it done. How do they communicate with each other? How does anyone understand what's going on? How do they hear the gameplay? No one on planet Earth knows, but it doesn't matter. They get the win. And I have a headache.
Oh, me too. I'm still, jeez. I need to go get some water after that one for sure.
Oh, I'm just impressed. I'm just impressed. That was something special. They get the win. The comms were insane, but they know what they're doing. They told you it's one of their strong suits. It might be one of those things too, where like, you know, they're a good respawn team, right? And a lot of times with a good respawn team, you know, it's momentum, it's energy, it's flying around the map together, and maybe the comms like that just kind of keep them in a flow, keep them in a rhythm. But that was kind of why I was saying they need to slow it down, though, because sometimes when you're in that groove like that and then you struggle, like someone puts you on your back foot, the comps kind of have to slow down. The gameplay has to slow down. You have to make a couple big plays, and they were able to do that. They got that 3-down situation. They capitalized. They got A and C. They closed down the game. Crash Hardpoint coming up next, and Truly OP. We'll see if they can push us to a map 5.
Yeah, and I think one of the important things to keep in mind with this competitive play is that we are in a persistence meta, meaning most players won't be rocking UAVs, counter UAVs. A lot of players are running suppressors, so having those comms is really important, and I don't know if that level of comms is important, but it is really important to be communicating to your teammates where enemies are, because naturally you're not going to have that kind of vision in a match with the lack of UAVs and the suppressors and everything like that. So I think that would be one of the best ways to kind of explain, you know, that kind of communication level that they were having.
Yeah, it was something. Now, Crash coming up next. I don't think I've ever commentated Crash, because that was kind of before my time when I get into commentary. I've obviously played it quite a bit. It's a beautiful map. It's a fun map. I have some crazy memories from here when I was a kid, but yeah, I don't know what to expect, because I think even in our rotations that we had for esports way back in the day, I don't think Hardpoint was one of the actual modes on this particular map. So I don't know. I'm excited to see how it's going to play out between these two teams. But as I kind of said earlier, and you had highlighted Tribe, very confident in their respawn. The search was a little bit hit or miss. So close it out here if you're Tribe. Close it out here. If you're truly OP and you can take it and get to a map 5, you probably feel pretty good about your chances.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And one of the unique things to talk about with Hardpoint Crash specifically is that basically all of the points are in indoors. Essentially, there's only one that is kind of outdoors, and even then it does have a roof above that area. So it's going to be interesting to see how the Predators kind of play a part inside of this, because most of the times they're not going to be very effective. And I know that Predators are a very, very common score streak at the moment. So I'm going to be interested to see if the XS1s come out a lot. Typically, XS1 isn't, again, as I was saying before, something that's that popular inside of Hardpoint, but it will be interesting to see inside of this matchup.
Well, yeah, and I think what we've seen, even more than the number of XS1s being called in, is like how well teams have dealt with them, whether it's been the Predator missile, whether it's been the Annihilator. Like, I feel like there hasn't been one that's been on the map that long and been that big of an impact. Now, granted, the fact that you need to exhaust a streak or exhaust an operator or just focus it with gunfire, whatever it is taking attention away from the objective or taking attention away from other things. So the impact might still be there even if you don't get the kills, but I still have been impressed how fast they're dropping. Like, I feel like there hasn't been one that's lingered more than a couple of seconds and really made you big plays.
Yeah, and I think Tribe was doing something that's pretty unique too in that last matchup. They were using stealth choppers, which is something you barely ever see, and I think the plan with that was to kind of do what you were saying and really just take up that gunfire from the other team and just kind of distract them, allowing Tribe to kind of get on those points, which I think they did pretty well that match, and it's something we really haven't seen at all throughout the tournament.
Yeah, no, I mean, that's like not something we talk about in competitive play with streaks as much, because we didn't have them this year in Modern Warfare, but like historically, yeah, it's great when you get a lot of kills, but more importantly, sometimes it's just to clear people out of position, like just get people moving or get people distracted. Like, there's a lot more utility there, even if you're not getting a lot of kills. So now this is a little bit more insane than what I'm used to. There's a lot more streaks getting called in, and it's been wild to watch, but it's been a blast nonetheless. These two teams seem to be two teams that have a real chance to take a run. I think it's tough that they're matching up at the beginning of a quarterfinal. Like, they're matching up round one. You would hope you get more of a cupcake matchup and stay in the winner's side of it, but that might not be the case. Well, I definitely won't be the case.
Oh yeah. Here we go. Hardpoint crash. Excited to see this one. Just taking a peek at the weapons. A lot of ICRs, like on the side of Truly. I mean, I think they have 4 players with ICR, and then Z is sticking with his HD40. ICR, I believe, a weapon from Black Ops 3. I could be wrong.
It's been multiple titles, but yeah, it's a laser beam, man. It's a laser beam. As far as I remember the ICR, I like to run it because I like to shoot beams, and you can hit shots at range for sure. But the first blood will come in from Tribe.
Another important point of playing this map as well is just maintaining this building right here, this 3-story hotel, whatever you want to call it. Really big power position. Have vision everywhere. Yeah, absolutely. Really big part of the map.
Well, into the point with 30 seconds left goes Truly OP. The contest comes in from the other side. I think a couple players just got smoked. I didn't see who it was that picked up 2 from Tribe, but nutty bit of footwork and gunplay there from the Tribe side to hold on to the point, and they're going to go out to a massive lead to start. Truly OP only gets 3 points on the board. You're going to get, well, I thought a little under 40 if they held on, but the rotation going to come in for Tribe.
Yeah, and here we go. Childs and Tectonic picking up a couple kills right there, which should help them secure this next point potentially, as it sets up right now with 6 seconds to go before the points start rolling in.
And you've got, what, basically 4 players stacked up around them. 1 looks to try and hit the cutoff. Yeah, like 1 player trying to hold that angle. He gets tagged up, but that's huge, though. They have to focus him. So that was like 2 players have to turn and worry about him before they can even push up towards the hard point. So this is free time. There's, what, 15, 20 seconds milked off of this already, and no one from Truly OP has even been able to focus on the hard point. This might be a full 60 hold from Tribe.
Yeah, and this is something that I said I really expected from Tribe. With them being so structured, they're really good at just playing different parts of the map and really protecting the lanes that kind of lead up to the hardpoint, which, as you can tell right now, they have maybe 2 people inside the hardpoint and then multiple people surrounding. But as I say that, as you can tell, Truly breaks for a second, but Tribe back on, and then Truly overtakes again. Yeah, skirmish going on.
Truly's just struggling to find any kind of time. They'll get the scrap time here again, but this is another situation where Tribe's going to have the option to out-rotate. If you get into this kind of blender where you're breaking with 10 to 20 seconds left, great. Go ahead and enjoy those points. We'll go ahead and set up at the next hard point. Now, thankfully, with this versus what I'm used to, you have that lock, so you have a little bit of extra time to rotate out, maybe get an early break, and that's where they're going to be able to do it. So they're going to get set up inside. Now a chance for a rally for Truly OP. As Fusion just soaked up that objective time.
Yeah, I'm surprised. Is nobody making a push onto him, or is this truly able to defend? Seeing no Tribe players in the vicinity at all.
Here they come. Collapse is about to come through now. But that was a ton of time for Truly OP. I was just thinking with them breaking the 3-story, that was going to end up leading to time for Tribe, but they won the fight at the end of the hard point. They won the fight on rotation, too. That was just a massive moment for Truly OP to get them back in this game when they were getting blown out.
Yeah, absolutely. And looks like Tribe able to set up for the next here with 10 seconds to go in the past one. Truly just sitting on it right now, gaining points. Looks like they're going to get very close to Tribe.
I think Chales has Annihilator out, and he's hitting shots. He's up to 10 kills, leading all players currently. If we could hop over to Chales, I'm not even sure if our observers hear me.
Hardpoint lost.
And I think he just dropped. And he was only able to get 1 with the Annihilator, so he only picked up 1.
Looks like Tectonic and Bolu, though, able to play their Annihilators pretty well right there, picking up 3 different kills.
I'm hurt.
Hardpoint locked down.
Well, there's the break. They needed a big break. The early time went to Tribe. The break on through there for Truly OP. Back into the hard point. Maybe a chance for a lead change now if they can close it out.
Destroyed enemy's UAV.
And that'd be huge considering the 50 to 10 deficit or whatever it was to start the game. But just a couple more ticks, and now Truly OP are going to go out in front. They make the rally happen, Hawk.
Oh, yeah. Keeping it close, as the entire series has been so far.
Yep. Yeah, this has been literally every map, right? Just there's been like some big leads, but it feels like they disappear as quickly as they start. Every team's got the ice, just bringing it back. That's fire. So they're gonna dip and find a new position. Nice little snap back. Fusion again showing his movement and accuracy on point.
That was a disgusting 180.
Yeah, nice little bit of finesse there. And into the point go Tribe again. This time, can they hold on? As Truly's trying to group up and work the break. Fusion, though, as good as he looked right there, he's only got 4 kills in this particular game. Not that anyone on his team's really lighting it up exactly. I mean, if you look at the slang, it's pretty heavily favored over towards Tribe. When you have Childs at 12, Tectonic at 13, they've got the edge there, but not much of a lead behind it. But that makes me wonder, like, when it comes down to score streaks, when it comes down to some of these operators, are they going to have the edge when this goes down to the wire?
Yeah, I mean, right now, Tribe able to frag out successfully really, really well, but they're just not really able to stay on the point as well. I mean, obviously, the game is really close right now, but Truly is playing the point very well.
Hardpoint contested. Hardpoint lost.
Here we go. With this next hardpoint, technically, either team could close it out, and we're going to have basically a tie game. 1 point advantage to Tribe. Next hardpoint about to pop. Who can make the plays? Nice shots there from Sizu.
Like Sizu's position right now. Looks like Tectonic's going to take him out, though. That's an SMG, by the way. That was an incredible laser. Wow.
Okay. Now he's going to pull out his second Annihilator. Can he get the shots? Catches one in the corner, into the hard point he goes. More around the edge behind the smoke, but I think his teammates trying to pick up that angle. He's just kind of waiting for them to help. Doesn't want to drop with his Annihilators. Got to hit the shots. Hits one. The other. Running scared for now, though. He's going to get electrocuted. He's going to fall. That's a big play to take the Annihilator out of play, but it's still going to be a Tribe inside of the point. Narrow going huge as well. The swarm near the mid chopper in from Truly OP. They cleared them out of the point for now. But they still both can technically win it now with that contest. Truly OP no longer able to do it. Leon's got the angle from the top, and the LMG is on point. And I believe you see a mech is now in play. The mech is in play. A little time to go.
And perfect setup right now, too, especially since the next point is going to be inside of this building. And obviously, this should be the point that one of the teams do win on. I believe Tribe only needs 22 points, and Truly, everyone's sending it in. Sentry gun goes down right there. Oh, my goodness.
You're not running through my mech because it's a freaking mech. Tribe is inside. 5 points to go. The robots locking it down. Tribe looking to close out the series, and that will get Tribe go big, and that's what I was worried about. At the slaying edge throughout the course of the game, you got to think the heavy hitters were going to come in late, and they did. Hawks, what did you like from Tribe?
Well, I mean, as I said before, in that map, I was really expecting to be a big XS1 play because, again, Predators just can't counter it inside of that. And with that building being the way that it's set up, it's hard to get anything in there. So that preparation from Childs, him waiting to take the XS1 out, and just, I mean, that right there sealed the game for sure.
What an unbelievable series. Unbelievable stuff. It really felt like either of those two teams can win it all. Like, it's unfortunate, as I kind of said during that map, I think that if you're truly OP, you have to play a first round against a team that is that good. Like, you would hope that you maybe have someone a little bit easier to walk through, but that is not the case. But to join us again, it's the wonderful Golden Boy. How are you doing, Golden Boy?
Oh, I'm doing great. Apparently having now, just as I come on screen, I'm having
it's fine. You look good.
Yeah, always. Always. What can I say?
It's COVID, man. We're all online. We're at our houses. There's lightning and internet issues.
Yeah.
And PCs can explode. Just things can happen, Alex, and we have to roll with the punches.
Exactly. But I will say this much, though. That was certainly, I feel like I kind of did that game a disservice at the beginning of this setup here, because, you know, I didn't really know much about Truly OP, but it's very clear that they wanted to make a statement, and a statement they certainly did make. In fact, I would even go as far as to say that they are looking to be a really dominant team in that lower bracket. Tribe really had to pull out all the punches here, Hawksnest, in order for them to try and get back into this game. They did so in glorious fashion on Crash Hardpoint. Your thoughts, though, on Tribe and the preparation that they took to get up to this point. Now, and also to add a second question to that, correct me if I'm wrong here, I'm almost certain that listening was Tribe, if I'm correct.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Indeed.
Wait, did you hear that? I was hoping you were there.
I did. I was bewildered. That's the word. That's
well, Alex, let's have a dialogue. Because you and I have cast a lot of Call of Duty, and we have heard teams that are kind of like that, like in the history of Call of Duty, that are screaming. They do the triple call out where like they say it 3 times, but usually, I guess I feel like I listen to it and can kind of understand what's going on, even if it's crazy. I have literally no idea what that was.
Yeah, I honestly have no.
I don't know if it's the audio quality or something, but it just sounded like.
No.
It sounded like a zoo.
But they said Hawks that was their strong point, was their communication. What can you discern from that though? What do you take from that? Does it sound like they're prepared to win this whole thing?
I mean, if they're confident in that method, I mean, all the power to them, right? But again, as I was saying before, this is one of the most structured teams in this entire tournament. They have a manager, they got a coach, they have everything around them, and they're scrimming super often. So as much as like we don't understand it, they've been doing this, I mean, 5 to 6 hours a day, just kind of learning each other, learning each other's voices, and trying to learn exactly what they need to be calling out. So definitely a method to their madness.
Well, it was very close, and it took a Herculean effort on Crash Hardpoint in order for them to close out the series 3-1 versus Truly OP. But we're going to send it to a quick commercial break. When we come back, we are actually going to have words from Tribe's very own Bolu, who's going to be joining us here. Perhaps we can talk to him about what that listen-in was all about, that dial-in thanks to Xperia. But of course, the day belongs to Tribe. Don't go anywhere. So we have plenty more Call of Duty Mobile coming at you after this.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. Golden Boy here, your host, and it has certainly been quite the turnaround from our first few matches to where we are right now, because that Tribe Truly OP match was really incredible to watch through and through. And joining me right now is actually one of the players from Tribe. We have Bolu standing by. Bolu, how you doing, buddy?
I'm good. How are you?
Good. I can't hear you at the moment. I don't know if that's the production could fix that for me, but it's all good. It's all good. In any case, no, not muted, not unmuted. In any case, so I did want to ask you about the listen. We heard a listen-in with you guys that was honestly chaotic. That's the best way I could put it. Is that a normal day of communication for Tribe Gaming?
Of course, it's obviously, you can say there's even more chaos. But we pride ourselves in having the best comms in the game, and hopefully we show that there. We always have some crazy comms. You just gotta get practice, in understanding it.
No, hey, all the power to you. If it works for you, right, there's no reason for you to make any kind of adjustments. Like, clearly it's something that has been highlighted by not only Hawks and Bobby, but also just from us watching, right, that it stood out to us, which is pretty awesome. Now let's talk about the matchup, because Truly OP were looking really, really good. Did you expect them to come out that aggressively? What was the game plan versus that team?
We didn't expect them to play that well, because last time we played them, we're in the same region. We played them a long time, but they definitely, gave us a run for their money. They played really well, and I'm very surprised how they performed. It's definitely one of the harder wins that we had to win, and we stuck to our game plan, with every team, and we won up. We won.
Yeah, of course, right? Hey, man, like I said before, when it comes to your comms, the same thing. When it comes to your play style, right? You just gotta stick to the game plan and hope that it ends up working. Speaking of the game plan, as a matter of fact, something that was brought up quite a few times is the structure that Tribe Gaming has. You guys put a lot of work to really game plan at a professional level that you would see in other esports, but you're bringing that here to COD Mobile. How important has that preparation been for you all as you got ready for one of the biggest Call of Duty Mobile tournaments of all time?
Well, to basically get to the stage where we've been at, it definitely takes a lot of practice, and I feel like we've put in the most work out of any other team to get to this point. It's definitely been a lot of struggles through many months. But we're here now, and we're just ready to display our skill today and move on to the bracket. It's work.
Of course. And last question. So you guys are going to be going up against XSET in Winners Round 2. That's going to be taking place in a little bit. Have you guys, I guess, how are you feeling about that matchup, right? They looked really strong, 3-0 on their end, defeating Team Vile with, I can only imagine, relative ease. Your thoughts on XSET and whether or not you guys are ready for that challenge?
We're definitely ready. They should bring their A game, right? I feel like they're scared of us, and we know that we're the favorites to win this match, and we just got to show up and play our game and play in our game plan, and take the win.
All right, man. Well, I appreciate you so much, brother. Thank you for your time. Best of luck in your upcoming matchup against XSET. It's going to be a good one, and I'm very much looking forward to checking that out. But folks, we're going to take a quick break, and when we return, we're going to continue onward with our matches. You don't want to miss it. This is the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. We'll see you on the other side.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile, because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
And we're back, folks. Welcome. This is the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. I'm your host, Golden Boy, now joined by Bobby Plays and Hawks Nest, as we're going to break down our upcoming matchup. It's going to be Nova taking on Strike Zone. And what's been interesting about this one as it's developed is that Strike Zone coming into this one as a relative unknown, a wild card. And we'll discuss that in a little bit. But for now, let's focus on Nova, who have been, I would say, like, a lot of people have them rated Hawks in their top 3. I've been seeing it throughout some of the docs that you prepared. How do you feel about this team?
I think this is definitely one of the top contenders in the entire tournament, one of the more organized teams. I did speak to them, and they said, unlike Tribe, one of their biggest flaws is their communications. They are a very quiet team. Sometimes they struggle with being able to get the call-outs and just stay on the same page. So I think that is something that they are going to need to work on, and I think that's one of the things that will affect their S&D play the most. But they did say they're very confident respawn players, which we're going to be watching them right now inside of, I believe, inside of Hardpoint on Crash.
Yeah, this is looking to be a really interesting one. Looking at some of the KD, Strike Zone actually had just some absolutely ridiculous numbers, so I'm seeing if that is going to convert into their matchup up against Nova. Vitali actually missed out on some easy shots, and Poppy comes through with the axe, so it will be Strike Zone on top off the start here. We saw them dominate in game 1, and it looks like the underdog of this tournament may be able to cause some issues for Nova as well, as they start off with a 37-0 start.
Very, very, very strong early lead here, and one thing I'm excited to watch is Saxy with that shotgun. We've seen him throughout the tournament using the shotgun. I don't know if he's brought out the Echo too much, but that is going to be exciting to see what he can do with that, especially when he is playing inside of the points.
And right now, it looks almost like Poppy is preparing to be an Axe primary player for the duration of this game. I've seen 3 Axe kills come in for him so far. I don't know if that's a flex for him, or if the Axe is actually just that good. I feel like the last few days when I've been playing, I've actually gotten hit by the Axe quite a few times, and it's working for them right now. 55-7 off the start. We do finally have Nova on the hard point, but Strike Zone looking phenomenal so far.
Here it comes. Here it comes. I want to see one kill right here. Oh, he's going to go down to a trim line inside of the point right there. And if anyone hasn't really tried to melee that much, hasn't tried the axe, the baseball bat, the knife, it is tough, especially against these players that are using guns that can kill you extremely fast. To see him getting 3 kills like that is absurd. You have to have insane movement, which most of these players, I mean, they have really, really good movement. Sliding around, jumping, just all kinds of crazy stuff.
Yeah, we saw Saxy on the hard point. He had the Echo out for a little bit, has since made the switch over to the DRH, and I think he's actually picked up both right now. We see him with 6 kills on the board. Lewis and Decipher both struggling a lot off the start, as is Saints for Strike Zone. I believe Saints was actually one of their top fraggers through the first few games, but stuck down at 0 kills. It will be Strike Zone on the hard point, and this is definitely one of the game-changing hard points. Control on this one will tend to give you control of spawns, as well as allowing you to rotate over toward P4 relatively quickly. This is going to be the one that we're probably going to see these teams fight for the most, and with Lewis holding it down, getting the frag right there, it's going to be big for Nova.
Yeah, absolutely. And Bobby, I got a question. I know we talked about SC kind of being the underdog right now, and Nova being one of the teams that have kind of shined, and basically all other teams agree is a top team. Do you think SC could pull it out? Because right now they're doing really solid, keeping pace with Nova.
I mean, if you look at the kill distribution, they have just been so consistent. Nobody below 7 kills, especially in this persistence meta like we talked about before. That's going to play a really big role for them as those score streaks start to stack up, as well as the operator skills. So most players for Strike Zone should have those operators charged up, ready to go. If they don't have the initial control of P4, which it looks like is going to go over to Nova, more than likely we're going to see those operators and score streaks start to get called in, and it could result in an easy break for them.
Also, while you were talking there, Saxy was able to get a couple kills with a baseball bat. I don't know what's going on with this match in Melee, but wow.
Yeah,
that is extremely difficult.
I don't know what it is, but the other day, I don't know if they buffed the range of the melees, but they have been dominating so far. No surprise to see Saxy with 13 kills on the board. Poppy holding the Echo, trying to hold these tight angles. Not necessarily a location that you need to be holding with an Echo, given that we've already rotated toward the next hard point. So we do have Nova picking up some easy time on the hill. Strike Zone pretty much already sent all of their players over to the next hard point. Not too surprising to see, given that this 5th hard point is one of the most difficult to break in the game. The only 2 ways up are through the ladder or through the stairs, so that typically makes them relatively easy to defend. But with the Cypher sliding through with the Annihilator, this could be a game-changing break coming in for Nova.
Yeah, absolutely. Setting up for the next hard point here. If Nova is able to hold it for just 30 seconds here, they will be able to get the W. If Strike Zone wants it, they're going to have to hold this along with another one for its entirety. Going to be big here, but Strike Zone starting off, being able to hold it. As you can tell, Band is currently on it with the rest of Strike Zone, holding all of the area around it, keeping really nice map control here as Nova tries to push up.
Yeah, Poppy's going to go up into the hard point. He's got that echo, so you want to be able to hold the tight angle. Shoot's not able to get the RPG out. That will be an easy kill coming in for Nova. Looking like they're getting closer to the break right here. We see a waste of gravity spikes on the bottom side. That's going to be a free kill coming in for AY. Now only 2 players on the point for FZ. We got the contest coming in. It looks like it's going to be a break, and it's going to be a big one. They'll be able to get the rest of the time right here, and that should put them up close to around 140, heading in to the first hard point with only 112 points. That's going to put a lot of pressure on Strike Zone. Is not only are they going to need to get the majority of this time, but they can't give away any spill time on that next hard point either.
Yeah, and A just used his, or AY rather, just used his Predator, which personally I would have held because this hardpoint is obviously pretty much the only hardpoint on this entire map that you can actually use. And as you can see, Vitali calling in a Predator right there, able to pick up 2 kills. And now just 8 points left for Nova. See what they can do.
we had Poppy getting the break right there, but with Saxby with top 3-story control with that chopper, there's not a whole lot Strike Zone's going to be able to do. They get the break for the time being, but with a War Machine on the way, they stay alive. I can't believe they made it out of that. They knocked out the War Machine. They've got control of the hard point. If we don't see a contest out of Nova, Strike Zone could very well win this. They've got 2 players on the point. They got people rotated toward next. They've got 3-story control. This is absolute disaster for Nova right now. They're not getting anyone anywhere close. AY laying down shots onto the hill, but Strike Zone continues to take upward. He's got to go through the Molotov to get in there. They can still win it on this hill. Lewis pushes up. They get control. Nobody's on the hard point. And it's Nova coming out on top, 150 to 145.
Bobby, wow. That was the closest match I've seen so far, easily. That was, I can't believe Saxy jumped off the 3-story there, the tall building. I mean, if he was able to maintain that, I feel like he could have had a 3-piece with the chopper up there. Nobody was contesting him. Could have been an easy triple for the win, but I mean, they still managed to get it, but whew, that was very close.
I'm still trying to figure out how that happened. There was just so much happening at one time. We had a really crucial break coming in on that hard point. You can see the replay of it right here. So this is the initial time that SC is hopping onto the hill. We got Lewis inside the 3-story. You can see that SC was able to take total 3-story control. But being at 149, there's just absolutely no margin for error. So if you're SZ, you've got to think you try to send the majority of your players toward the hard point, just so that if somebody dies off, you can send the rest of them in.
Yeah, for sure. And as you can tell right here, I thought they had it in this moment as AY went down, but it looks like that Nova was able to get a couple trades there, and then right there is so close. Wow, XS1 feet away from at least contesting the hard point.
So I guess Hi didn't see him coming in from that long alley angle over toward the B side. Because he wasn't able to spot that player, they were able to slide on, get the 1 point that they needed. Like you said, only feet away from entering the hard point, but it wasn't quite enough time. So Strike Zone, who we said was going to be a wild card, giving Nova a big run for their money. Even though they weren't able to clutch that one out right there, they got a really big break on P5, and they just had some absolutely phenomenal plays. I'm really excited to see how this is going to play in for Search and Destroy.
I absolutely agree. Strike Zone surprises me personally. Both of these teams in the prior round did 3-0 their opponent, so I expected something close, but that close, I don't know. That was still an incredible match for sure.
Yeah, we're going to go ahead and hop into our other matchup. So this is going to be Team Fear going up against Gene. And it looks like off the start, pretty passive approach for both teams. We do have the plant coming in over on the B side for Fear, so that should put the pressure over onto Gene. Pretty spread out and not really set up for a retake right now. it's definitely going to be challenging for them.
Now, one thing I do like about Team Fear is, I mean, this is a fun little fact, but Sheed and Zohan are actually twin brothers, so their chemistry should be, I mean, out of this world. It should be insane, but S&D is one of the modes that they did consider their best mode, so I'm excited to see what they can do here, but already it looks like they are going to be 2 men up on Gene Gaming. Gene currently with 2 people left, soon to be 1 if Piano goes down. Oh, they're keeping it close, down to a 2v1 or 3v1. Looks like Coding is going to take a big peek right there instead of staying on the head glitch, and he's going to go down. First round going to the side of Fear.
Yeah, Sheed hitting some big shots right there for Fear. So obviously this is the losers bracket. Both of these teams right now trying to stay alive, knowing that if they lose this match, they will be out of stage 4 altogether. We do have Fear taking game 1 in Hardpoint as well, so if you're a Fear fan, definitely happy with the way your team is playing right now. Still playing pretty passive off the start. We've got people all around the A site. We like to call it the pizza slice, but no first blood coming in quite yet.
You know what I like about the pizza slice? There's pepperoni. You see that? The little dots all over the place. Can't have pizza without pepperoni.
I never even realized that before.
Yep.
Wow.
I thought that's why we called it pizza, but you know what?
So inside, there's actually like lines on the floor going out from the middle. That was the main reason that I called it the pizza slice, but it looks like Fear is pretty content to stay away from the pizza, given the fact that they've been given a free B plant once again. So we talked about this before. Gene Gaming, very, very content to give up the free B plant every single time. It's not really worked out for them so far. So I'm interested to see if we see some sort of a change of approach. We've got somebody going for the defuse. He very nearly got the ninja defuse right there, but it is Sheed sliding the corner and able to pick up the kill, and very nearly a huge missed opportunity for Fear. We are going to go ahead and take a look at our winners bracket match as well. We are going to be playing Search and Destroy, this time over on Standoff. So one of my personal favorites. Excited to see how these two teams are going to match up. We got Vitaly on the sniper for Nova, Poppy on the sniper for Strike Zone. Should be interesting to see who's going to win the best of that battle.
I'm liking this push right now from II. With the Echo, he's going to rotate around the back, just trying to see if he can get any picks here. Plant is coming out from Saints.
Yeah,
they are spread out all over the map.
Typically on Standoff, we will see these teams most of the time going for the A plant. Poppy's able to pick up the snipe right there, so it will be a one-man advantage coming in for Strike. Nova, AY, and Vitaly still alive, but Vitaly lands the snipe onto Saints. Now a 2v2, a little bit more manageable. He's got the bat out. And the melee has played such a big role so far, which is not something I ever thought I would say in competitive play, but he's on the bomb site. He doesn't want to use the sniper, and it actually ends up backfiring right there, as it's going to be a free defuse coming in for Nova, and they will take the 1-0 lead.
You know what? The bat, or just melee weapons in general, is quite literally a hit or miss. You either hit or you miss.
I mean, that's pretty much the most accurate way you could have possibly described it, so I like the visual depiction right there. Vitaly actually with 4 kills off the start, so once again, seeing the dominance of the sniper in Search and Destroy. They're going to full send over toward the A site again. We'll see whether or not Nova's able to defend, as they've sent most players over toward the deli area. Poppy tries to land the wall bang through one of those windows. Not able to make it happen quite yet, and Decipher picks up the first blood onto High.
We're seeing some very early plants on right now. Some very, very early plants. Is that something that we typically see inside of Standoff, would you say?
Yeah, Standoff teams will typically push with a really aggressive A push. If they're able to make it in there without getting taken out, that we'll usually see a really quick A plant. So a little bit different strategy from most other maps. It is going to be Sexy all by himself. If there's anybody that can make this happen for Nova, I think it would be him. But with only a chopper and 3 players alive, he's not going to be able to do anything about it. Strike Zone is going to be able to even things up at 1-1 right there. And looks like we are going to have ourselves another nice, entertaining close game.
Yeah, and in a situation like that where you're 1v4 with the chopper, it's always going to be difficult because typically in a situation like that, you'd want something with a lot faster reaction time. Typically the chopper is a weapon you kind of sit back, go for wall bangs, get picks, but when you're in a situation where you have to get aggressive and there's going to be players surrounding you, definitely want to be using something a little bit closer to a QQ9.
Yeah, and I'm a little bit surprised to see Saxy using the chopper. I know it's a gun that he's used before, but number one, he's with shotgun players in the game. Number two, this is search and destroy. So typically the player with the better reaction time is going to benefit, and it's just so difficult to have a quick reaction time around a corner like that with an LMG. So we see AY pulling out the shotgun himself, picks up the frag onto Poppy. It's now a one-man advantage right here. 2 players around the corner. He gets 1 frag, but 2 come in for SZ. Decipher picks 1 up. It's now a 1v1. Desi gonna send the RPG around the corner. Won't land to Band right there. He's already got 5 kills. About to slide the corner right here. Taking shots are both players. He's barely alive right now. Gonna need a defuse momentarily. He's able to get the frag, and that will be the defuse coming in for Nova Esports.
Desi right there.
Yeah, beautifully played by him.
Ready for the next round.
I feel like Nova needs a little bit more sniper play. I mean, we're seeing on the side of SG, they're able to pull off the sniper plays really well. I believe, I don't know who the sniper is exactly, but he's doing well.
Poppy,
yeah.
Yeah, we got Poppy sniping for SZ. Vitali had 4 kills in that first round, so we know he's capable of doing it, but has not really had any impact ever since that first round. Poppy in the top of shops right there. Now peeking across mid to see if he can pick up another one. Nova players dropping left and right as Band gets the double kill. High picks up shots onto Nova as well. And it is probably going to be a quick 5-0 round coming in for Strike.
It's not over yet.
Yeah, very fast. Also, apologies there. I meant to say that Vitali was shredding it up with the Locust, but the sniper play on the side of SC is kind of lacking at the moment.
Destroy the
yeah, it seems like we've seen Nova get more and more aggressive throughout the round, which has honestly not gone their way. Strike Zone taking 2 rounds in a row. We've seen Strike Zone get more and more oppressive, so it actually is going their way. And we can see they're able to get onto the site very quickly. Band's already got 8 kills. Poppy pulling out the bat. He picks up another one onto Decipher. Now a 1-man advantage for Strike Zone. AY with the shotgun. It doesn't matter. Bat greater than shotgun. Don't at me. Vitali drops in Strike Zone, now taking the lead 3-2.
The beauty of the bat is no hit markers.
That's 100% factual. If you land a shot, guaranteed kill. It has 100% lethality.
Absolutely. Oh man, I want to see it again. I want to see another melee play. It's just so satisfying to me to see it every single time.
And it's so odd. I have not seen this in really any of the other regions as far as competitive play goes for Stage 4, but you can see players on both teams really making it work right now. SC Band already up to 10 kills. He is frying right now. 2 kills per round so far. We'll see whether or not that's something he's going to be able to keep up.
Yeah, absolutely. And staying on the topic of melees.
The enemy has the bomb. The bomb has been planted.
I mean, I think some of these players have higher KDs with melee weapons than they do with their ARs and snipers, so I would not be too surprised to see it. Band continuing to fry. 12 kills now for him. 1 player will remain as Poppy picks up another bat kill. Decipher drops, and it is once again Band getting the defuse right here, and Strike Zone looking like they may be able to pull off the search and destroy and trying to come away with the upset.
Destroy the objective. They have the bomb.
Grenade out!
In Call of Duty Mobile, so Strike Zone seems to have all the momentum going their way. I believe this is 4 rounds in a row going to them. No first blood yet, so they will once again be at the advantage. Poppy trying to land shots through the building right there, and Band able to do a lot of damage with that thermite. We see thermites coming in over there as well. Poppy's corners gets another bat kill. The bats are dominating. Hi is going to be the only one remaining. He's going to need to reload. Can't hit the shots. Nova Esports finally able to turn things around and take a round as they move us to 3-4.
Destroy the objective.
I mean, it really seems like it's something that they've practiced so far. It doesn't even seem like something they're doing reactionary, but it seems almost calculated as we've seen so many back kills come in, especially for Poppy, who's not using a long-range gun. He's using an Echo, so typically that's what you're going to be using in close-range encounters, but the bat just working better for him right now. We do have first blood coming in for Saints, able to get 2 right there. With the bomb down, looking really good for Strike Zone. We get Saints picking up another right there. Another will drop, and just like that, everybody for Nova Esports is dead. And it is now game point for Strike Zone.
Bomb defused.
Yeah, this is very surprising to me. I mean, Strike Zone, again, they've shown up, but definitely the wild card in this matchup between Nova and, I mean, they're playing extremely well right now, especially Band with the 13 kills at the moment. Basically, their team isn't playing quite as consistent in terms of the kills, but they do have that big fragger with Band and Saints, as well as Poppy showing up as well, for sure.
Yeah, we talked in the first matchup about how they had such high KDs, and we weren't sure whether or not that was something that was the result of just a bad opponent, or if they were really that much of a contender. So we do see 3 players from Strike Zone dropping off the start. Lewis is going to send an in through the window right there. Didn't click it quite long enough, so one player still top side, not able to land shots yet. 2 players sliding the corner. Trade coming in as Lewis takes out Band. Now a 1v2, taken out by Poppy with the bat. Unfortunately for him, Vitali spots him with the AR, and it will be 5-4 advantage, still going the way of Strike Zone.
Man, AY has been fragging out so far inside of S&D. He was going into this match, he was the leader for S&D KD, but right now he has been a little bit quieter. We haven't seen him show up as much, but as you can tell, there is a pretty good degree of consistency among Nova right now. They're definitely going to have to keep that up and play together as a unit. And it looks like Trophy System is going to take out shots right there.
No.
Wait, was that
Decipher shot the RPG and killed his teammate with it because it was the opposing player's RPG. Just like that, Strike Zone is up a 1v4. Saints lands the shot, Vitali drops, and Strike Zone comes away with the win.
Oh, Bobby, I mean, what do you think about that match? What went wrong for Nova?
Ultimately, the bat play for Strike Zone was just too good. I mean, all around, Strike Zone was cooking. Band played a really big role for them. We saw him absolutely frying. I think he came away with 13 or so kills, so he was definitely playing a big factor for them. But just a really unusual game to see melees coming in. Very big kill disparity between top and bottom frag for Strike Zone, but they had really good consistency from those top fraggers, and because of that, they were able to come away with the win. Seeing the way that the first game played out, do you think there's a shot that they could come away with the domination here, even though they did lose the first respawn?
I believe SC said that they do feel pretty confident heading into domination, so I could certainly see it happening. I do think it'll be tough. I personally think Nova could walk away with this pretty dominantly, but based on their confidence level, I wouldn't doubt it. They did say Dom is one of their best modes.
Yeah, it seems like we could very well have our first 5-game series of the day based on how everything has gone so far. We are going to go ahead and take a break, but whenever we come back, we will be hopping into Game 3, which will be domination. So don't go anywhere, and we'll see you guys when we come back.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Definitely going to be an entertaining one as we get ready to hop into Domination Meltdown. Definitely going to be absolute chaos, especially with equal access on both sides to that B site. We're going to see a lot of Molotovs come into play. What are you expecting in this matchup, Hawks?
I think Nova personally. I think Nova could take it. We'll see how it goes, but it really boils down to the team that's able to get early B access. As you said before, the B's location, it's just a very difficult one to take. A lot of Molotovs coming in, cluster strikes, things like that. So getting an early B pick and just covering the generators area is going to be really big for the team to actually, or whatever team gets it, is definitely going to be set up in a really solid position.
Yeah, this has been an absolute blast to watch so far. We saw in the first game, we had away with the win. So that game itself was just absolutely phenomenal to watch. I'm interested to see whether or not that's going to convert over to domination as well. As you guys are going to see right here, we'll be on Meltdown, and then since we will 100% be moving on to a fourth game, after that we'll be moving to Hardpoint. If we get a tie after that, it will be firing range, search and destroy to close this one out. Definitely interested to see what type of role the score streaks are going to play in this one. What are you expecting to see use the most, Hawks?
Well, it's going to be tough. Typically persistence with XS1s is huge. I don't know. It just seems like mobility and getting around the map is going to be really big here too. If a team is able to just lock down B, then it's going to be a big focus for the team that doesn't have B to get around and take the other team's home point. So I don't really know. It's going to be interesting to see the score streak play in this map for sure.
Yep, it looks like we are going to hop back into the action. As you guys will see, we do have Strike Zone as the red team, Nova as blue. Both teams already pushing up for that B flag high, trying to land the wall bang, not able to land anything quite yet, and actually ends up getting flanked right there by Saxy. I'm really excited to see that he has pulled out the shotgun again. That's something we've really known him for. We saw him trying to use the chopper LMG a lot last game, and it really didn't pay off for him. However, it does look like SZ is going to get a really early B cap. That's going to be huge for them.
Wow, Nova was just a sliver away from capping it. They left one person on their own point, had 4 people sending directly at B, which seemed to work, and then, again, just a sliver away, and SZ was able to turn it around and take it. Saxy with the 2 back kills, by the way.
Oh my gosh. And it looks like that's something we're going to continue to see all day. And just like that, Nova with a retake. That was shockingly quick. They did have, I believe, 5 people on site. So once they got the trophy system down, that was basically a guaranteed cap for them. But Shoot coming back for Strike Zone, laying down some nice shots there. Does spot a couple people across generators. That's going to be another crucial hard hold point on this map. We see Shoot picking up another kill right there.
Wow.
And just like that, Strike Zone with the retake. We thought that controlling B was going to be the crucial thing right here, but neither team really able to stay alive very long so far.
I think it does boil down to generator control too, because right now neither a team able to control it, so it's just a constant B swap. But if one of these teams is able to maintain that, they could hold on to B for as long as they wanted to. It is really just about keeping vision on that opposite lane.
And we've seen Nova pretty consistently push in through the pizza slice to allow them to get a good flank on this mid angle. We see AY laying down shots right there to hop onto the B flag.
Flip?
Everybody has cleared out, and we have another retake. So right now, it doesn't look like there's any clear favorite. If you look at the kill count, it looks like it's going big time the way of Strike Zone, with High up at 6, Bandit 5, Shoot at 4, Saints just moved up to 5 as well. Do you think that's going to play a big role the further we get into the game?
Yeah, absolutely. And just looking back at what I talked about with Nova, I mean, they said their worst mode is domination, and I believe they said that because their comms they kind of lose them sometimes, especially when they're down. They have a tough time kind of pulling back up, but right now they're able to stay close, and I mean, we can't really hear what they're saying right now, but I imagine the comms are pretty good. They've been able to stay together as a team and flip the B every once in a while, so seems like they're able to play together pretty well at the moment.
Yeah, we are pretty much tied up right now, and looking like this is going to be another one that comes down to the wire. Same as what we saw with Hardpoint for them. Interesting move right here. Strike Zone actually going for the flip. It backfires in a big way as we see a bunch of kills coming in for Lewis and Decipher. That will allow them to not only protect the A flag, that'll reset the push coming in from Strike Zone. That'll allow them to stack up their score streaks as well. Decipher not landing the shots right there as Shoot takes him out. And Saxy content to hold the inside of this boiler room. He's got that Echo shotgun, but just not able to land the shots right there despite the fast rate of fire. And that will allow a quick attempted retake from Strike Zone, but actually taken out by the grab spikes.
Yep, and I like what Saxy was doing there. I like him staying in generator with the Echo. It gives him the ability to just really gatekeep and make sure nobody comes through the windows, and if anyone does go on the point, he's able to take him out. But as we saw, he wasn't able to connect on shots right there, but still having a very solid game. Nova's being, every player in this game right now is being extremely consistent for sure. We don't really have any underperformers.
Enemy has A.
And honestly, that's an approach that I've seen from a lot of Echo players in different regions. I think of Carly from the Rejects team over in Japan. He used the exact same strategy on Meltdown Domination, controlling that boiler room with the Echo. You can see Saxy, exact same approach right here. He's looking to push across, but the pre-fire coming in from Shoot is going to be too much. They do have players on site. Vitali not spotting the player in the corner, but it's a potato fest. He finally gets the kill, taken out by Shoot. Nobody with control of the B flag, and this is chaos. Poppy wins the gunfight, but taken out by the bat from Saxy, and he has returned as the bat primary.
I love to see it. And yeah, this second round is shaping up to be much more like what we were saying. This B control is both teams are struggling for it right now. Just constant kills coming out. Neither team really able to establish dominance in the B area.
Yeah, we're seeing the control of that generator side be so crucial so far. A little bit of progress coming in for Nova Esports, but now that we got the operators in, we got the cluster strikes in, it looks like Strike Zone may be able to take this. Saxy's going to try to slide the corner. He's not able to win the gunfight as he's taken out by the RPG. 2 players on the B flag, but they're still not able to get it. Nova capitalizes. They got 3 players there. It may be a B cap, but the grab spikes from Saints. Lewis dodges. Saints is still on site. Nobody taking B.
We're like 2 minutes into the second half. We're roughly around there, and still nobody getting B right now.
And
we have to see plays from Saxy here if he wants to be able to help his team get B. He has to be able to hit those shots because this is his area. Also an XS1 coming out as well. Looks like it's at about a quarter HP.
And
Saxy just trying to get some points.
The cluster strikes are just all over the place. We see Cypher calling in the Pred missile. Saxy finally alone on the hard point. They're going to send in a Molotov. He's going to tank the damage anyway. And finally, we see Nova Esports coming away with the point about 2 minutes into this half. So it's not like they did it quickly. Could turn around pretty quickly as we see Strike Zone with pretty good control in this mid side, but AY with the grab spikes, triple kill coming in for Strike Zone. Just an absolute mess. That sentry gun causing all sorts of issues for them. Still not able to take it out. Man continues to spray, and it takes him out anyway as Lewis is on the other side.
The amount of score streak and operator play in this game has been absurd. It's just a slugfest for B right now with as much explosives as you can get.
Yeah, this is without a doubt been one of the messiest halves of Call of Duty Mobile that I have ever seen, but it looks like we're getting pretty close to the area where Strike Zone's gonna need the triple cap in order to get the win. With that kill coming in and the failure to take B, it will now require a triple cap for Strike Zone. They are able to get some explosives on site, but without the B flag, it's not gonna mean a thing. Vitaly's just hard scoping with his FHJ. He's gonna get taken out, but it looks like it's going to be too little, too late for Strike Zone.
Yep, this is going to be Nova's game. But an XS1 Goliath comes out just for the fun of it.
Yeah, and they will be able to retake the B flag. They've got players trying to push over towards C, but one lone player in Saints not going to be able to do a whole lot. We see the cluster strike coming in. Vitaly on the back side of that C flag. He's got the Goliath. Nobody's coming close to touching it. And Nova Esports comes away with the win to put them up 2-1. I mean, that was just absolute chaos. What do you take away from a game like that?
Meltdown domination is solely about B, as we said before. I predicted that someone would get B and the other team would try to reverse around and get the other team's home point, but we didn't see that at all. It was just a constant, as I said, slugfest on B. It was cluster strikes. It was gravity spikes. It was all the Ikes on B the entire time.
Yeah, that was absolutely crazy to watch. It was interesting how different the first half was from the second half, because in the first half, we saw nonstop, this team has B, this team has B, Nova, Strike Zone, Nova, Strike Zone. And then in the second half, Nova was able to hold it for the entire duration. What were they able to do right there that allowed them to turn the tides?
I think Saxy started to kind of adapt to what he was supposed to be doing a little bit better. Outside of that, it's tough to say. I think they just really were able to kind of have better map awareness and keep their positioning a lot tighter so that they could see when the players would be trying to overtake B, and they were able to get those kills. I think it just came down to being able to outgun the other team for sure.
Yeah, we are going to be getting ready to hop into Summit Hardpoint right here. This is another very strategic map that I'm interested to watch. One of the big things about Summit Hardpoint is the importance of controlling spawns. So especially on that third hardpoint, if you got spawn control, you'll pretty much be spawning right on top of the hardpoint, which means you are constantly able to get reinforcements. Whereas if you don't have spawns, you're going to be all the way across the map, forced to make that long trek every time. It's definitely going to come down to which team is able to control spawns, and I'm interested to see how that's going to play out, especially since so far it doesn't look like there's been any team that has been really, really dominant. Which team are you going to give the edge in this one?
Oh, man. I think this will be close, just like the last three have been, for sure. I personally think Nova will take it. This is a map where you really can't wallbang anything, and there's not a lot of long-range lanes. This is a very, very tight, close-quarter map, so I think Nova's ability to play those closer corners and play with SMGs and DRHs, etc. I think they're going to be able to take it, but it could go either way. It's been close the entire matchup.
Yeah, I'm really excited to watch that one. Obviously, our first game of Hardpoint, final score, I believe, was 150 to 145, with it really coming down to the wire. So if we get another one like that, it is going to be an absolute beauty, and I'm really excited to see it. As we're getting ready to hop into this, you got to think about just the mindset that these guys have of knowing whoever moves on from this moves on to the top of the winners bracket and is able to avoid that one loss pressure that they're going to get down in the losers bracket. Do you think that's something that's on these teams' minds right now, or are they really focused on the moment at hand?
No, I think as a competitor, you always got to be focused at what's happening in this very moment. I think right now their mind is completely on talking about how they have to approach this game, what they have to do, what different strategies they have to employ, all of that stuff, just the fundamentals. And yeah, that's it.
Yeah, I think this is definitely going to be really crazy. We've seen Saxy pulling out the shotgun. I think one mistake that he has made where they lost in Search and Destroy was him making the decision to go on over to the LMG, which is just not something that he was able to be very consistent with. So hopefully we'll see him doing that more. We do have the matchup for our other teams, which is going to be Gene Gaming versus Fear. You can see that we do have Gene Gaming taking the lead off the start, which is not something that they were able to do in that first matchup very well, but being up 2-0, looking very good right here as they would like to close this out in a 3-0 win. We do see they've got control of that 3-story as well, which we talked about previously is so important on Crash Hardpoint. We'll see whether or not they're able to come out on top in this one.
Yeah, it's also interesting to see the setup that Fear does have. I believe 2 choppers and a sniper, which is something I feel like you're rarely going to see inside of Hardpoint. I guess the strategy with that would be just to try to maintain control of maybe the top building or just any kind of lanes and try to cover that as much as possible while having those 2 objective players just, you know, play inside the objective, obviously. But it's going to be interesting to see how that plays out with Fear.
Yeah, and it's interesting to see that Zohan's using the DLQ. Typically, when it comes to respawn sniping, if they're going to use anything, it will usually be the Locust because it does have the faster scope in time.
Yeah.
So to see him using the DLQ is especially surprising. I'm intrigued to see if that's something that he's going to maintain throughout the entirety of the game.
Yeah, I kind of suspect not, unless he's sitting in really solid positions and just able to hit those snipes. Currently, it's been pretty quiet. I think he has 2 kills at the moment, which is not okay. 3, I lied. It went up from 1 to 3 as I was talking there. So, I mean, it seems like it's working from pretty decently.
And we can see Sheed on the outside just spraying through there with the chopper, hoping there's somebody on the other side. You see the grab spikes coming in from God's Disciple, who's got 8 kills already, make it 9. Drop Sheed quickly right there. Gene Gaming is absolutely dominating right now, so we are going to take a look at what their comms sound like right now as we get ready to hop into our Sony Xperia dial-in with Gene Gaming.
Top yellow.
And our yellow? Spawns.
I'm holding back alley. Oh, they smoked. I'm going inside the point.
I lost spawns. We lost spawns.
One's going 3 short side.
Oh, yeah, we lost spawns. Got him.
One guy in the point. Very low.
One shot on touch point. One shot on touch point. Oh, he's 1 shot again.
I'm done.
Oh, they have spawns. Okay. We need to get these spawns back. Everyone smokes like crazy.
Oh,
we need to break this spawn. This is the only one that matters.
I'm hurt.
This is 2 full points.
I'm going with piano.
Oh no.
You get the sniper?
Yeah.
I can't make the jump up.
Let's push. Let's go.
Just get spawns. Everyone just focus on spawns.
Yeah, that's what we're doing.
Use annihilators, anything you have. This is the only one that matters. Point.
Okay, you stay
Spawns
here.
are weird. Spawns are weird. We might have them. We have spawns. Nice.
You got him, Cody. Let's go.
Yeah, so you can hear Gene very calm, cool, and collected right there. They're already up 40 points, and with Piano up in top of that spawn building, that is going to be crucial. We heard them talking multiple times saying, this is the only spawn that matters. What do you think their specific game plan was in regards to that, Hawks?
I mean, just maintaining control. At the moment, they need, I believe, 40. I think they can win on this hard point if they play it till the absolute end. So obviously the most focus is going to be just maintaining this one as long as possible and trying to finish up this match.
Yeah, that was definitely very well played by them. A very clean break, and it looks like they could very well win it on this hard point, especially if they've got their operator skills in hand, which we do see from Piano right here. He could be able to hold this very well. We also see our Nova match over on the left-hand side. Pretty good lead off the start for Nova, but it looks like a contest coming in on the hard point. Poppy's going to go ahead and hop down and try to hold this for strike zone. We've seen those cryo bombs be so crucial for zoning so far and continuing to be as he pulls out the S36.
I know.
We've not seen that in play since, what, Season 3?
It's been a very long time, Bobby, and I'm curious to see how he does. Picking up a double right there. Wow. This weapon is interesting because it's an LMG. Typically, LMGs are a little bit more long range, but the recoil, the kick, the accuracy of this weapon does not make it great at those longer ranges. But it still does shred close to kind of mid-range, I guess, which, as you can see, Poppy is using it to its absolute max right now. Currently, it's 7 kills, top fragging in the entire match. He's going off with it.
I think Poppy has declared himself the king of off-meta. His 2 primary weapons so far, the S36 and the baseball bat. It is going to be Nova hopping onto the hard point to get the break, but just like that, High spraying through, retaking. It's a retake once again for Nova, going back and forth. But one thing we talked about before hopping into this was the importance of spawn controls. You can see Strike Zone has complete control of spawns, which is going to be a really big threat to Nova. They're going to need a really clean break in order to be able to retake right here. You can see 2 players still holding back. We got an absolute mess of a gunfight on the backside. Shoot gets taken out by Vitali, and it is control of the spawns and the hard point for Strike Zone once again. Nova going to be ticking backwards in a big way, as this should allow Strike Zone to get pretty close to an 80 or 90 point lead heading out of this one if we don't see a break coming in soon.
Yeah, Strike Zone has been playing this pretty much perfectly. Their map control is incredible. They have really good vision on every potential angle that Nova could come in up until this point where Nova did break the hard point, but SC gets it back within seconds. As you can tell, AY trying to break inside, unable to, so it looks like SC should be able to close out this entire hard point, and Nova more than likely just going to be setting up for next, which is going to be critical because next hard point Strike Zone could win on, so it's going to be huge for Nova to be able to maintain this one.
And the main reason that third hardpoint is so crucial is because typically once you're starting to move over to P4, most players have started to get their operators, so it makes it a lot easier to get a break. We see Ban moving up with his Annihilator right here, looking to land shots onto AY. He's going to be able to do so. Hits a double onto Decipher, a triple onto Sexy. The one-man wrecking crew, Vitali finally stops him. Does get the double onto Poppy as well, so they've got control for the time being, but a lot of pressure be putting on by Strike Zone as it looks like they're going to get the push in. Poppy's got the War Machine, and they take control of spawns and the hard point once again.
For how long Nova had to set up on that hard point, Strike Zone broke that perfectly. Looks like if they're able to maintain it, they could come away with the W if my math is correct. So if they sit here for another about 20, yeah, they could do it.
Oh my gosh, Shoot is absolutely decimating with the War Machine.
Jesse will have to come in with an incredible play right here. He gets one.
Oh, he could break it, just gets knocked off by Band, and that's going to be crucial. They've got control still. It looks like there's not going to be enough time for Nova to break, and we are going to be going to a game number 5, Strike Zone versus Nova Esports, giving us our first Game 5 Search and Destroy of the day. What are you expecting, especially given how close these games have been so far?
Man, can you remind me again, what's match number 5 going to look like in terms of the map and the mode? Do you know?
So it will be Search and Destroy, I believe. I don't know. Just give me your guess.
I mean, I've been thinking Nova this whole time. Strike Zone has really proven me to be a very strong team. S&D, again, Nova has had problems with their comms in the past, and going into a Game 5, comms are massive. Obviously, this is when the pressure is really on, so being able to maintain those call-outs, maintain the strategies that are in play, and just rotating as a team or separating when needed is going to be really big. So it's going to be interesting to see if Nova is going to be able to play under the pressure and stick with what they wanted to do.
Yeah, it is going to be Strike Zone, or Search and Destroy on firing range. So with firing range being a really big map, obviously snipers are going to play a really big role once again. It was a lot of sniper battle going back and forth. We saw Poppy playing the sniper role some, playing the echo role some, and playing the bat role some. So it doesn't seem like there's any one dedicated sniper for Strike Zone. Vitali pretty consistently sniping for Nova, but they weren't able to come away with the win in Search and Destroy. So it's really going to be interesting to see how that is going to factor in and whether we do see a dedicated sniper for Strike Zone to try to be able to counter there. We are going to go ahead and hop into a quick break before our final match, but don't go anywhere. We are going to have an absolute beauty of a Game 5 whenever we come back.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Welcome back, everybody. We are back with our final game of our matchup between Strike Zone and Nova. It has been an absolute beauty so far. We saw off the start just absolute madness in that hard point over on Crash. We saw just barely Nova Esports came away with the win. Hopping into standoff, Search and Destroy, Strike Zone was able to make things happen. We saw some bat plays. We saw some very unorthodox events, and Strike Zone came away on top. Nova Esports obviously able to win that game of domination on Meltdown, where we did see them take control of the B flag and hold it for pretty much the entire duration of the second half. Then in Summit Hardpoint, absolute dominance for Strike Zone as they played the spawns basically to perfection. 150 to 61 being the final scores. They were able to get the break on P4 as well. So we are getting ready to hop into firing range, Search and Destroy, and as you can see, we have already hopped into the action. A one-man advantage going the way of Nova off the start.
I'm excited to see this. Nova did say one of their best modes was S&D, and one of their best maps is firing range. So in my expectation, I think this could be a pretty dominant performance, but I've counted SZ out way too much, and they've proven they're very capable, and I believe they did win the last S&D match against Nova. Not by a dominant form by any means. I believe it was a 6-4 win, so They're keeping it close, but I think this will be a very good matchup.
Yeah, a lot of pressure on for Saints right now. He does have the bomb, and he will be able to get the plant over onto the B site. Trying to prone right here, and I'm not really sure what's happening right now. Decides not to go for the plant, and that could very well cost him, as we do have Nova players approaching the bomb site. They're pretty content to kind of wait for him to make the first move. Going up top of 10 right here. Won't spot anybody quite yet. Is going to get spotted from behind, I assume. Oh, yeah, Vitali definitely spotted him right there. Shots coming in from Lewis. That will end the first round and give Noah the 1-0 lead.
Yeah, interesting mindset there, not going for the plant. I wonder if he was trying to kind of bait something, because obviously you can hear when someone starts planting if you're close enough. I don't know if he was just trying to bait and then get a kill and then plant. I don't know what was going on there, but definitely had some time to do it and just decided not to. I do think when you try to go for a plant on that B site, typically the move would be to back up and go to the box, but with 4 people on the enemy team, it's always going to be a tough situation regardless.
Yeah, we got a really aggressive A push coming in for SZ right here. They take control of trailer, which is going to be crucial for being able to get the easy bomb plant. We see Ban pulling out the RPG. Saints has not been able to get the plant down yet. Players drop for both teams. It is Nova coming away with the 1-man advantage. Vitali is the sniper for the team. Hasn't been able to find any picks so far, but with only 1 player alive for shoot and 5 HP to work with, not a whole lot he's going to be able to do right here. Will find the frag onto Saxy, but Decipher waiting around the corner, and that will give Nova Esports the 2-0 lead.
Yeah, that was a risky reload right there, too, because I think he had still 15 bullets in his magazine, and he turned around knowing that players were going to be coming from that A bomb site, so it was just an interesting reload right there for sure.
Yeah, definitely expecting Strike Zone to vary their approach a little bit. The aggressive A push has just not gone their way. Obviously, not having a 1 dedicated sniper has made things a lot more difficult, and we actually see Poppy pulling out the S36 once again. Just the king of the off-meta, and it's actually working for them so far. Band gets the frag as well as his teammate, and that will give a 2-player advantage for Strike Zone right here. 2 players over on the B site for Nova, and they're going to be looking to find picks. DRH shots coming in. High with the long-range echo shots, and Vitali all by himself taking shots right there. He will drop, and it will be Strike Zone taking their first round of the game.
Solid round right there from Strike Zone. It's interesting. Some of the typical top fraggers have been kind of quiet this game. Granted, we are only 3 rounds into it, but Poppy being kind of quiet with the S36. Vitali still without a kill, typically the top fragger from Nova.
Yeah, I'm interested. I'm just shocked that we've seen success at all with the S36. It's not a gun that we've seen people use really ever since it was nerfed back in Season 3 or Season 5. I can't remember what it was, but obviously Poppy able to make it work so far. No first blood so far. And the lack of a sniper presence has definitely played a really big role in SC not being able to get any type of momentum right here. Do you see that being something that continues to haunt them throughout the game?
Yes. Point blank, yes.
Well, we'll see. Obviously, Vitali has not really caused any issues. More than likely, Strike Zone understanding that they're not going to be able to do anything counter, and so as such, not going to try to push any of those middle angles and give any type of advantage to the opposing team. We do see Band laying down shots in the back of that tin wall. Strike Zone loses 2 players. Saints gets the refrag with the Molotov right there. They're going to look for the plant over on the A site, but Lewis will take out High, and now a 2-player advantage for Nova Esports, who looks to go up to a 2-round lead. Band scoping through onto American enemy right contact. There, not able to land anything yet, but there's a sniper in the hands of Vitali. Definitely a sticky situation, and Saints misses 1 too many shots onto Decipher. Band does pick up the frag onto Vitali, but a 1v3 not going to be very manageable as we see Saxy pulling out the HVK.
I like it.
Picks up the frag to give them the 3-1 lead.
I believe Saxy and AY, but okay, no, Saxy just switched over, but I like to see the HVK because it was was recently sort of buffed. They added a new attachment to the weapon called the large caliber ammo, essentially just making the HVK an absolute beast, but it does have a small magazine size and shoots extremely fast, so you don't see it in respawn modes, but it does seem like it'd be a weapon that was going to show up a little bit more inside of S&D, but haven't seen it that much, likely because players just haven't really had time to adapt with it, so they stuck with the weapons that they were comfortable with. But heading into this round, a very aggressive push coming out right now, and it looks like we're down to a 4v2 right now with Nova leading with 4.
Yeah, the thing is, aggressive pushes just typically will not go your way as Strike Zone drops again, especially when you don't have a sniper to get that opening first blood. That typically just makes it so much easier to make those aggressive pushes, and that's, I believe, why we see Strike Zone down 3 rounds right now, because they are missing that one key aspect of their game. Even though Vitaly hasn't played a big role, just knowing that there's a sniper on the opposing team typically is going to change your approach to a round. So because there's no sniper in play for SZ, that allows Nova to push up on the A site. They get the A plant for free.
Looks like Poppy with that. Gonna be interesting here. Kill does come out. Saints.
And he has actually pulled out the sniper, lands the shot onto Lewis. A little bit surprised to see we didn't see him try to contest from that American building earlier, and pulls out the bat. The disrespect right now, all players drop for Nova Gaming, and it will be Strike Zone getting the defuse right here to allow them to pull a little bit closer, and seeming like they're a little bit more confident over on the defensive side. Do you see this game turning around right here?
I honestly do. That was a really strong strike, and if they're able to maintain that kind of momentum,
destroy the objective.
Absolutely believe that they could get back. 4. Oh, he switched. I think that's a speed. Here, but yeah, absolutely see a possibility.
Yeah, I think with Vitaly's struggles with the sniper, that could end up playing in, as we've seen Poppy able to do some work with not only the Locust, but also the bat. No first blood for either team. It will be an easy A plant right there. And right now, trying to get the RPG kill, but Shoot and Saints, just an absolute wrecking crew. Vitaly is going to push out, looking to get the kill inside of American, but Poppy pulls out the bat. It's going to be a double kill. Decipher's the only player left. Can Poppy get the triple right here? He does! Poppy is too good with the bat. That's going to be a defuse in Strike Zone. Now only behind by 1 round as they pull things closer against Nova Esports.
Hello, Twitter.
What? What?
I Poppy be the entertaining player in the tournament this far. This is
why is he having so much success with the bat?
His movement, man. It's all about that movement and sliding. I mean, that along with just incredible baseball skills. I don't know.
This is so unusual. It's one thing to see a player pull out a melee weapon mid-game and try a kill with it. It's another thing to see him pull it out one game, but to use it for an entire match with such success is just absolutely bananas to me. Shoot wins that gunfight. It's now a 1v3 for Saxy right here. He's been good for them, but I don't know if he's been 1v3 good. He does get the frag right there, but with a player up top, he's got the low ground, which is not where you'd like to be. Beautiful movement coming in from high. And just like that, we are tied up at 4-4.
This one, very exciting. I really wanted to see more from Vitaly. As I said before, he's typically the top fragger, but right now he's been very, very quiet. As you can see, he has switched to being an AR player with the DRH, but this entire match, he hasn't really been able to execute too much, as well as AY, which is another player that is a typical fragger for the team, so just not much consistency coming out from the side of Nova.
This is just ultra aggression coming in for Nova right here. Another bad kill. I can't believe what I'm seeing. Finally, the aggression pays off for Nova, though, as they close that one out very quickly. Not a push that you typically see. They smoked off mid, and then the entire team pushed through right there. They seem to know the exact approach that SC was going to take. That allows them to take the 5-4 lead, and it's now match point. Lot of pressure on right here. We are in the winner's bracket, so even if one of these teams loses, they will still live to see another day and will be able to perform in our losers bracket later today. We don't have any first blood coming in yet. It looks like Nova playing pretty passive and initially looking like they might go for the A push, might go for the B push. Now over on the A site, Vitaly gets first blood. That is absolutely huge for them.
A massive kill.
Something to watch is we do have Poppy still sniping, actually in top of 10. A lot of different angles that you can see from up there, and with Vitaly struggling all game long, Poppy could cause some issues, especially if he's able to get a pick and slow the push. A little bit surprising to see that Nova has not tried to take one site so far, especially up a player and with a point advantage as well. We see Poppy continuing to lay down shots, and they are finally going to push over toward the A site.
Inside of it, a very active round where both the offense playing with.
Bomb has been planted.
I mean, right now it's 100% going the way of Nova. I think if you're Poppy, you've got to reposition and try to play different angles if you're going to try to get those wallbang picks. So now down 2 players, and with the bomb down, it's not a super manageable situation. They've only got 28 seconds to work with. Nova AY will take out Shoot, and Strike Zone very much in danger right now. Saints goes for the wallbang, but not able to get the kill. Poppy's still trying to find the snipe, but you can see that Nova is very content to sit back and play as passive as possible, and closing it out quickly is Nova Esports, as we do see a 6-4 win from them. Game 5 comes away very cleanly after what looked like it could be a Strike Zone comeback, and they will be moving on to the finals of our winners bracket.
Wow. Well, some pretty exciting stuff there. I mean, look, I think Poppy was there for the content. You know, personally, I think your boy's trying to make a video. And if it works out for him, great. That's
I would watch
be a
that
lot
video.
Of views. Yeah. Unfortunately, though, the content doesn't necessarily lead to a victory. Although, to kind of hang up on that firing range search and destroy game, though, Nova have a lot of things they have to clean up. Because where they were really thriving was when they were shutting down that aggression, and then somewhere out of and I think Bobby, you had pointed like Vitaly just was not there at the latter part of that game, and you could really tell that they were really struggling to contain the shenanigans that Poppy and the rest of Strike Zone were doing.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, whenever you're allowing a baseball bat to get that many kills, you got to do something to change up your strategy. Your sniper's got to either hit his shots or play his angles better. So fortunately for Vitaly, his teammates were able to make some big plays toward the end. They were able to alter their approach and come away with the win. But if they're going to be able to move on to the finals of Stage 4 of North America, they're definitely going to have to see some bigger plays coming out of him.
Yeah, that's right. Well, that's going to do it for us right now. We have some more matches that are going to be coming up after this, so don't go anywhere, because for right now, Strike Zone's going to be taking a trip to the lower bracket, and I think everyone that's in that lower bracket should beware. It's very clear that team is here to play, and they are quite dangerous if you do not put a check on them. Meanwhile, Nova, they will be moving on to the next round of the competition. But as I mentioned before, when we return, plenty more Call of Duty Mobile here at the COD Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. We'll see you in a few.
You know a phrase we can finally retire? Good. For a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
What's going on, everybody, and welcome back to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. Golden Boy here alongside Bobby Plays, and joining us once again, it is Maven. And you know, man, Maven, I don't know if you had a chance to catch a lot of that last game, but there were some shenanigans. There were some crazy moments that happened involving a baseball bat. I don't know if you saw that.
I left for an hour, and it turned into a backyard brawl. Like, there was actually one point where I had the gameplay up on my left monitor, but I was like doing something on my right, but I had my headset on. And I just heard bat, bat, bat. I'm like, what? And I look over, and it's just everyone's beating the hell out of each other. Like, what was going on here?
Yeah, actually, backyard brawl is the best way to put it. It's like backyard wrestling is actually what it felt more like. Like it was like just throw some Jim Ross references on it, or maybe some Benny Hill music. I don't know, whatever you want to do. But Bobby was just insane. Look at this double he picks up with the bat. I mean, Bobby, this is like I said, he was going for the content, but the bat was extremely effective.
I mean, when you look at, like, I wish we had an actual scoreboard for the number of bat kills that he had throughout the matches, because if I had to guess, he probably had more bat kills than some players had total kills. He was using it in every game mode and doing so with success. It's not like he was swinging and missing. Like, he was racking up the kills.
And what's even more ridiculous is that Poppy just seemed to have done whatever he wanted to do. I don't know if he realized and you were like paying attention to like what he was using. Well, you guys noted before on Summit, he was using the S36, but then he would just randomly bust out a sniper rifle, and then he'll just play AR, and then he's running around with a bat. And I think at one point I saw him with an SMG. Like, the guy just does whatever he wants. Like, he really does live the Poppy lifestyle, and I appreciate him so much for that. That was awesome to see. Of course, Strike Zone, though, unfortunately lost that match. They're going to be taking a trip to the lower end of the bracket, but they're not out of the competition quite yet. They have a chance to fight their way back into the championship and maybe even get their revenge against Nova if they end up crossing paths again. And here is our Search and Destroy KD, who is looking pretty good right now. It seems like it's going to be Silva from Exet, who's got a 1.86 KD, and then Tectonic with a 1.54 KD. Anything that really sticks out to you here, Bobby?
I mean, you got to take a look at Poppy down there, our baseball bat king, making it onto the leaderboards. Definitely not surprised to see Tectonic on there. He's been one of the most consistent players in the entire NA pro scene for a really long time, so I'm going to continue to expect big things out of him. And Exet, I really felt like was the biggest contender that could maybe give some trouble to Tribe. So I'm really interested to see how that matchup's going to look.
Yeah, and you know, I also, Maven, you had Yuna there as well. So yeah, look at that.
I love me some Final Fantasy games, let me tell you. But why I actually found that interesting, sort of further to what Bobby said, is Tribe's really good, but like their weakest mode is Search and Destroy. And the fact that Exit has two of the players in the top three, and that's who they're playing next, I guess it could be, I see it maybe being an extended series. Like, if Exit can definitely take the Search, we might be having some fun.
Yeah. Now, of course, this event, as I had mentioned before, not possible without the support of Sony and their Xperia 1 Mark II phone. Bobby, you've actually had an opportunity to mess around with this phone. I'm quite jealous of you because that widescreen is awesome, especially for myself as a phone player. What are your thoughts on the device, man?
I mean, like you said, the width of the screen is definitely one of my favorite things. I personally have pretty big hands, and most phones, I just feel like whenever I'm playing on a phone, my hands are really cramped. But with that 21:9 aspect ratio, you have so much room to spread out the buttons. And if you want to play claw like I prefer to, it's so much easier to do on the Sony Xperia 1 Mark II because it's just a really big, comfortable phone. Not only that, it's got some of the best specs that you'll find. An 855 Snapdragon is just always going to give you the top end gaming performance. And then you've got so many opportunities to customize your performance and your experience as well. The heat suppression power control just allows you to not have an overheating device. I know one of the most annoying things about mobile gaming is gaming with sweaty thumbs. Most of the time, a hot device will give you sweaty thumbs, and that's not really something that you have to worry about with that.
Yeah, I can speak from experience with that because I was playing a while ago and I felt it. So again,
I sweat
I'm jealous.
everywhere.
Yeah, well, it's true. I sweat standing up. I sweat even in air-conditioned rooms. It's impressive. I don't know how I managed to accomplish that. So yeah, once again, thank you so much to Sony Xperia 1 Mark II for supporting this event and allowing these players to be able to game with the absolute best hardware possible. But now I believe we are into our next game here, folks. It's going to be Tribe versus Xset. Let's send it over now to your casters. Got Maven and Bobby Place standing by. Take it away.
All right, let's go, Big Bob. I'm excited for this one, man. Like, Tribe's been so fun to watch. You said Xset, you think is somebody has the potential to upset him. Why do you think that's the case? Why are they the potential contender?
I mean, having watched both of these teams for a long time, I've seen Xset improve a lot over the past couple of months. A couple of their key players, definitely Impulsive, Moralto, and one player that we're not seeing right now is Skill, but those three players, whenever they're playing at their absolute best, can just about wreck any team. So we do already see Impulsive with 4 kills on the board playing a really big role. 3 players stuck down at double digits, which is able to turn around at that next hard point.
That's what I was going to say. You highlighted the 4. I'm like, well, 3 of them don't have kills. So it's going to be tough to get going. They're in an early deficit, but we saw Tribe in early deficit on this map earlier today, and they were able to bounce back with some strong holds. So big comebacks absolutely possible here. As the next hard point pops, it will be Xset inside, looking to rally. Yuna able to hit the shots mid-map over the car, just try to finesse his life, but the reach out, not going to work.
Yeah, and typically that first hard point, you don't typically see players with a lot of time there just because it's so exposed in the surrounding area. So to see Tribe come away with 42 points after that, I was not expecting, but we do see Xset with hard point control right here. With lots of Molotovs on there, it's going to make it very challenging for Tribe to push in. But Leon trying to hold control of top deli and doing so successfully. It does look like Tribe has pretty much already decided to go ahead and set up for that next hard point.
Yeah, just, I mean, if you can get a good hold, if you can get good position, yeah, give up those 20 or so seconds and lock it in. But you got to hold. Otherwise, giving up the time in an early break can be devastating, especially with the game ending at 150 here for the COD Mobile. So they've got to lock this in. We'll get ready for the next hard point to pop. It's Xset trying to get in position, but you see it's Tectonic, who's been a superstar, already set up, able to lock down and take down 2. Now to Yuna's POV, looking to work the back alley, trying to get Molotovs in to do damage, able to shut one down behind the dumpster. Silva picks up 2 as well, and this could end up being that early break I was just saying I was worried about.
Yeah, we see Xset pushing in right there, 43 seconds on the hard point. Tribe, it seems like they're getting almost too eager on that 4th hard point and forgetting about everything coming before that. So they're going to continue to take upward. If they can hold this for the rest of the duration, they'll be well over 100 points, while Tribe still yet to hit the 50-point mark. So I'm assuming this is probably an intentional strategy, but you gotta wonder if Tribe maybe needs to adapt right now. We see Bolu getting the break, but with players up top of that deli, could see a retake pretty soon.
Yeah, the one big difference when Tribe went down early on this map previously is they were out slaying big time though, right? So they got a lot of operators to work with and score streaks, and they're able to rebound and go nuts late in the game, but that's not really the case right now. They're not leading in any statistical column currently. They need a strong hold. They need a brilliant 40 to 50 point hold to swing right back into this. But we'll hop out to the sky cam as we take a look at the next rotation. Next hard point pops, and once again, it'll be X set inside.
Yeah, it almost seems like Tribe forgot which hard point they were on, and it seems like to a certain extent they've been 2 hard points ahead of where they need to be.
Well, probably because they're cops. Everyone's yelling. They don't understand what he was saying.
Exactly, and so we see them trying to get the break right there. They get shut down by Impulsive, who's got that chopper, and with 100 bullets of default ammo, you can pretty much continue spraying through a doorway as long as you want to. He's gonna call in the Pred missile as well to get that frag, and they could win it on this hard point. I think that there's a small second of glitch where they could get it, but it's gonna be tough to tell.
Yeah,
And
some
Shall's
games you get the
contest
extra
right there.
tick, some games you don't. Well, now they can't be. It like changes every Call of Duty title, but they're getting smoked. I mean, they've been beaten in every aspect. The slang, they haven't rotated well. When they did rotate, they still got smoked. Xset just came out and uppercutted Tribe. I know technically it's not done. They still need 2 more seconds. I've seen some crazy comebacks with time, but Xset has been phenomenal in this map 1.
Yeah, this 5th hard point is the most difficult to break in the game, so more than likely, if Tribe plays this well, they'll be able to hold that for the entire duration, but that'll still only get them to about 110, and with Xset only needing 2 points and the reset back to the first hard point being one of the most difficult to hold, it's just hard to think that Tribe would really be able to hold this and be able to make the comeback, but we've seen some pretty crazy things happen. We'll see whether or not Tribe's going to be able to make something else happen, as they're going to need to pull off one of the craziest comebacks that we've ever seen.
Yeah, I mean, it feels like a lot of their best play has been late in map, so maybe some heroics, but yeah, I think I agree with you. Probably too far of a hole.
Contact with enemy.
If you have one player top third, definitely is going to be able to take him down.
And you can see Tribe's
Now,
not
how do
even
they hold this?
They're not even trying to contest on that hard point because they know if they've got control of 3 stories, that makes their push onto that first hard point 100 times easier.
Got that control. They get in. Everybody trying to scramble towards the point. It's contested. They contest. They get one more tick out of that. Can't get that close it out. And honestly, as it looks in the score line, you kind of held that final hard point. Get the point. They get the full C and make it look a little bit more respect. They got dominated. They got utterly.
Yeah, that was not the Tribe gaming that I'm used to seeing. They just didn't seem to know what hard points they needed to hold. Xset played that final hard point to perfection. They understood there's no reason for us to even risk feeding Tribe right now. We know how those score streaks and those operators continue to pile up, so we're just going to sit back, take 3-story control. They did that. Once they did, it was super easy to get those last couple of points, and they came away with the win.
Well, we're going to hop over to the other matchup. Truly is currently up 1. Now, this is a loser's bracket match, and you got to feel pretty strong about Truly, how good they look despite the loss earlier today. You got to favor them in this without question. Not sure the score of the map 1, but I got a feeling they likely dominated.
Yeah, they've been one of the teams that's been very consistent. We actually see Bio winning that round. I guess that was due to time. I didn't quite see what happened right there, but
yeah, I was actually pulling up the bracket on my other screen, so I didn't either.
Okay, but yeah, this Truly team is an extremely veteran team. So many players on here have been around the competitive scene ever since the very beginning of Call of Duty Mobile, and you can see all that time in training is finally paying off for them. Solid with 3 kills off the start. And they're gonna allow the B plant right here. Will be interesting to see whether or not they're able to get the retake.
Oh, we've seen a ton of retakes here today. So many angles you can collapse from. Bio just scrambling to try and hold both sides. The pinch about to come in from Truly OP. Zia trying to hit a snipe, not able to do it. Going to fall 2 versus 2 with just under 30 seconds on the clock. Now let's see if they can do it. Solid's looking to get position. They've got to get in and hop this. Just soaring on forward. The UQ9 out. I thought he had the angle. I thought he had the shots. Not able to finish it. Now 1 versus 1. I don't know if he's gonna have enough time to get the kill and get the defuse. Time's gonna dwindle.
Oh, I think he might have been a second too late.
Yep. Just a second late. It was close. He had about 10 seconds when the 1v1 started.
Ready up.
It was not quite enough time.
Yeah, that bomb defuse timing is always funny because typically it's a little bit different from what's shown on the clock. So I thought maybe he had a shot at pulling it off right there, but it's actually going to be Vio taking the lead 2-1 off the start. Truly is a really good search and destroy team. So I'm intrigued to see them give up a lead, especially at this point in the competition, being down the losers bracket, knowing how much is on the line. They do have the 1-game lead in this matchup, and Vindic is going to take shots from top of mid right there, but not going to be able to land anything quite yet. No picks for either team. Obviously, we do have Zia on the sniper and no snipers in play for Vio. That will minimize their ability to be able to push over toward that B site.
Oh, he just goes soaring out. That's a free first blood over to Vio. He tried to slide out and challenge. Questionable. With 2 players kind of holding the doorway. And now he's got to make a decision here, Vio. Where do you want to hit? I think I saw 1 player might have been working the mid cut or the flank from Truly OP, but we're actually going to get ready to hop back over to our winners match. Keep an eye on how the winners bracket side of it is going. We'll try to keep you updated as best we can on the elimination match on the other side of this.
Objectives. They have the
Now we'll
bomb.
get to our game 2. The standoff, search, destroy. We go, Bobby.
Yeah, you guys already know I love me some standoff search and destroy. We actually see a very interesting angle right there as Leon able to land shots onto Silva off the start. It is an absolute bloodbath. The plant is going to go in over on the A site. Tribe with a man advantage. All the pressure on for Meralto and Impulsive. Impulsive was so good for them in game number 1, but going to need to make something crazy happen as we've got Molotovs, we've got players in position, and not an easy push right here for Exit.
Yeah, I was about to say, you better hope if you're Exit you have some utility, and then all we saw was utility.
That was almost
out of Tribe.
Contact with enemy.
Yeah, a little jump and snipe, almost hit it. The rocket not going to do it damage, though. Looking for information with the Scar, going to be able to get away with low HP, but look at the clock. 10 seconds left to go. No opening.
I'm
They
down.
quickly run out of time. Almost picked up one on the flank. Actually, he's going to end up getting shut down. Tribe able to take that first round.
Ready up.
Honestly, Impulsive should have had that frag right there. That was a little bit of a missed opportunity. Not really enough time to make anything
I
happen.
think would have mattered. Yeah.
Would have loved to have that for the KD counter, but it is Tribe coming out on top. Nero with 3 kills off the start, and we're pretty much going to see the same approach every time. We finally see Meralto playing that big sniper role that we expected him to as he gets the first blood. Impulsive gets the trade on the Childs. Exit finally has a 1-man, make it a 2-man. Oh no, we have a glitch character, but a 1-man advantage no less. Deathly's using the LK, which we haven't seen get a whole lot of play, but with the bomb down already, players dropping left and right, it is now Exet's round to lose, and with Impulsive getting that final frag onto Tectonic, it's going to be an easy defuse right here for Deathly's.
Bomb defused.
Yeah, that was chaos ensuing all around the bomb site. So that'll bring us to 1-1. Big round win from Exet. The defuse will come through as we're tied up in the next round. Who's leading the way? Nero has 4 on the other side, matching it. Impulsive, who was great in that map 1. But it's just such a big map 1 win from XS, considering we were talking about Tribes kind of struggles in search and destroy a little bit and it not be in their strongest mode. They're going to have to clutch up here somehow. Well, they're able to get the first one.
Yeah, that was definitely big for them. Bolu's going to get the frag. Oh my gosh, so many frags coming in for Tribe right now. Only 2 players remain. Oh my gosh, that ended quick.
That was a fast one, and that's what I was sort of saying their last match. If search isn't great, as I guess they said to the Hawks Nest, then fly together, trade together, just push as a unit. And there they did it successfully. They literally just bullied their way through them. Use your strengths and respawn to try and find rounds. Once again, it's going to be a 5-man hit, trying to get straight to the point, get the bomb down quickly.
Contact with enemy.
I know that Tribe told Hawks that search and destroy is their weakest mode, but from my experience, they've actually performed their best in search and destroy. So I don't know if that's their perception of the way that they play Search and Destroy, but I feel like they've got a good chance at closing this one out, especially with how good they've been toward the end.
I think I asked him what the best mode. What he said they feel the best in respawn and they're feeling a little off in Search right now. I believe is what he said, unless I'm misquoting him. But they looked a little bit off in the one we casted. But yeah, they're certainly looking strong here. But as I say that, they're going to be into a 1 versus 3. It's going to be all on Leon to try and clutch up. Not going to happen. Trading rounds back and forth. It'll bring us to 2-2 as the defuse goes in.
Bomb defused.
Yeah, we can see still a little bit of the goose egg syndrome for Xset. Some of their players struggling to get those kills off the start, and we did see them pick that up toward the end of that first game over on Hardpoint. So we'll see if Deathly's is able to do so. Nero's been really good for Tribe so far, but they've got to try to find a first blood here on this A push to make this a little bit easier. There's 2 players defending on the site. It's going to be a bloodbath. Leon picks up first frag on De Silva.
They've been doing a great job of getting the first blood. Just now you got to close out the round. Tectonic in a strong position. The statue just getting damage and keeping them honest on that cross. Over to Moralto's scream. He's got the snipe in hand. Just looking to try and find an angle. There's the wall bang! Ah! No, he got it! He got it! Oh, no, no, no!
Oh, that's got to be a confidence booster.
I'm uninstalling if I'm on the receiving end of that. I'm done.
Oh my gosh.
Unfortunately, they don't win the round, so it didn't matter. But that was disgusting.
Yeah, that's one of the... I don't think I've even seen that in my entire career casting Call of Duty Mobile. So to see that happening in Stage 4 of the $50,000 tournament, that's definitely the time to make it happen. And the snipes for Moralto continuing to be big for status quo. Unfortunately, last couple rounds, it hasn't converted to success. They will hop on over to the offensive side. We'll see if he can make some things happen right here as he's taking a look over onto Grandma's. Very odd approach for Tribe right here as they have sent every player toward back alley.
Dude, they just got to group up. When they fly together, they find success. Unfortunately, for Xset, you lose kind of who's been your hard carry, at least through the first couple of maps. He's been nasty. He was on 6 impulsive. He dropped first, so they're going to be in a tough spot. Another is going to get caught. 5v3 for Tribe. And it's just a swarm of Tribe. They're literally running around like a tribe, just sprinting through them.
Yeah, they're just melting Xset right now. They had no idea what to do. Understandably so, to see an entire team push back alley and standoff is not an approach you'll typically see, and more than likely we won't see them do it again, but it definitely paid off in the way they were able to catch Xset by surprise. They now got to pick up the bomb and take out 4 Tribe players, and with them camping that bomb, it is going to be next to impossible.
I've said this many times in my career. Sometimes in search... again?
Moralto's the king of the wallbang.
I hit shots left and right. Can he do it? Can he somehow clutch up? Another one. Now 1 versus 1. What is this?
What am I watching right now?
Do it. Now you got to close out the round.
You got to do it for the clip.
1 versus 1.
Oh,
18 seconds to go. No, he gets caught. No, I wanted it so bad.
Oh, he was mid-weapon swap. That was the worst thing. Oh, I honestly, I just wish he would have kept the sniper out.
Oh, yeah,
only
that's
for
what you're going for, like a no-scope. Just hit the shot, give me the clip. Oh my God.
That's just got to be absolutely heartbreaking for Moralto. He's hit so many big shots for Xset so far, but they weren't coming through. They will be up a man, but Tectonic and Childs decimating Xset. Tectonic picks up another one, and it's now a 2v1, but he hits another! He's trying to hit the... Oh my gosh.
Please. Just get out of there. Just keep moving. Never stop moving. No walls are safe. No position is safe. Another 1 versus 1 though for Moralto. He's got to clutch this one up. Otherwise, they're going down 2-5.
Screw the score. Do it for the clip.
The enemy has the bomb.
Yeah, Tectonic going all the way back into spawn. Probably going to catch Moralto off guard. He's playing this tank area, has no idea that he's coming from behind.
Frag
throwing
out.
the nade in the
Enemy
complete
contact.
wrong direction. Shots from behind. Oh my gosh, can he do it?
stayed alive. Still so much time on the clock to work with. Just insanity early in the round. Still got to decide where he wants to get this planted. He's just going to watch the cross, get it planted today. Now the pressure.
Bomb has been planted.
All on Tectonic to work this defuse. Your Moraldo and the shots you're hitting, you've just got to clutch up here. Dude, I think Tectonic's run 7 miles in this round.
And he's on the low ground. Too sponsored.
Yes! He hits the shot to clutch from Moraldo! And they bring it to 3-4. He is a monster.
You know, I'm not gonna say that I called it, but at the beginning of that crash hardpoint, I said Moralta was gonna be one of the players that they needed to come through in a big way for them to have a shot. His snipes have been so good for them in the past, and they have continued to be phenomenal. He really wants another wallbang, but he knows he's got 5 players pushing him at one time, so he's gonna retreat back to the top of shops and getting pushed like crazy. Can't land the no-scope. He tries to hit another one, but Bolu is gonna say not today, and now a 2-man advantage for Tribe.
He stayed alive longer than I thought he was going to. But yeah, with the 4v2, they should be able to get the 5th round up. That's one way to deal with a hot sniper. Just send your whole army at him.
Honestly, at that point, they're probably just trying to break down his confidence a little bit, because he's got to be at an all-time high right now. Like, obviously, he wasn't able to win the 1v4, but after clutching that 1v2 and one of the shots being a wallbang and the shots he's hitting, Impulsive comes through. 2 kills actually coming in. It's now a 1v2. Nice the shots.
Another 1v1. 3 rounds in a row. And it comes down to this. What is this search and destroy? 45 seconds to go. Silva's got bomb. He's taking shots as well, but he's able to wrap out. Should be able to work the plant. Is Bolu just reading for information? Plant now going down.
The bomb has been planted.
Can you clutch again if you're upset? Can you clutch again?
He's got a UAV.
Well, that's helpful in a 1v1.
And honestly, with an AR in his hands, the UAV will go down. Silva going very far from the bomb site right now. Gonna be rotating next to him, but with an AR in his hands, you gotta think he's at the advantage in this gunfight going up against an SMG.
Well, here comes the gunfight. Bolu pushing forward to slide on through. Can't quite snap, and Silva gets the round win. Back-to-back 1v1 wins for XSET, and they tie it up 4-4. And this is gotta just be agony for Tribe. You're so close to putting away this search, but the clutches keep on coming.
I mean, this is without a doubt. This is going to be one of the longest search and destroy games that I've ever watched. That is 100% for sure. Tribe so consistent across the board. Everybody with either 6 or 7 kills. You can see XSET kind of all over the place. Definitely still got the goose egg syndrome, but so big as has Impulsive. Clutch plays time and time again. And it looks like Tribe attempting the back alley approach that worked for them in that first defensive round. Definitely a risky one. We'll see if they can make it pay off.
Yeah, you were like, I don't think they'll do it again. They were like, yeah, well, why not? One more time. We'll see if we can catch him. Moralto's shooting, so I'm just curious. He's probably wall banging God knows what at this point, just trying to hit a shot.
The bomb has been planted.
There's the bomb down for XSET. 5v5 retake for Tribe.
Smoke's coming in.
First blood going to be so crucial. No one's dropped yet. Time is absolutely dwindling. One's going to drop for Tribe.
Enemy contact.
That could be the difference. Still trying to hit up mid-map. Not going to happen. Everybody falling on the side of Tribe. Running out of time. This should be 3 in a row for XSET.
Nice work.
Wow.
Get ready for the next round.
This has just been absolute perfection throughout the last few rounds for XSET, and they are now at the point where they could close this out and put Tribe at an 0-2 deficit. Tribe was no question the 100% favorite coming into this event. They were so good in the first matchup, and now a completely different approach again as they send everybody aggressively through the A site into shops. And right now, XSET's just waiting. I think they're playing this as best they possibly could because you've now caught Tribe off guard. They were expecting to get a big first blood right there. Not finding anything with a sniper in the hands of Meralto could be absolutely deadly.
Man, it's like been there 2 plays. They either 5-man hit back alley or 5-man hit warehouse, just trying to catch somebody. But yeah, the passive approach from Xset, good enough to keep all 5 up. Now, what did Tribe do from here? Because they've spread out a bit. I mean, they're still pretty grouped up around A and warehouse, but
I heard some shots coming in. I don't know if they were going for a wall bang or what, but
yeah, it's probably Meralto shooting it.
Yeah. We got Meralto rotating toward back alley now, and this is the most unorthodox round of standoff search and destroy I've ever seen. It's now Xset pushing the back side of the A site, which is usually what you see coming out of the defensive side. One player does drop an impulsive. That's a big frag. Another comes in for Leon. Silva gets the refrag, but down a player. Not looking great as we have Tectonic picking up another.
I think we deserve a round 11 with a lunacy of this entire thing. It looks like we might be able to get it. I think it's just Yuna left versus 4 players on Tribe. Yuna able to get out, but 20 seconds left. You got to get that bomb planted.
I'm down.
And there's 2 people directly on you mid-street. 5-5. Round 11. We've had, what, 3 1v1s, 22 wall bangs. Everything has been happening in this search.
I mean, right now, I just need everybody that's watching the stream to type thank you in chat for the absolute treat that we have gotten from these 2 teams. It is going to be the aggressive A push once again for Tribe. No surprise there. Xset playing it passive. Pretty consistent for what they've done throughout the entirety. We've seen Tribe with the unorthodox defenses and Xset just the same thing time and time again. Which is going to come out on top? The bomb is down, and Meralto with another wall bang.
He hit it. We saw it from the other POV. I was like, how'd he drop? Because it's a wizard, Meralto, with another wall bang. You've got to be kidding me. 30 seconds to go. But they still have 4 players from Tribe still up. They're trying to flood on forward. Tribe just falling like flies. 2 versus 3 now. Still trying to catch one middle. Doesn't get the damage in. He's able to get away. Can't quite hit the shots. Try to dip back, but the time is the big thing. Only 10 seconds to go. They just hopped the bomb. The only player left to make the play is going to be Tectonic. The defuse is through. The defuse is in. And Xset's able to do it to take a 2-0 lead behind Meralto. The wizard hit shots from everywhere.
I mean, the wall bangs that he was hitting in that game were absolutely next level. It's one thing for your sniper to just make the consistent plays, to play the easy angles, but when you're hitting the shots that he's hitting right there, you got to think that went to a 5-5, and he could have potentially had a 1v4 that would have ended it earlier. So the fact that he hits that wall bang in round 11 for them to get the 1-man advantage and win the game, you just got to give him the MVP in that one.
I need to go take a shower because map 2 was nasty. We'll be right back after this quick break.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile, because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
been an interesting day one. We've had some of the most ludicrous in-game comms that I've ever heard. We had someone take a baseball bat and destroy an entire village. We've had wall bangs happen that I personally did not even know were physically possible. It's been a fun day, Bobby.
I mean, when you've got somebody shooting through an entire 15 by 15 building and getting kills with it.
Yeah, I'll be honest. I don't know if that should be possible, but it's awesome.
I don't think that it should, but it is, and it happened.
Yeah, it happened a couple times. Just insanity in that game too. But as it stands, it's Xset working on an upset. Up 2-0. Reminder, this is winner's bracket. So if you are a Tribe fan, you're all right. Now, can you bring it back and win this series in a reverse sweep fashion? Absolutely. They are capable of it. But I just feel like you must have lost a little bit of full. Like, you've got to be struggling to regain right now just based on how that game 2 went. The 1v1s, the blowing a 4-2 lead. Can they recover is the question.
I mean, if you're either of those teams, that last game probably took a couple of years off your life. We do have Tribe taking control of the B flag, which in our first matchup of Meltdown Domination, we saw such a crucial point just because it's so difficult to retake with so many access points and players constantly coming in from all types of angles. We got players on the site that look like they'll be able to take it for Xset, but Leon with the chopper contest. They will finish the cap. Tribe looking like they might be able to get the retake.
Yeah, you were in the middle of talking about difficult it is to retake, and it got retaken twice in 10 seconds. Yeah, that was wild on the point, just trading hands, but Tribe, nice shot rebounding, just picking up the kills before they can get clear of the point of recapturing basically instantly. They'll take a 7-point advantage.
It looks like the kill feed right now is all Tribe. We got Leon up to 5, Tectonic up to 5, Bolu up to 4, and they seem to have pretty good map control as well, so seems like they have a more calculated approach on this one than they had on some of the previous ones. Leon's gonna die to the FHJ as he gets the chop per kill right there. And just like that, we got Yuna getting the frag onto Nero. So he's gonna hop up, but they're gonna need to eliminate those Tribe players on the off angles to give themselves a shot at securing this. They've obviously got explosives to do it, but just haven't seemed to have the right approach. And Tribe looking really, really good. We do have players on C. Though with Tribe players approaching, it doesn't look like they'll be able to take it.
You know, if they can lock this down the rest of the half, they're going to have a huge lead going into the second half, which, I mean, this is kind of what you needed after a game 2 like that. Like, come out hot, come out strong, get a lead, and just kind of brush off the map too. And I think they've been able to do that beautifully. Not out of the woods yet, but I think it's everything you could ask for to start here.
Yeah, and Tribe is absolutely capable of making a comeback like this. It's something we've seen them do before in past Call of Duty matchups, and definitely something that could well happen. We've seen Silva struggling as well as Deathly's off the start once again, and right now the Tribe is just the feed is all Tribe. So speaking of Tribe, we are going to hop into our Sony Xperia 1 dial-in with Tribe Gaming.
Contact with enemy.
Get fine, save your shit, save your shit, save your shit. Let's go, Leon. Let's go. Yeah, let's go, Leon.
Emotional, bro. Yeah, bro. That was when we fucking shoot.
All right, we're coming back. We're coming back. I think we were trying to go to Xset, but we called for Tribe. There's a little bit of confusion, so we're right back to us. It's just been an insane series. 75-45. Tribe dominate the first half. And I think Xset have got to do the same if they're going to bring this back. That big of a deficit, the game mode like domination, they need early B control.
Yeah, it looks like Meralto will be able to get the frag with the Molotov across mid right there. A little bit of progress coming in for Tribe, but with Meralto on this angle, should be able to contest 2 players on the site. They get the frag, and once again, an early B cap for Tribe.
Yeah, that is a worst case scenario. Now, if you're Xset, already in a big hole, no control early.
I got shot.
How the heck do you bring this back? You're just getting smoked on the map. Look at the slaying difference. Leon 14, Tectonic 14. Bolu, 14. Like, they are, Exit is getting torched. Like, I thought they'd have the momentum after that map too. They're getting destroyed.
A triple cap on domination? Are you kidding me? We've got Nero over here shooting bodies. We have Exet with no control of anything. We've got stealth choppers in the sky. We got cluster strikes over on A. Nothing going the way of Exet, and this is absolute dominance for Tribe Gaming.
Yeah, there's really no other way to define it. This has just been a bloodbath. Exet has not had a chance in this match. I didn't think it could get worse than the first half, but this is way worse than the first half. This looks like a pub stomp right now for Tribe, and you know, you guys have talked a lot about them being the favorite, the preparation for this team, and the organization, and so on and so forth. And yeah, I think they know they're the favorites, and they're probably pissed after how they lost that game 2 and losing the map 1. If they think they should be coming out and smoking Exet, so yeah, they're pissed off, and now they're shooting bodies, trying to prove a point, and just trying to put Exet the absolute blender.
I mean, this is a different type of dominance. Given what we saw in Hardpoint and on Search and Destroy, I thought this would at least be a close game, but Exet doesn't even look like they're trying. Like, they're not pushing up, trying to take points. We've got Bolu with 20 kills. Not a single person surpassed the 7 kill mark for Exet, and it was just a non-stop rain of score streaks for Tribe.
I can't do math that fast, but they got outslayed by like 40 or something. I mean, that was just insane from Tribe, and maybe that's all he needed. Get a little momentum there, carry that over into the hard point, maybe push us to an insane map 5. It's just crazy how lopsided that was, considering how tight and back and forth the maps 1 and 2 were. That couldn't have been further from the case. What was that?
I mean, given the thing about that first game of Hardpoint is looking at the kills, Tribe should have been able to win that. They just played their rotations and their Hardpoint so poorly that it ended up being Exet coming out on top. That was the Tribe Gaming that I expected to see in that first game of Hardpoint. And if they can continue to bring that level of energy and that type of dominance, there's not a single team in this tournament that's going to be able to beat them.
Yeah, I mean, this would be an impressive comeback. It seems like impossible considering how the first 2 maps were, but that was just a bit of brilliance from Tribe, and now I'm excited to see if they can keep it rolling. But yeah, that's how it is kind of with top teams and favorites. When you have a bunch of studs on a lineup, like when it clicks, when you get rolling in a map, you can steamroll. It's like confidence, I think, in anything, whether you're talking sports or esports. Like when you're feeling it and things are going well, like you just put the foot on the pedal and just run through them, and that's what Tribe did.
Yeah, I mean, and that's the reason why they're the favorite. I think there were probably, knowing YouTube comment sections, there were no doubt people spamming in the chat that Tribe is washed up and everything else, and I think that game probably changed a lot of minds. So I'm interested to see if they do bring that same energy in Hardpoint. Knowing that their backs are up against the wall definitely seems to change the game for them, and even though they did struggle in Search and Destroy, if they're able to put it to a game 5, I think they can bounce back as well. It will be challenging knowing that they don't have their primary sniper Little B in play right now, but if they're able to get Leon going with the snipes, that could be a game-changing factor as well.
Well, we'll see if they can do it, but the hard point to focus on first. Yeah, I mean, you kind of said the slaying was okay, but it wasn't even really that good. Like, they didn't really slay that well, but the big thing was the rotations. Like, it's really hard. If you haven't played a lot of Hardpoint, when you're rotating well and getting in good positions, it's kind of easy to pick up kills behind that, because you're fighting against people that are flying in against you. You've got a good position to cover. You're on a heady. It's very easy to rack up kills that way. When you're constantly losing the rotation and trying to break over and over and over again, like what we saw from them for what felt like every single Hardpoint out of 1, they rotated too early and then they got broken in the first 15 seconds. But when you're doing that all game, you're not going to slay well. It borders on impossible, and any kills you do get are basically meaningless. So yeah, it wasn't a good game 1. They've got to tighten it up and just play smarter as a unit here in the map 4. And I hope, with them being one of the top teams, that's something they're focusing on for map 4. Just play it smarter, rotate.
Yeah, having known their coach personally, I know that he's got to be absolutely on them with the way that they played those first 2 games, because it really just didn't seem like we were watching Tribe Gaming. Yeah, we've heard them talk about their struggles in Search and Destroy before, but also you do have to factor in just the snipes that Maralto is hitting, and sometimes it's better to be lucky than good, and we saw that come into play for that matchup, especially when he was able to hit some of those wall bangs through that building. But on a map like the next two that we're going to be going up on, I feel like it is going to be a lot more textbook, and if it does come down to textbook strategy and just straight up winning gunfights, we know that Tribe can do it. We saw them dominate on Meltdown, and we'll see whether or not they can do it again hopping in the next game.
Yeah, my question mark is really just a search if we get there, just because yeah, you can say there was some luck, but still, for the most part, what we've seen in search from Tribe is like 5-man hits, right? Whether it was back alley, warehouse, even any map I've casted in search, it's just they're running as a unit, and that can work. Like, yeah, I've said this many times, but in the search and destroy or any mode, sometimes it's better to make the wrong play, make the dumb play, but do it together. Like, if you're making plays together, anything can work in Call of Duty. Like, if you're a unit, you can make the dumb work without question. So we'll see if that's the case, or if maybe they spread it a little bit more, play both bomb sites. I don't know. I'm curious to see how they're going to do it, because right now, yeah, they just kind of had that wolf pack mentality, and sometimes it pays off, sometimes it doesn't. But I'm not as worried about hardpoint. Like, I just don't think they can play as bad as they did in map 1 again. I think that might have just been one of those things you chalk up to a slow start, maybe the comms being off a little bit. You can see they were clearly now on point with that map 3 dominance.
Yeah. Looking at some of our statistics in regards to hardpoint differential heading into this game, Xset is at plus 136 and Tribe is at -6. So you gotta think Tribe's questioning some of their strength, what they've been doing prior to this. I've seen them in the past be really good in hardpoint, so we know that they're capable of pulling this off. We know that they've got the slaying power, but like you said, being set up on the hardpoint is so crucial to being able to win gunfights. I think one of the best examples that we saw of this was, I believe it was Nova versus Strike Zone, where Strike Zone was hitting their rotations, especially on Summit hardpoint. They were set up on the hardpoint first pretty much every time, and because of that, they effectively had double kills as the opposing team, because they were always in the right position waiting for the contender to come into the hardpoint. That really just sets you up for success every
100%.
time. So we'll see whether or not Tribe can turn the tables and hit those rotations. Should be an interesting one to watch, and yeah, it's gonna be a blast.
I don't think you can take too much from the stats, just because I think if you're talking like strength of schedule, I think Tribe's probably had the hardest matchup thus far. They had to play Truly OP, now they play Xset, so they've had tough hard points. Whereas if you think of Xset, they played Vio, I think, first, and just kind of smoked them. So there's a little bit of a difference there. I think Tribe has had the harder matchups without question. I mean, both of their games just been against people like not be able to win this entire thing. But hard point up, Summit the map. Who's gonna get rolling early, Bobby?
Yeah, I mean, this is the one we saw it before. It comes down to spawn control. Whoever's able to take spawns on that third hard point, probably going to be the team that we see end up winning the game. Lots of time on the hill coming in for Tribe as Nero is by himself on the hard point. Silva's going to slide in with that Echo, trying to find his second kill. He will do so, and that will secure control for Xset. Nobody really popping off in a big way. Pretty even across the board so far, but some very big time for Xset to even things up as Tribe is kind of struggling to push back into the hard point.
I'm curious. I haven't watched enough of them to form this opinion yet, but there are some teams that, for whatever reason, faster paced Call of Duty's become like these break heavy teams. Like last year in the CDL, that was FaZe. We always talked about they weren't very good at rotating, but they were so good at breaking behind their skill that they would still win most hard points. Problem is when you play a good team that's good at rotating, that usually ends up costing you, which could be the case here. We'll see how the map 4 plays out, and if they can play it a little bit more cohesively as we get ready for our next hard point to pop. Multiple players kind of coming off spawn from either side, but towards the hard point for now, at least you have the numbers for Tribe. They should be able to soak up a good amount of time here early.
Yeah, Silva's gonna jump down, get the contest. Tribe continues to hold, so they're looking really good right now. Xset is just not getting the contributions out of Deathly's that they need. He's down at 3 kills once again, which we've seen from him multiple times so far today. Tectonic, no surprise, top fragging right now with 6 kills on the board. He's not even a player that I would say is remotely dependent on the meta in order to be good. He's been sticking with that LK for the longest time.
Wait, you said definitely said 3 and 0.
Oh, I meant 0.
Yeah, I'll say.
I thought I said 0.
Here. He's got 3 now. He has got to kill you. I think he actually might have just picked one up, but yeah, once you're through your second hard point, you never want to have a goose egg. But we'll see if he can pick it up. Maybe that'll be the difference. But they're still in the hunt. They're only down 20 or so points right now. We're waiting for the next point.
I mean, if you're looking at the control of spawns right now, Tribe is looking really good. They got one player inside that building. Tectonic just going to be lasering anybody that tries to round one of those corners. And we've got Xset trying to get the break right here, but just perfect setup coming in for Tribe. Same as we've seen before coming out of Strike Zone. And with this control, it's going to be so difficult for Xset to get any type of a push onto that hard.
Yeah, and this is the total opposite of what we saw from them in the map 1. So, yeah, I don't know if it was just a comms issue or they're not comfortable on that map, or you said at one point you thought maybe they rotated to the wrong hard point. I don't know what was going on, but this has been way better. They've had the superior positioning, and it's reflecting in the scoreline. And they are heating up, and now I'm worried. Xset might be in trouble with the way the Tribe started to click.
Yeah, Charles is going to stay on the hard point for the time being and already sending out all their players. One of the main reasons that hard point is so crucial, typically by the time you're rotating to hard point number 4, you've got all your operators charged up, and it makes it a lot easier to get the break than if you were trying to break just with a gun. You can see Child's already pushed up, and they've got control of the hard point. Xset spawning all the way across the map, and this game is probably about as good as over. With Tribe on the hill, they've got spawns, they've got the kills, they've got the score streaks, just nothing going the way of Xset right now.
So what? We had a Xset blowout map 1, a round 11, then a Tribe blowout map 3. What looks like a Tribe blowout here. This is not made a whole lot of sense as a series, but I'm with it. If it's going to get us to a map 5, I am with it.
Yeah,
it's just kind of insane.
And with the way that Tribe has played the past 2 games, you gotta wonder if they just were overly confident heading into those first couple games and assumed that it would be an easy win, or whether this has been Xset not quite playing up to their potential. But a 150-35 win in that one, I believe, in domination. The win was something like 150-57. You gotta think that Tribe's gonna be able to carry this in.
That was like 150-55 or something in that ballpark. I thought that was a slaughter. Okay, we've redefined the word slaughter, because that one was worse in every way. I said that if Tribe wanted to win this, they had to fix the rotations, get better positioning, make the game easier on themselves, and they did that for every single hard point.
Yeah,
Good job. Okay, you fixed the issues. Great.
That was pretty much textbook rotations for Summit. Could not have played it any better, could not have set up any better for that third hard point, and they made that look about as easy as any team could make a game look. We saw them struggle, and we've seen them talk about their struggles in Search and Destroy, so I think once again it's going to come down to the snipers. No real sniper presence in play for Tribe right now. Leon will pull it out every once in a while, but their primary sniper, Little B, not in play today, so we'll see whether or not that's something that they're able to minimize and still be able to clean up a few rounds, or if it's something that comes back to haunt them.
Do you know what the map is for the 5th map?
Firing range, I believe.
It's firing range, okay. Do you think, like, if the sniper play is true and you saw in map 2, Meralto kind of had a field day and there was no real counter for that outside of the time they were able to basically 5-man push him? For you, with a map like firing range, if they're not going to be pulling out a snipe and you have Meralto on the other end of it, what can they do to maybe minimize his sniper play?
I think right now you just got to try to play off angles. You don't make a whole lot of pushes toward mid. You don't overexpose yourself to anywhere that can be seen from either American or the top of 10. And you really try to use your smokes to the best that you possibly can to minimize the long angles and try to play everything in the short as best you can.
Well, we'll see if they can do it. Xset, Tribe, map 5 coming up after this quick break.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since well before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
It is time. Map 5. Tribe trying to pull off the reverse sweep. This has been one of the weirdest series that I've ever commentated. When you think of how lopsided some of the maps have been and the fact that both teams have been responsible for the beatdowns, I have no idea who is going to win this. Bobby, what do you think?
I mean, like you said, I feel like it could go either way. On the one hand, you got all the momentum in the world for Tribe, complete dominance. That game of Meltdown domination was one of the most ridiculous lopsided wins I've ever seen. To see a triple cap to finish out the game is absolutely shocking to me. But on the other hand, you got to think about the fact that the sniper aspect of the game is 100% in the hands of Xset, with Moralto being really good for the team so far today, especially in Search and Destroy. You just got to think that's going to give them an advantage as well. So I think a lot of it is going to come down to their approaches to the game, whether or not they decide to be aggressive or play for picks off the start before they try to go to a push. I think that's where most of the deciding factor is going to come down.
Yeah, I think one thing that's, you kind of talked about momentum. I do think momentum and flow is huge, but I guess for me, I feel like that's much more a thing going like respawn to respawn. Search slows the game down, right? So if you're Tribe, it's not just flying around, trading kills, getting 2 and 3 pieces. Like, it slows down quite a bit. So the momentum factor comes out a bit for me, especially after you go to a little break. We have a restart of the map, maybe cools the engines a little bit. So I don't know. I'll kind of take that out of play a bit, but I guess I'm worried less about Tribe and their momentum and more the ability to rebound after getting smoked twice for Xset. That's the part I'm kind of wondering about.
Yeah, you got to think right now, especially with the lobby resetting, it's almost like icing the kicker if you are
a little bit, yeah.
Feeling like you can retake, not even necessarily retake the momentum, but remove it as a factor altogether. And like you said, in Search and Destroy, you basically get a momentum reset after every round. So it all comes down to adapting to the opposing team's approach, whether or not you're able to counter their strategies. And the sniper is just such a big factor for that, especially in firing range. You got to think that's going to give XSET a pretty good advantage. And to a certain extent, they've probably got that underdog mentality as well, knowing that that Tribe is the top team that most of these teams are looking at and saying, that's who we've got to beat if we're going to be the champions. So for them to be able to remove one win from Tribe in just the first day of gameplay would be absolutely huge for them.
Here we go. Map 5. We've only got one more match to follow us tonight before we set up for a championship Sunday, which I'm hoping is providing some of the hysterics and insane plays that we've had today. But first, this map 5 to get there. XSET, Tribe. I want to say everything on the line, but they still have a chance in losers. But still, you'd love to be guaranteed top 3 in a winner's bracket final, not have to worry about things. And there's a first blood coming in. It's going to be for Tribe. They're able to push into trailer. Half the team's on fire, but they get out.
Yeah, I believe Tectonic actually sprayed through smoke right there to get the first blood. So a little bit of luck. Impulsive gets the frag with the trophy system. Another one comes in, but it is Tribe with the man advantage. Moralto's still alive there to cause some issues, and it is now down to a 1v2, or no, a 1v1 as Bolu's the only player remaining for Tribe. No, 2v1? 2v1.
Yeah. And he's going to get caught. They're able to take the 2v1. They'll close it out. The body shooting now happening on the other side, repaying the love, as they got a lot of that during maps 3 and 4. Now, a question for you, because I do think it's looked to me, just from like the YouTubers' content and my brief experience with competitive, that the sniper seems to be stronger in this game versus traditional COD. Do you think spots where you're in, like, let's say, 2v4 where you don't have numbers and you have a sniper, is it less of a liability in this game? Like, can you clutch up a lot easier?
You can definitely clutch up easier than in past CODs, but at the same time, you will see most of the players, if they do have a sniper, pick up an AR or an SMG from a fallen body, just because they want to have that versatility. Because it's very high risk, high reward. Like, you hit the quick scope in close range, it's an insta-kill, but at the same time, if you miss, then you're automatically dead to anyone using an AR or an SMG. So a lot of it will come down to confidence. 2 players drop off the start, and just like that, Tribe actually will have the advantage right there. The bomb is down on the A site. Pressure is on for Silva and Silva.
You just can't throw numbers again. You can't throw numbers again. Have a 2v1. Impulsive just gonna hop it.
Oh my
He's
god.
just gonna hop it.
Oh my god.
He might get it done. Oh, they just catch him at the final second, and that would have been a painful round loss. You had the numbers advantage in round 1. You had it there, and I thought it was gonna slip away again, but they get there just in the nick of time.
Yeah, that was, I mean, your heart has to be racing if you're Tribe and you see that guy already defusing. You know you gotta land those shots or it is round over. So big save for them coming in right there. They had all the advantage and nearly missed out on it, but able to close things out. We will have them pushing pretty aggressively toward the A site, which we haven't seen a whole lot so far today. Molotov's going in on that back alley to make the plant a little bit easier, and with B plant coming in, the pressure is now on for XSET as they've got players all around the point.
Yeah, they're pretty spread out. They're trying to collapse. Can you get a lucky timing? First blood, I believe, for 3 rounds in a row. Going to go to Tribe, but a trade does come in quickly.
I got shot!
3 versus 3. Quickly, 1 guy left. It's going to be Childs, but there's only 20 seconds left to go. Can he clutch up and maybe keep them off the bomb? Not going to happen. There's the kill. There's the defuse. 2-1 advantage and a little bit more love to the bodies. As these 2 teams, I don't think, have a whole lot of love between them right now.
You know, sometimes it's nice to see a little good old-fashioned body shooting.
I love it.
Get the tempers high. To be honest, I personally don't like doing it because I feel like that adds fuel to the flame of the opposing team. I was casting a tournament the other day. Team was up like 4-0, started shooting bodies, and it completely went lopsided. So we'll see whether or not that happens for XSET. Impulsive has been cooking, but Moralto gets first blood onto Nero with the RPG vehicle.
They're able to gather up bomb, though. Try to reposition. He's going to challenge. There's going to be 2 players there and going to drop numbers in a big way over to XSET. is they've stopped this plant from happening, and that was also going to be bombed down. They might have eyes directly on where bomb is if they both held. So that makes it even more difficult here for trying to somehow get out of this. Well, they give him a free kill, and that's just a, I don't know, that's kind of a bad death in my opinion. You have bomb down, you have a 5v3. There is no reason to overshot like that.
Yeah, that was a little bit of a questionable move, and hopefully does not come back to bite them. Yuna still yet to pick up a first kill, but still alive, and no doubt the sniper of Moralto going to play a factor in the finish of this game. I believe they just picked up the bomb right here, so now going to be able to go for the plant, but down a man is going to make things much more difficult, as we do have players collapsing over on the B site and actually now going for the counter rotation as Leon picks up the frag.
Maybe they didn't realize bomb was down because they had the two people there at the heady, like at the barrel where they first got that kill. If they realized they had bomb down, like you can just hold that. So I don't know if they didn't realize or they decided to give it up, but I thought the hardest part of this was going to be Tribe actually getting the bomb back, but now they get it back. Now they're working the plant in a 2 versus 2. Bomb's going to go down. Moralto, can he hit another one? 1 versus 2. He's already had a wondrous clutch within this series. Can he pull off another one? He's got vision on both. I think he saw both.
Oh, the shield turret goes down.
Target's in sight.
Way forward. I thought he saw him cross there.
I did too.
Well, okay, so maybe that looked like, so I guess where we have X-ray, we can tell a guy went right and then a guy dipped left through the window. Maybe he thought that was the same player, and like he crossed right and crossed right back left. Maybe I don't know.
Yeah, that's what I would assume. A little bit confusing, but we do see Tribe going for the trailer push. It does not pay off as 2 players make it 3 players drop. Silva frying the entire Tribe team, and Leon by himself does get 2 frags, not able to find one onto Yuna, and Xset will be able to retake the lead at 3-2.
He was dying faster than you. 2, 3, 4. This guy kept falling.
Destroy the objective.
Into round 6 we go. Now we're going to see what Xset can do on offense as we swap sides. And yeah, you're pretty spread now. I mean, we've seen Tribe with so many of these like 5-man hits even on defense. They've got eyes at both sides, but favoring this B side of the map, and I believe they've called it right. Well, Silva's bomb carrier, I think he's actually still kind of chilling towards wood and just getting information behind Impulsive. There's a legion of Tribe players here for him to deal with.
I believe Impulsive spotted one player over on the car head glitch, so I think that's the reason he went back to kind of relay comms to his teammates. Interesting to see no first blood yet. We haven't seen Xset be too dependent on Moralto to get that first blood, as we've seen pretty aggressive pushes out of Tribe with smokes every time that they've done it, but they're going to be able to get the bomb plant down over on the A site. Tectonic back in spawn. With an SMG, typically not where you want to be. You'd like to be a little bit closer to the site, but it looks like they're going with the aggressive push altogether once again. Let's see if it pays off.
So they get the first blood and they're able to get away. Impulsive will drop, and he's leading the way currently for Xset with 7 kills. They hop on it for a second. The flank's going to come through as well. Suddenly it's all on Silva and Moralto to try and clutch this up.
They're nowhere to be found.
Bomb defused.
And there's the defuse.
That round, but it's not over yet.
I don't know where. Well, we saw one there at back trailer. I don't even know where the other player was.
Yeah, I think Moralto was sniping back trailer, and then the other one I think might have been over in wood. Regardless, definitely not what you would like to see from Xset right there. Is could have at least had an opportunity to play for the round, and they just kind of give it up for free. So Tribe's going to be able to tie things back up at 1-1. Moralto looking for the first blood once again. Not going to be able to find it with only 2 kills on the board. Has not been much of a factor so far. Tribe's done a pretty good job of minimizing his impact by staying off those long angles, not opening up any easy opportunities for him. But with the bomb down on the A site, the pressure's on.
Well, last time they got that opening kill, I think behind the stun. They do it again. They're all grouped up here. The stun's going to go in. Yuna tagged up a bit, but can't quite finish the kill. Through on the flank. It's going to be Tribe's able to pick it up, but everyone else really dropping around him. One more on the flank. Can't quite hit the shots. His teammate drops at the same time. 4-3.
And at that point, you gotta kind of be wondering, does Tribe need to be more aggressive on the defense over on the A site? It seems almost like they're giving up the plant on A for free, which is something that we see. And just as I say that, they push all players over toward the A site, and it's gonna backfire once again. It's probably gonna be another free plant over toward B as we see some Molotovs going out. Absolutely nobody weighing over at B for Tribe.
That's what they did on Meltdown too. And when they called it right, it was great. They had 5 people there. They won the round quickly. When they called it wrong, it didn't go as well. And, you know, they have that Wolfpack mentality, but yeah, there's a risk reward of that, certainly. Now Balu is stuck trying to shoot between 2 players. I think it's 3 rounds in a row now for Xset. They take a commanding 5-3 lead. And yeah, the pick a site and play the retake, it's not working.
The enemy has the bomb.
Yeah, you've got to think right now they're reevaluating their strategy. I believe we actually saw the sniper come out for Leon. I'm surprised we haven't seen that earlier on in the game for them, as we do see them sitting back, playing for picks. Xset taking a similar approach. No first blood coming in for either team, but with Deathly's pushing up the front of trailer, it looks like it's going to be another easy A plant right here for Xset. I believe 4 players off site for Tribe and Leon, not able to spot anybody quite yet. They just haven't.
Easiest plants of all time.
Yeah, I just don't know what Tribe's doing right now.
Confidence in the retake, I guess, but it's not working.
It's misplaced.
Frag!
Wants to check it for a sec. Nobody on the bomb. 2 have dropped though. From both sides, 3v3 now, 20 seconds to go. The trailer swarm comes in through the smoke. Deathly's trying to hit a shot, picks up another gun. The rocket up, no damage through though, just narrowly misses catching 1. 10 seconds left, 1 versus 1. Playing for the bomb, Heady's gonna get smoked though, and Tribe will clutch up. Tectonic wins a gunfight. He likely had no right winning and keeps them alive in this game 5.
Ready up.
I mean, if you're impulsive, you've got the head glitch, you've got the bomb down, you've just got to hit those shots like straight up. There's no reason.
I thought it was over.
Yeah, there's no reason Tectonic should have been able to win that. Completely overexposed coming out of trailer. Time is ticking, and yet somehow miraculously wins the gunfight to keep Tribe alive for another round. And it looks like we may be coming down to the end of another classic.
Yeah, give me another round 11. I don't care how we get there. Just give me another one.
This is too much stress for my old body to handle.
So this is one of those times they call it right, but it's a good time. It's a good job by Xset again. Like they get the information, they throw some utility, they realize there are players there, and they're just like, all right, we're gonna wrap it out and just go ahead and plant. They don't overcommit, they don't lose anybody. They did it last time. They tried to work over towards the B site. Now you got to get a retake in again. Impulsive from the top tower. He's able to find 1. Could that be the nail in the coffin? A big first blood.
You
so
would
much
think
harder
so,
to break now.
Yeah, with the way they got the retake on the last one, Leon has not been able to have any impact with that sniper. I think if they're able to win this one, they're probably going to have him put it away. But Silva just potatoing all of his shots right now. I don't know what's happening. Tribe down.
I thought for a second it was going to get scary based on his POV, but his teammates clutch up in back trailer. Xset. I thought they might get reverse swept, but they clutch up. They get the win. That series made very little sense to me, but I had a blast.
I genuinely, for the life of me, cannot understand why you give up so much control on firing range. Firing range is not the type of map where you could just play retakes all the time. And Bobby, you had noted before about the sniper. It was that Leon was actually busted out the sniper on left side, and there was just no presence there to try and deter that push from happening. And it wasn't just one time. It happened round after round after round. Truly startling. And I think that Tribe, you know, if there's ever a time that this term is relevant, they truly need to go back to the drawing board, because whatever they were doing there just didn't work.
Yeah, I mean, now I'm starting to understand a lot more why they had said that Search and Destroy was their weakest game mode. They just did not seem to have any discernible pattern that would actually work. They had a discernible pattern, but most of the time it was just not going their way. We saw it on standoff and we saw it again on firing range right there. So I don't know what type of changes they need to make. I think ultimately there are times where they need to play a little bit more passive on defense. It would seem like they would send a 5-stack of players down one alley on defense, and if there wasn't players from the opposing team waiting there in wait, then it just didn't go their way. They did it too many times and it came back and bit them in the mud.
Thing, and Maven, you brought it up, right? Like, so Xset goes B, they get info, they take out a trophy, they get some utility out, they rotate. You would imagine that the same type of thought process would have gone through Tribe's head, where it's like, okay, this doesn't look like a hard commit.
I think you kind of nailed it when you said it's firing range, because think about the difference. Like, okay, they played Meltdown first. On those maps and the sites, you can kind of lure people in, make them commit, and then, oh, hey, there's 5 of us here, which we saw them catch team in 2 rounds. Take a standoff. If you want to hit aggressive back alley or something, there are a lot of lanes in a big map where you can hit some stuff, and even if it's not a smart play, it can work out. But yeah, like firing range, they just went somewhat close to the bomb site, got a little bit of information. If anyone with any level of IQ over a 6 has watched any of these matches, you knew that all 5 of them have stuck together in every damn round. You rotate out and you play quick. I mean, if you're going to do the 5-man stack on defense, I feel like you have to be unpredictable. It's almost like they needed to be more aggressive on a map like firing range. I don't know. It's just it's too predictable, man. Because they were at least on standoff a little unpredictable, right? Because the lanes you could take. But there, it just felt like, okay, they're here. Let's go there.
I mean, I competed in Black Ops 1, and you know, one of the things that we always preach was just never lose the trailer, right? Like, because the trailer dictates such a huge part of the map. Like, you're fighting for that practically. And defense is able to get over there, you know, a little bit you know, I would say like it exchanges, but that's where you rely on your sniper to kind of give you that coverage, and then you try and just take control of front trailer and then push your way out. Like, there's just a lot of little things that I wish that Tribe would have done, but it was a fantastic matchup, and I certainly don't want to take it away from either team here. Because they really brought it, Bobby, and I'm just impressed across the board. And now that's just simply going to make these next few rounds in the lower bracket that much more critical. Tribe have prepped for this, and now they're going to be taking a trip, and as some may say, legends are made in the lower bracket. Perhaps this could be Tribe's day today.
Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting for them to be in the lower bracket by any means. I said at the start of this one that Xset was the one that had the best chance at putting them into that lower bracket and potentially eliminating them, and they just had the better strategy in search and destroy, and they were able to capitalize on their mistakes, and they made it happen.
All right, well, folks, we're going to take it to a quick break. When we come back, we'll have to hear from our competitors, but also plenty more Call of Duty Mobile action coming at you in just a little bit. It was certainly a slobber knocker, a great matchup between 2 great teams. Xset, though, they will take the day. It belongs to them. Tribe will now have to take a trip to the lower bracket, and we'll see what they're made of there. Xset moves on. Tribe, see what they do next.
You know what phrase we can finally retire? Good, for a mobile game. Fun fact, Sony's been getting the best out of entertainment and technology for like ever. And Call of Duty has been making games since, well, before some of us were born. Isn't it about time we had a mobile gaming experience that's just good, period? Maybe even great? Turns out we do. Call of Duty made the impossible mobile game with Call of Duty Mobile, and Sony made the impossible smartphone for gamers with Xperia. I can get the edge with wider than widescreen, enhance my game literally with Game Enhancer, share my epic wins with the flick of a finger, and do it all while I keep my cool with HS Power Control. It's casual when I want to kick back, and core when I need to kick butt. It's the gaming experience built with me in mind. Sony brought the gear, and Call of Duty brought the game. Sony's Xperia plus Call of Duty Mobile. Because gamers deserve great, wherever we are.
Welcome back, everyone, to the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs here. As we get to the end, and we're very close to it, we have 2 more sets of games to go through here today. I'm Golden Boy, joined by Maven and Hawks Nest to close things out here. And Hawks, your thoughts on that last game between Tribe and Xset? Xset move on. Tribe, we're going to be seeing them here against Gene. Your thoughts regarding Tribe's performance in that last matchup?
I mean, as you guys said many times, they did a lot of things that just really weren't expected. I do think their play as a team on defense especially was kind of lacking there. I do expect them to come in the next game against Gene Gaming a lot more strong. They've had a lot of practice, obviously, with last round, and as Maven said, they're not a super great S&D team, although they do have a little bit more practice now with it, and hopefully might be able to correct that. Also, Gene Gaming, I think, has performed well through the tournament, but they are kind of one of the teams that haven't shown up as well. If we do look at the KD numbers, 3 of the top 6 players currently overall for the entire tournament are on Tribe, whereas Gene only has 1 of the top 10. So I definitely think Tribe has the capability, especially in Respawn, to frag out and hit those the XS1s early, things like that. And then again, they kind of have had some practice in those S&D rounds.
Yeah, no doubt about it. Tribe is, KD wise, the stats, right? They are a stronger team. But Maven, you and I have been doing this for a very long time, and there's one thing that we know from casting COD is that S&D wins championships. It's happened so many times.
I actually don't agree with that logic at all, but yes, it's been said a lot.
You don't agree with that?
Not at all.
Look at COD champs of how many times has Search and Destroy been the deciding factor.
What do you mean? Look at all the dynasties of all time. Hardpoint wins championships. It's 1 and 4. Map 1's the most important. Look at all the top teams of all time.
I feel like 2 and 5 will always be important. But regardless of the fact, though, look, regardless, you still have to have a strong S&D game to be at the top tier, right? I mean, wouldn't you agree with that?
I think balance is best, honestly.
Fair.
Being good at every mode, I think, is crucial. I think what's good about a good S&D team is you have the potential to upset anyone, right? Like, if you're a really good S&D team,
yeah,
you see it still on Respawn, right? Like, there's a lot of upset potential there. But I actually just looking at it now, I'm not the expert like Hawks Nest. I'm not as into all the teams and players as he is, but like I actually think, just from my eye check of casting today, that I think both of these could be lopsided. Like, I heavily favor Tribe, I heavily favor Truly OP. We'll see. I could be very wrong, but they both look very good for me.
Yeah, well, that's our other matchup, actually, that's going to be taking place here during the Tribe Gene match, and that's Truly OP versus Strike Zone. Now, Hawks Nest, Strike Zone has surprised us all. We didn't really get a lot of information on this team. We see them coming through, roaring through the bracket. They defeat Fear 3-0. Then from there, they take it to Nova, and it goes to game 5. Nova squeaking by out of that game. And then even in the lower side of things, right, Strike Zone now have an opportunity to really just shut out Truly OP, who looked stupendous earlier on. Is this going to be the continued story, Hawks Nest, of Strike Zone potentially being a dominant force in this competition?
I could definitely see it, though, but facing Truly OP, obviously Truly has been one of the most strong teams in the game so far. They did have a pretty tough winners bracket facing Tribe Gaming, so yeah, obviously them being down in the losers bracket doesn't necessarily mean they are one of the worst teams I still think they are easily top 4, top 5. So it's going to be a tough matchup, but Strike Zone, again, has also surprised many of us. So I think that's going to be a really, really good matchup. I think the current matchup that we will be watching, Tribe Gaming versus Gene Gaming, I think that one will be a little bit more lopsided on the end of Tribe Gaming, though.
Yeah, well, now we've had opportunity to speak to the winners before, or after, I should say, rather than the matches conclude. But this time around, we're actually going to be changing things up a little bit, and we're going to be bringing in Gene's very own Piano to talk to us about this upcoming matchup that they have. Piano, how you doing, my friend?
Hey, how are you doing? It's good to finally talk to you.
Yeah, same, man, same. So, look, let's not beat around the bush here. You guys had a really rough start against Nova, 3-0, and you're sent to the lower bracket, but you managed to beat Fear. Fear had a really rough day today, but you guys seem to be able to pick yourselves up. Now you're facing off against Tribe. They're kind of defeated here, especially after losing that last matchup. How do you feel you guys match up against Tribe, and do you think you can make it to that next round?
I think they're going to be a very tough team. I think they're all very talented players. I've played with them a lot. I admire them a lot. But, you know, we are coming from a very positive mindset. We just got a good win, and they just took a loss. So we're hoping to capitalize on that and hopefully, you know, win those gunfights. Yeah,
of course. And now, obviously, as you guys get ready for this matchup, you had to have seen what happened in the Tribe X8 game, at least, you know, glancing at it. Without giving away too much, do you feel like there's anything that plays into your hand as a team as you prepare for this match? Anything you can use against Tribe potentially?
Well, it is really helpful that we just watch them play the exact same maps that we're going to play now again. So that's a little bit of an advantage that we have. However, I would never take them for granted. I think they're going to be a very tough and a very close game.
Yeah, well, without a doubt. And Piano, I want to wish you nothing but the best of luck. It is certainly going to be a great matchup, and I'm very much looking forward to it. So, folks, once again, this is Piano with Gene Gaming. We're going to be seeing them in a moment here as they take on Tribe. Piano, thank you once again for your time.
Thank you, my man. Have a good day.
All right, folks, so now we're going to get ready for our final set of games today. 2 matches that are going to be going on back to back, and we'll be doing our best to keep tabs of both games, but we'll be mostly highlighting the Tribe and Gene match. I understand Maven and Hawk's Nest are going to be back with me here in just a moment, and I always find the conversation around what are the game types, and Maven is right. Balance is always the best. You know, we learn it in Star Wars, and it's relevant here as well. We always must have balance in the Force. So I will agree with you on that. And I think that Gene, Maven, what they could potentially do here, as you just heard in the interview, is take the strats that they saw. Like, they're going to play Fire Range. If, let's say, they go to a game 5, right? They could use that passive strategy against them and essentially abuse it the way that X8 did.
I agree that there's always an advantage in watching a team that just played, right? You see what they do?
Yeah.
My only issue with that line of thinking for this, what they didn't work at all. There is no chance they're doing that again. There is no way in hell they're playing Fire Range like that again. Now, okay, I guess they could, but that was horrible. So I would think it's going to change. So there's actually, like, if you play thinking they're going to do that, and then they're completely changing up how they play it, that could actually end up being more harm than good. So we'll see.
Yeah, you know what? You're so right, Maven, because that is something like you tend to prepare strategies for certain opponents. And I think that when you look at the bracket, Tribe was like, we're more than likely going to play X8 in this match. And they were prepared for that conflict. Whereas with Gene, maybe they change things up, Hawk's Nest. Maybe they introduce some different strategies, things that they wouldn't feel comfortable taking on X8 with because they know how strong those players are.
Yeah, one thing too is both Tribe and Gene Gaming. Well, first of all, Gene Gaming, those are some really nice guys. I had the chance to talk to them.
Yeah.
Very nice people. And they were pretty honest with me about how they don't have a ton of confidence going into S&D, and obviously Tribe said the same thing. Although they didn't say they were not very confident, they just considered it their worst mode. So it's going to be interesting to see how that lines up. And then also both teams considered domination their very best. And also both teams said that they love firing range. So it's going to be interesting to see how that pans out, because I do think we will be having some firing range pop up.
Oh yeah, we certainly will, folks. All right, well, game is going to be starting up here in just a moment. That is going to do it for me. It is now time to watch our next 2 sets of games as they commence. We got Truly OP versus Strike Zone in Tribe versus Gene. Maven, Hawk, the floor is yours. Have a good time. These matchups are certainly going to be interesting. Winner will move on. Loser, well, they're home already. So I guess they just stopped playing in the tournament. You know, that's really it. There's not much really. There's no magic there. Okay, wait, I was just told by production, sorry, we do have a restart that is happening. So the hype, we'll dial that back down, and then we'll, you know, ramp it back up. That's what Maven's here for.
Hang it.
I can't believe we get to hang out with Golden Boy. You know, this guy hung out with The Rock.
That's true, I did.
We get to hang out with Golden Boy.
3
this
whole
guy
weeks.
hung out with The Rock. Now,
Coworkers.
he hasn't gotten any more muscular. I was hoping The Rock
Not at
would maybe just kind of change your persona. You just,
Just
I'm
thicker.
going to the gym now. Just hit it. But I appreciate you spending time with people like us.
Yeah, the small people, you know.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
No, I have to make sure that I'm out there with the public eye, you know,
It's good for
providing,
PR. It's good for
providing support, you know. You guys are ridiculous. You know what, while we wait for this restart though, I guess Hawks, we can continue to just break this down a little bit more. Tribe they have had so much preparation for this tournament. I'm still stunned that this is the position that we find ourselves in. But also not really, because XSET is a good team. But now Tribe, they're needing to kind of find themselves again here and figure out what went wrong in that game, because chances are they're going to run into them again.
Yeah, for sure. I think XSET is a very, very strong S&D team. They said they really thrive in being aggressive inside of S&D, and I don't think that Tribe really knew how to handle that necessarily.
Yeah.
It'll be interesting to see how they adapt, what kind of counterplays they come up with, and see how they adjust their strategies or just completely abandon certain things that they were trying, which obviously didn't work in the last round. So yeah, it'll be interesting to see what they do here.
Yeah.
See, I find that whole series interesting because even after watching that and watching Tribe lose, I still think Tribe is the better team. I just think that all of it came down to the map 1. I think they came out map 1 with their heads on backwards. Like, they played horribly. They didn't rotate at all. Like, the difference, if you watch map 1 and 4 back to back, it is the stupidest thing you'll ever watch. Like, the difference in how they played was insane. So I just think as much as we're talking about the surge, it shouldn't even got to a map 5. Like, map 1 was just weird. They just didn't rotate. They just didn't play well at all. So yes, if they play again, can Tribe beat them without question for me. But this next matchup is so weird to me because, like, if you're the better team in a matchup like Tribe is, typically you don't need to prep for the other team a ton because you're going to kind of play your game, right? You're the better team. You're going to play the way you would play. If you're Gene, yes, you want to watch them and prepare. I just don't know what would you even take away from what you just watched. If you watch what do you take away from that? Sometimes they're really good. Sometimes they're really bad.
It's true. Well, gentlemen, I'm gonna let you guys take it from here. This is it. Our next set of games, last matches of the day. Hawks, Maven, closure.
Oh my God, I just feel so blessed to be around him. I feel like my life is better after being around a celebrity. That's just wow. But now into our final match of the night until we sleep, eat entire pizzas collectively, and then get ready for Championship Sunday. But Tribe trying to rebound. Now, what's a big thing for me here, Access, is like Tribe just had a tough loss. They think they should have won that series. They know they made a ton of mistakes. In the last 20 minutes, how do you forget about that series, brush it off, make sure you don't underestimate Gene, and just come out and fry him? And I think what's good, though, is they do get the same map 1, right? So they can make sure they don't suck as bad as they did in the last series.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think they are a respawn team primarily. And I think this first round being a hard point on Crash, I think this is kind of an opportunity for them to regain that confidence, get the frags back up, and just kind of get that energy back going for the team.
See if they're going to be able to do it. Basically tied now as we get through our first hard point. Not a ton of time for either team. We'll wait for the next hard point to pounce as people are battling for control of the third story building. Piano's trying to peek mid with the LMG in hand. I needed one more bullet to get 2. Shot a little off point, and Narrow will make him pay. Inside the hard point, it's Tribe.
Piano already fragging out 7 kills with the chopper. Currently, Tribe holding down the point, 40 seconds left. Chun-Li able to push in, Tala as well. Narrow's gonna try to reach here.
And this is, I think last time we watched it, this is the hard point where they're going to give up a bit more now. There was like 40 seconds, but they stopped committing to this with about 25 seconds left and said, screw it. We're going to rotate. It's really hard to break into 3-story. We're just going to go ahead and set up. But then they set up and they got broken really quickly. So this time it looks like they decided to throw one more wave at this and maybe see if they can play it on the other side of it and get a break. So just, it's a lot different for Tribe this time around, at least through the first couple of hard points.
Yeah, absolutely. And it looks like Gene is set up already pretty well on this current hard point. Looks like Leon might try to rotate around here. Honestly, I like the positioning of Gene right now. Able to cover multiple different angles. I don't know if Tribe will be able to breach very easily here.
Well, Leon's got eyes on 3 of them back alley, so they should have the hard point. Yeah, they're basically already breached. So let's say, in front of us, you see an entire team in front of Leon. So they got the kills, they spawned them out, and now the chopper is chopping the entire side of Gene Gaming. Take one more down. It can hip fire too. This gun's absurd, by the way.
Yeah, it's pretty disgusting. The only downside is really the mobility, but if you're able to pre-ADS and set up in proper positions, it's a beam.
You mean down an alley? Yeah, that seemed like
just
a
like
good spot for it.
And right here, this head was... And then he was just spraying the wall for good measure.
Well, the blunders of the Crash Hardpoint in the last series, not the case here. They have taken a massive lead. It'll be, what, about 100 to 43.
Yeah.
After we wrap this hard point, they're in a great position, and we'll see if Gene Gaming can bounce back. Leon now with Annihilator out. He's popping. He's connecting. Just trying to catch him on the peak, but can't quite get it.
Lost.
Looks like Tribe is going to take control of this current hard point. No Gene players close. Going to be able to get a good, probably 20 out of this at least. Potentially being able to get a W here. Bolu going to take some shots. Able to get some good movement. A kill right there. Can he get the double? No, he's going to go down to Chun-Li right there. Still, I was surprised he even got 1 out of that. He was in a very tough situation.
This could not be more different than last time we saw it. Tribe is absolutely dominating. They fixed the mistakes from the last time through. They're looking to close out the game. We'll take a look at the other matchup right now.
A much closer game.
Gonna be in control of that one as well. Yep. It went up 30 or so, but yeah, a lot tighter than this one. They can actually win it here. Tribe, if they get the rest of this time, Gene's gonna have to fly forward, try to get in. They hop out of it for a second. They can no longer win on this particular hard point. We're at least gonna see it. See one more.
Yeah, they will have to set up next here. Looks like the player's pushing up. Overtaken to get beamed right there. Great kills from Tribe. They're going to be set up inside of the hard point with just 2 more seconds to go, and it looks like they're going to take this game. Very, very convincing win on the side of Tribe right there.
Yeah.
150 to 47, complete flip-flop.
Yeah, I think they lost. It was 150 to 55 or something like that. Yeah, so basically just flipped it on its head. And that is an example, and granted, maybe Gene's not as good of a team as XSET, but that's why I was saying for me it was all on the map 1. They played poorly. I think you got an example of how well they could play on the map right there. They do that in the last series. They're probably sitting in the winners bracket final, but they don't. They don't play well. Now they have to rebound and make a run through. Losers, great start to this best of 5. They dominate the first map. See if they can keep it rolling.
Yeah, I definitely think, as I was saying before, that's kind of the game that they needed to kind of get the energy back. Granted, they did have a dominant win last hardpoint that they did play, but they did end the series with an L. So, again, this hardpoint was a really big match for them to carry over that momentum.
How do they even still have energy? After the comms we heard a couple hours ago, if they've been going like that every single map, like one of them's going to die.
Yeah, if they make it to the grand finals, their voices are going to be gone completely.
I can't even fathom, like, that was difficult for me to listen to while doing nothing. I can't even fathom trying to play while listening to that. Like, my head would explode. Literally, blood would be leaking out my ears trying to play Call of Duty at the same time and dissect whatever that was. But as much as I'm going at it, I mean, they've been playing great. But I wonder if like those crazy comms though, like when it's like that, can lead to the occasional bad map. Because if you start out and you're not playing well and your rotations are off, and the comms are like that, it's probably hard to get things under control. And I'm not trying to put all blame there. They probably were just kind of off in more ways than one. But I think if I had to pick, in my experience, all my years casting Call of Duty, in all the things that matter to being a pro, comms could be number one. I'm not even kidding. Comms could be number one in being a professional player. And I mean, if they could all play like that and play well, all right. But it was interesting.
It might even be due to the fact that they are kind of quieter players, believe it or not, which I think then the strat becomes call out every single thing that you see and just try to give as much information as possible, because if the team isn't doing that, then they're going to generally be a little quieter and you're going to get players that aren't calling out things that they should. So I imagine the strategy with that team is definitely like shout out every single thing that you see. And then as they do that, as they practice, they just kind of learn how to read each other and make those call outs in the proper way.
Yeah.
To the untrained eye or ear, it's gibberish, though.
This is great for Drive. I mean, you get back-to-back maps you just played. I don't know how it played out like that, but that is great. You get to improve on your mistakes. And they did find some success on this map. I mean, honestly, they lose 2 1v1s. They could have won map 2 if it weren't for Moralto hitting some of the more absurd snipes I've seen. So maybe here we won't see too much of a change, I think, to their overall strategy. I think we get to firing range. That'll absolutely be the case, but they found some success here. They just didn't clutch up when it mattered.
Yeah, absolutely. And like you said, Moralto was a pretty big pivot right there, a pretty big factor. But already they're at a 4v1 situation, so taking a very solid round 1. Chun-Li, the only one left. Looks like Tribe is going to be able to get the plant.
And this is just kind of what I talked about the transition to this series. This is an easier map to kind of grenade out. Make it messy, 5-man hit stuff, catch people off guard. That kind of plays the Tribe's favor. And, you know, they do it in the first round, they 5-stack, they get the kills. Chun-Li now going to be in a world of trouble with just under 30 seconds left to go to try and pull off a insane 1v4, which Moralto almost did if he could have won the 1v1.
Yeah, for sure.
Not going to happen.
Lost that round.
Another thing with Gene, too, is they did say that they have very little confidence when it comes to S&D, but the map that they have trained on the most and gotten the most reps in is standoff. They said they are pretty confident that they could take W's on this map, so it's going to be interesting to see how they do play it and how Tribe is able to react, or if Tribe will be able to actually dictate the pace of the match.
Well, I mean, that's been their entire goal, and they're definitely trying to dictate the pace. I mean, they're the one bringing basically all the engagements to play. I think 1 drops from both sides. Now 4v4, but bomb will be planted for Tribe. And once again, it's going to be a retake position for Gene. Can they find a little bit more success this time? Or as I say that, 1 is going to drop. And as you take a look at the map, a flank's about to come in. Player mid-street should get caught. That'll happen. This should be another round of Tribe.
Yeah, looking like a 4v2 situation here. Tala pushing up, seeing if he's able to get a kill. Not Nera's going to get a kill right there with the Type 25. Down to a 4v1 IPNO. The top fragger is able to get 1 kill, but there's basically no time at this point, so probably just going to sit back.
Another round of Tribe, and yeah, I mean, I haven't talked to the team.
Lost that round.
But we started talking about why they play it like this, and my gut tells me that they know, and I might even agree with them, if they get in any 5-on-5 fight, they're winning it. If it is a head-on-head bash, they are winning it. So they are trying to create those fights, and more often than not, you're not going to get a 5-on-5 when you're 5-hitting. You're going to get a 5-on-2, a 5-on-1, a 5-on-3. Like, you're going to have numbers.
Enemy contact.
And they like that play style. Just got to figure it out on firing range. But so far, so good on standoff. Once again, they're all able to get towards the site. The utility going to back up 1 player. The bomb will be planted. First blood again to Tribe. It's looking good for him again.
Yeah, absolutely. In a 3v2 situation here. Going to see if Gene can pull something out. But Overtake's going to take some shots right here on 1 player. Not able to connect on enough for a kill, though. Looks like Tribe's going to get a little bit aggressive here.
What are they doing? They don't need to do anything. They can just hold the bomb there. Screw it, we're flying at you.
Yeah.
Yeah, where are they going? I don't know. I mean, they're likely going to win the round. It's going to work out, but when I see them sprinting across the street towards Brown, I'm like, where are you guys going?
Yeah, these are KD players. They're just hunting for the kills as much as possible. Which, I mean, it works, and they're definitely proving it works right now, but against some other teams that know how to kind of play against that, it's tough, as we saw in the past matches. But right now, Gene just really doesn't know how to respond, and Tribe's fragging out.
Oh, yeah, they're getting bullied. I mean, they're getting bullied.
Yeah. Well, a little nade right there, though, from Chun-Li.
It looks like their call is to try and have the numbers here and hold them off the site. But we checked Shades for 1 second. Or Childs, he is in a position where he could hit the flank.
I'm hurt.
And he might be the guy that's going to make the play. Oh, he already got the kill. Okay, so yeah, he was able to get the kill on the flank. That was massive. Another first blood for Tribe. And you can't, if you're getting first blooded every single round on defense, you're not going to win rounds.
Yeah, absolutely.
Whether
how
it's
does
like
Gene even
early,
react?
Whether it's early, like pre-plant, it spreads the map. If it's post-plant, it makes the retake really hard. You can't give up numbers every single time. And well, your question of what you're supposed to do, they tried to deal with the 5-stack with a 5-stack. The problem was this time it was like a 4-1 split for Tribe. They had one person that was kind of pinching the flank, and he catches a player. So what do? Sometimes the other team is better, and it's tough.
Yeah.
And I have zero advice.
Contact with enemy. I'm down.
Well, thermite kill right there from Bolu, and then Tala able to take out Leon. Yo, fun fact, Tala is actually the oldest player in this entire tournament at 32, and he's been fragging.
I love that. Representing for us old guys.
Yeah. And Coding at 2 HP here, the last player on the side of Gene Gaming with a BY-15. If he's able to do anything here, it's going to be insane. Looks like he's going to take a shot.
5 straight offenses for Tribe. That is
very fast.
Well, as clean as it can be, and yeah, it took a couple of minutes. You're not wrong. Every plant was easy. They got a first blood in every. Wait, this round was did the nade go off before the kill for Tribe?
I don't recall.
All right, well, Gene may have gotten one first blood, but there was a kill instantly for Tribe as well, so you can barely call it a first blood, and it is 5-0. And now you switch to offense, which, yeah, maybe if they're still doing the 5-man hold, you can get lucky and you're going to be getting the offsite and you can get a fast plant, but all it takes is one round where you're hitting the 5-stack. Because look, all 5 of them, I believe, are hitting back alley. Yeah, they're just all hitting it.
Yep.
So now the problem here is I would dip. Yeah, I was gonna say, I thought he was gonna go like peek back. Like, no, get out of there.
Oh my God.
Utility, sure, but back up to your teammates. Do not get caught. You get caught, you lose this round.
And in turn the match. Looks like he might have a decent angle here. Oh, he went right off as the players are pushing up. He's gonna rotate around. Player's gonna push up. Able to get the kill though. Now back off and reload.
And that was big from Chun-Li. I thought he was going to overchow a couple of times, but he got back, got the position, gave him the numbers. Unfortunately, he doesn't get a lucky timing. I thought he was going to for a second, but he will get caught, but it's only going to be narrow, and Shell's left in the site. Both are going to end up dropping, and that will be a round win. And that was played really well from Chun-Li, because where they found success in those 5-man defenses pushes is when they've been able to push and catch a player, or catch 2 players that are by themselves. When they catch them, it's gone great. We saw them do it a couple times versus X set. But where you get all that information as a solar player, you can call it all out to your team and you can back it up and you can get a kill and stay alive. That was great from Chun-Li.
Ooh, interesting push from Coding right there, taking the shotgun right through the smoke, and he gets punished for it instantly. Now we're down to just 1 player on Gene, and he's gonna go down. Giving round 2 to Tribe, putting them up 2-0.
And there was the 5-stack, and there was the place where you were overcommitted and you got caught, whereas they couldn't trap people on firing range. But yeah, I thought both these matchups might be lopsided, just based on what it's seen today. This one absolutely has been. Tribe is the better team right now. It's no disrespect to Gene. You know, they've had some nice wins, but Tribe's the better team. I don't know what else to say to that.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. This was really tough for Gene going into it. I mean, again, I really don't know what I could say. As you said before, Gene was just in a really tough position there where they're just going to get outfragged, outgunned every time, basically, by Tribe Gaming. Obviously, there was a couple small mistakes that Gene could have corrected on, but I mean, going into this next matchup, which should be domination on Meltdown, I believe, it's going to be really pivotal for Gene to actually be able to really keep the boiler rooms and maintain that B control. I think Tribe has played domination really, really well thus far. So I think this is going to be a tough matchup, and I honestly don't know what Gene could. I don't know. It's going to be tough.
Usually, my recommendation to a team that isn't as talented is, in my Call of Duty world, the CDL, is to maybe pull out an extra AR, slow the game down a little bit, slow the game down and frustrate them with ARs. This is a different world. It's kind of hard to slow this game down.
Yeah.
But that's what you have to try and do. So maybe an early 2-cap and you slow it down from there is probably the best recommendation I can give. We'll see if Gene's going to be able to do it, or this will be a very fast 3-0 for Tribe, and they will move on to Sunday. But before we get to the map 3, we're going to head to a quick break. I don't know about you, Hawksnest, but I'm still riding the high of being able to talk to Golden Boy. You know, he knows The Rock.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I just saw he tweeted about it, so I had to throw it in one more time. But we're getting ready for the map 3. It has not been we've had some really tight, entertaining series. We've had some blowouts. This looks to be on the side of blowout. Kind of like I was talking about at the right before we went to break. You've got to somehow get early 2-cap control, and maybe you can slow it down with LMGs and ARs. But there's so many, like you said, at that B point, there's not like great lines of sight to do that. So I think it ends here. I don't know how you would slow this down. I honestly don't, unless you got them pushed back into their spawn. I don't know. This is going to be so hard. Somehow they're going to have to win the mess at B, and I think the mess is where Tribe thrives.
Yeah,
it's going to be hard.
Yeah, and with the meta being the way it is right now, where persistence is such a big thing, kills matter so much. And I think Tribe is simply the better fraggers, so I think they'll be able to pick up the kills, get those early XS1s, get the operator skills, and they've been really good with operator skills throughout the entire tournament. So yeah, as you said, it's going to be really tough for Gene to be able to turn this one around. It is. It's going to have to take some insane play for sure.
If it's possible, if a producer hears me, can we get an update on how the other series is going? I think we saw it was 1-0 when we checked out the search, right? I believe it was 1-0 truly OP. I'm curious if it's 1-1 now. Okay, we just heard it's 1-1. All right, so that series looks like it might be a little bit more of a nail biter, and I'm sure we will hop over to that one if this does end in 3-0 fashion. So that's one of the plus sides to, well, having a fast match. When you have two going at the same time, we can get eyes on both the matches.
Yeah, I think that is also a matchup with two very equally skilled teams, Strike Zone and Truly OP. As I said before, both teams have been able to show up, but have had some pretty difficult matchups prior in the tournament. So I'm excited to see that one if this game does end right here.
Yeah, I mean, for Tribe right now, you're probably feeling good. You have a team you feel like you can roll through because they probably had the hardest start, right? I mean, they've had to play two top teams kind of to kick it off, and now they're playing someone they think they can kind of have their way with, and they are. So you think here, I don't want to say this is a trap game per se, but with how they won the first two, you're probably feeling very, very confident, like you're going to just dominate them. And that goes in one of two ways usually. You go in and slaughter them because you know you can. And one of the biggest things, I think Crim6 tweeted this a long time ago, but one of the biggest ways to improve your gun skill, literally have confidence that you're going to win your gunfights. Like just knowing you're going to gun people sometimes helps you gun people. The other side of that coin, though, is you do underestimate them a little bit too much. You've been in cruise control that you kind of take the foot off the pedal a little bit and you get caught. Thankfully, if that were to happen, they still have a couple maps that they can bounce back in. But I guess I could see it being a trap map in a way, but hopefully they don't fall victim to that.
Yeah, Tribe definitely doesn't have that much pressure on them at the moment. They're just kind of heading into this match feeling very comfortable and getting right into it. Here we go.
Enemy contact.
See if they can close it out. Tectonic just got horrible timing. I think I wasn't sure if he saw him or not. Now he's going to be able to spot him. I think he actually lost that gunfight, so he'll end up dropping, but the B point looks like it's going to get finished almost instantly by Tribe, and that's kind of worst case scenario here for Gene.
Yeah, absolutely. It does look like they had a player on it to get a couple more, not points necessarily, but kind of refresh it on their side, but Tribe able to clean them up almost instantly.
Yeah, this is where, like, how do you slow this down? I've got no idea, because you're just going to be running into the blender as they are set up in power positions like this, just playing on heady map, challenging for the second kill. I think he rockets him and kills himself with the rocket, so two will drop there. A little bit of progression on the B point for Gene Gaming. You have a chance to take advantage now with two dead for Tribe. Can they get the switch? They can. So that was great. They get a couple of kills. They're able to get it done.
Yeah, now it's really all about maintaining it. I mean, as we saw in past matches on this map, in this mode, B gets switched constantly, like right here. Here we go. Boom, switches. B Meltdown is just a constant switch, which was really surprising. As Bobby and I spoke about before, we expected it to be kind of a point where a team would get it and then maintain it for the rest of the match, basically. And then the opposing team would have to try to go for either A or C, depending on what one they don't have, which it does look like Gene will be going for C right now. They might be able to stick it. Nah, Tribe's going to take him out there.
Yeah, I was surprised when you guys said that because, yeah, it's mid-map. Yeah, you can get to it fast and everything, but, like, it just feels like how quick you can get to it. Like, you get 2-3 down, you can flip it quickly. Yeah, Bobby was in the middle of saying how hard it was, and, like, it flipped twice in the span of 5 seconds, so it can be nuts for sure. Speaking of nuts, Tectonic, he's been lights out basically throughout the course of the entire day. He is talented.
Yeah, him and Childs have been fragging out like crazy. Tectonic, again, I've said this a couple times, but to all my gun nerds, like, that GKS play is pretty absurd. That is a weapon that nobody talked about, nobody thought would be any good, but he's been absolutely going off with it.
So is it similar to, like, what it was in Black Ops 3, where it's basically, I called it like a mini ICR. Like, it's almost like a hybrid where it's got really good range, it shoots like a beam, but the damage output is low?
I would, no, it's almost the complete opposite. It's a slow fire rate, hard hitting, so AK would be the closest weapon inside of this.
Really?
Yeah.
Maybe I'm thinking of the wrong gun, but I swear, like, back in Black Ops 3, the GKS was like a mini ICR, almost like a sub version of it.
I would say it's kind of the closest thing to an AR that we have on SMGs, so kind of a hybrid between the two. But yeah, a little bit slower firing, similar to the AK-47.
Okay.
Oh man, Child's already Cluster Strike, XS1, and Predator just waiting to use it whenever he needs it. And they also have the triple cap ending round 1 right there. I mean, this is the dominance I expected.
Yeah, no, I think we all kind of did. We were hoping Gene could put up a fight, but a little bit outclassed right now. All you can do when you're in this position, tournament life on the line, put your best foot forward, try to keep the comms positive, try to come up with some kind of insane comeback. But they're in a big hole in the series, they're in a big hole in the map, and unfortunately for Gene Gaming and their fans, it looks like their tournament dreams might be ending here in the next couple of minutes, unless they can do one of the more insane comebacks we've seen so far. But to your point about persistence, that's really going to start to come into play, because look at the kills. Look how lopsided it is. Chales has 14 kills.
Yeah.
Like, they have such an edge there that even if you get the B point, like if you got the B point in the first half of your Gene Gaming, you feel good about them being able to lock it down. Now you're going to have to deal with so much added utility.
Yeah, absolutely. As we can see right here, Child with the XS1. I mean, the only chance for Gene Gaming at this point essentially is going to be a triple cap, unless they got the double cap right now. And Tribe is just running through with the XS1, everything, the Annihilator, everything.
They're just about to get spawn killed, if anything. They're barely going to get out of their base. I think it's going to be the problem. One snuck through enemy lines.
Oh, big triple.
But they're still getting pushed. They're still getting pushed. The Goliath finally going to fall.
They had 4 people on that one head glitch right there. Able to take out the XS1, but yeah, at this point, I think 100 to 60. I don't know if I'm doing my math right, but it would require basically a triple cap from Gene Gaming to come back at this point.
This doesn't look very fun for them right now.
No, I
feel for them. This is when you're getting pummeled like this, it is tough to fight against. Tribe just on point. If anyone was worried about their bounce back ability after the lost the X set, well, they show their talent here. The Friars are frying. Narrow going off. Child's now up to 19. Looking for more, just putting damage in. The movement on point, the shot on point. They're dominating.
I would almost imagine they're kind of disappointed they don't have another match following this, because if I were them, I'd be wanting to carry this momentum over into the next ones. But I mean, at the same time, they could be tired and ready for a break and ready to come back tomorrow. Sure.
Yeah, and this is one of those things where I think this point as a whole can be kind of stupid, where it's like a good loss for someone. I don't know if that's really a thing, but that loss to X-Set could end up being good in the case of they're going to realize they can't come out flat-footed, they can't play certain maps the way they are, and they're going to improve tomorrow as a result of that. Obviously, you would love to just win that, even if it was a sloppy win and be in the winner's final, but you'd rather get caught when they did than maybe get caught in the grand final, right, where you make all those mistakes. So maybe this will be a chance for them to review VOD tonight, make sure they're on fire tomorrow, because they are sure on fire right now.
Yeah, and as you said before, I think when they're reviewing the VODs, obviously the first game that they had, the last hardpoint, I believe, on Crash, that's going to boil down to them saying that was a terrible game. We know what we have to do. But then after that, they're obviously going to be looking at that S&D match and trying to figure out exactly what their mistakes were. And as I have said throughout the basically entire tournament, Tribe is one of the teams that is extremely structured. They have a coach that's been talking to them and watching these games. So I definitely could see them adjusting very, very well for tomorrow.
Well, that was fast. It's really not much else to break away from that, unfortunately. But you know, I think for Gene, it was one heck of a run, and you know, we hope to see them, you know, continue on in this journey of competing in Call of Duty Mobile. But hey, you know what, man? I mean, at the end of the day, right? You got to make a statement. Statement certainly is going to be made. Hawks and I think that Tribe, they're feeling pretty good right now. They're feeling pretty good going into tomorrow, as you said.
Yeah, I think for them, it's really just kind of correcting S&D in general, and then obviously, if we're talking more specifics, S&D on firing range. And yeah, I don't know. I do think they're feeling pretty confident going into tomorrow. Obviously, they can't suffer any losses at this point because they do have the one, and this is a double elimination bracket. So they're in more of a tricky spot, but I do think they're feeling pretty confident with how the day went.
All right, well, right now we're going to be taking a gander at the Strike Zone match that's taking place. Strike Zone versus Truly OP, and if I'm correct in understanding, 1-1 in the count right now for this series. It looks like though Strike Zone might close this one out here and go up in the series 2-1.
Well, I was wrong on this one. I was very right on the last one. Well, it was pretty easy to call, but I thought, just based on what I watched, man, I thought Truly OP was going to be the team. And granted, I didn't get to watch a lot of strikes, so just based on the matches we were watching, it was like the off match. Well, yeah, that's actually probably why I was as high on strikes, though, because they were on the secondary stream the first match I casted, and you guys casted them while I was in my break. So maybe that's all it was. Like, I was really high on Truly OP because I got that one match with them. But real quick, as we're going to start to dive into this, I'm going to get ahead of myself a little bit. I actually think, for the sanctity of entertainment this tournament, that Tribe losing was the best thing that could have happened, because I do think, just based on what we've seen, it's probably going to end up being Xset versus Tribe in the final. And now with Tribe having to come from the lower side of it, I think it goes the distance. It goes 2. So I don't know if that would have been the case if Tribe closed that out, because I still think they look like the best team from what I've seen. So we could have a hell of a final if it goes the way I think it's going to.
What do you think of Nova? Have you had the opportunity to really see what they could do?
Their first match, I thought they looked good, but I know what stood out to me a lot is after we casted Nova versus Gene, when we casted Xset and Tribe and Truly OP in the second wave of matches, I thought they all looked better just to me. So I don't know.
Well, gentlemen, I'll tell you what, you know what looks good to me? The Sony Xperia 1 Mark II. That's right, folks.
You ever make out with a phone?
Yes, and Maven's about to do it right now. That actually might be inappropriate. So let's just go ahead and run the slides, folks, because the players in this competition are going to be using the latest flagship phone from the Xperia line, the Xperia 1 Mark II. And what's awesome about this phone is the most important thing here, to me at least, that I love. It's that 6.5-inch 4K OLED display, high resolution. You can keep that game in view, and that widescreen is truly a thing of beauty. And it is
the same
optimized.
dimensions as Alex.
That's right. It's optimized for Call of Duty Mobile, so it's something that you're certainly going to want to check out. You also can enhance your game experience as well with the Game Enhancer, and you can share your gameplay recordings as well as your screenshots, just so that this way you get out there social media and be able to make some dope videos and some awesome pics. You can enable settings that give you a competitive edge with a single tap. No distractions, just you and the game. You focus on the game. You get some tips, you get some tricks from some of the best that are out there sharing content like Hawks, like Bobby Plays, not me, not Maven, in order to learn how to become great at this game. And what's even better is that you also get some awesome heat suppression technology with the heat suppression power control, excuse me, that will keep your device cool by directly supplying the phone with power instead of charging the battery. You also get motion blur reduction technology to give you the smooth effect of a 90 hertz refresh rate. You can also take control with the DualShock 4 controller, making everything all nice and homey with the Sony family of products. So there you have it, folks. Big thank you to Sony Xperia for making this thing happen. And really, it's just been a wild ride so far. But we're going to go to a quick break. When we return, we'll get updates on what's going on with our last matchup of the day, as well as talk about what we just saw between Tribe and Gene. Don't go anywhere. This is the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. We'll see you in a few. And we're back, folks. This is the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Playoffs. Golden Boy here, your host. Now, we have a match currently going on right now, but a game did just conclude, and I have the pleasure of being joined once again by Tribe Gaming's very own Bolu. How you doing, my friend? Good to talk to you one more time.
I'm doing good, man. How are you?
Chilling as always. All right, so first, let's talk about the match that just concluded. Against Gene.
Yeah.
Gene has been, I think like everyone was looking at Gene and they were like, well, this is going to be a tough matchup for them, but you guys seem to roll up there with a lot of confidence. Were you just prepared for Gene? Did you know what they were going to bring to the table, or do you feel like you simply just outplayed them because you're better?
We stuck with our game plan, and I think they just didn't have any counter to our strats, and we just continued playing our game and basically abusing their spawns and winning gunfights, basically.
Yeah. Now, I have to ask you questions about that last series that you guys had against XSET. I know it was a heartbreaker loss. What's going on in firing range? Can we talk about that? Because there's been a lot of speculation on our end, but I'd love to hear it straight from the source. You guys seem to play a very passive style on firing range and really relying on retakes more often than not. Why is that? What is that, I guess, approach for Tribe? Is that what you guys practiced?
Yeah, so we want to work as a team. We're taking a site. I don't think we believe in relying on 2 players to take on 5 players pushing a site. Just this time it didn't work out the way we wanted it to, and it just got unlucky, basically, I would say. That was our series, and we couldn't close it out.
No, fair enough. I mean, Maven was pretty pointed in saying, that game 1, it felt like you guys didn't really show up the way that a lot of people had expected you all to. But now you're waiting on Strike Zone versus Truly OP. That's going to be the lower bracket round 3 matchup that will take place. Out of those 2 teams, I mean, what's your experience with them? I know that you guys face Truly OP, but what about Strike Zone? Because they really seem to be catching a lot of people off guard.
Yeah, I'd say both teams are really good and definitely a threat to us. We're definitely looking forward to play Truly if they win again, get a rematch, and Strike Zone too. They're definitely, I would say, one of the more unknown teams, but they definitely have a lot of slaying power, and they're definitely one of those teams that you have to look out for.
Well, you're gonna have to, if Strike Zone make it to the next round, you're gonna have to watch out for Poppy's bat, because apparently he's just running around hitting everyone with melees, like he's trying to make a YouTube video. So in any case, Bolu, thank you so much for your time, my friend. I really appreciate it, and of course, best of luck in the upcoming matches. We'll talk to you soon.
Thank you. Yep, the job's not done. Job's not done. Okay, thank you.
That's right, man. Exactly. That's right. All right. Well, that was Bolu once again from Tribe. Thank you so much for joining me. And now we got Maven and Hawk's Nest back again. So interesting take there, Hawks from Bolu, about they don't really want to rely on the 2 to stop the full 5-person push onto sites. Your takeaway from that analysis there on his end.
I'm gonna defer this one to Maven because he did watch the entire game and I think would have a little bit more insight on that one for sure.
Fair enough.
Yeah,
fair enough.
yeah. I mean, I've talked about this at length basically all day. The second he told me, before I even saw them play, the second he told me that they didn't feel confident in search, I thought they should play that way. Instantly. That's what I'll say about any team that isn't good in search. That's what we talked about. Like, Alex, you remember like those like Luminosity teams, like Octane and Slack. They were horrible at search. When they found success, they 5-hit stuff. Like that's what can work when you're a good respawn player. So I don't even know. I get the. I guess I don't even agree with the logic behind I don't want to have 2 to hold off 5, like, because that applies to anyone. Like, whatever game you're playing, if it has a search and destroy type game mode, yes, you have less people at a certain site. Like that is part of the mode. Most teams don't play. If you're watching CS or COD or whatever, Valorant, like you don't see everyone 5-stacking defensive sites. Like that's not a thing because it's risky. So I don't know that I agree with that. I think they just feel good when they're fighting as a 5-man team. I mean, they think if they're going 5-on-5 with anyone, they're gonna win it. I think it's how they feel. So I narrow it down to that more than anything.
You know, you're right. Because I was thinking about a lot of the attack FPS games that I've been casting lately, and how players would hold sights on that. And it is like kind of an anomaly when you have like a full stack, unless there's like an eco round.
I mean,
unless it's an eco round, like that's when you're 5-stacking. Which in this you're never ecoing, so there's no reason for you to do that. But though, Hawks, to that point though, I think that the angle that Bolu's going at is, and it's one that Maven touched on, they know that they're just top slayers. So if they can slay out and retake, they just got to make sure that they're, I guess, synchronized, right? Because that's been part of the problem here for a lot of these teams, that they're struggling with the synchronization of like taking a side at the same time and landing the utility where they need that to go. And we're going to be jumping into this game here that is, I believe, game 5, but I did want to get your thoughts on that.
Well, honestly, I mean, we know Tribe is a very, very aggressive team. They've been able to win most gunfights, and I feel like they need to be able to carry that into search as well and play the aggressive play style in the right way, which I fully don't know what that is because I'm not a great search and destroy player. But yeah, we're definitely gonna have to see some adaptation and changes going into tomorrow. Absolutely.
Well, I said this, I don't think you were with us, Alex, but I said that you can do just about anything in search. You can do the dumbest thing in the world if you're doing it as a 5-man team. Sometimes doing the dumb thing together is better than the smart play. Like, it can just work in Call of Duty without question. I've seen it 1,000 times. It can work. I just think the big thing was when we were breaking down the maps previously. On firing range, if they want a 5-stack B, what are you supposed to hit? Because if you try to hit that little alley there with the heady barrels, they tried it once and they got smoked because 2 people were sitting on it. There's not like a good place to 5-man hit. So they got to figure out firing range or hope they don't play it again.
I guess you're right. That's where even in this round here, you see smokes being placed to cut off lines of sight. Like that's always going to be your, not your necessarily tell, but it's going to be your play, right? You have to just try and chop up the side as much as possible. But the same thing actually is just happening here, which is just so odd to me, honestly, because I'm just not used to it. That said, it seems to be working for a lot of these teams. And now I had Hawksness, I asked Bolu, right? Like, thoughts on these 2 teams. And while he said, of course, he'd like to get another opportunity to face off against Truly OP again, I think in the back of his mind, he's like, I don't know if I want to play against Strike Zone because we have no idea what the heck these guys are going to do.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. And I mean, if you look at the KD across the board right now, every single player in the top 5 is either Strike Zone or Truly, or not, sorry, either Tribe or Strike Zone. So both teams have some incredible fraggers. Both teams are able to play respawns very, very well. It really is, and it's going to be interesting to see what happens because also last game, the one that we weren't able to actually watch, but we did see a replay of, that was going to be Truly versus Strike Zone inside of, I believe, Hardpoint Summit, and Truly walked away with a very convincing W of 150-50. So this matchup right here that we're seeing with S&D is going to be interesting as well to close out the series with a game 5.
I wonder, Alex, you kind of talked about all the trailer control. I wonder if it's a little bit different in this because everything you can use.
I was just thinking about that,
I wonder if it's more difficult to hold because of whether it's mollies or... I'm guessing there has to be some logic to it because, like, I kind of remember that too. Like, trailer control is important and...
You're right.
It's got to be something. It's got to be something, or...
We also didn't have trophies in Black Ops 1. That was another part too. Like we didn't have utility deterrence to be able to push up. I mean, even look at like what Fusion's doing right here. He uses his trophy and then picks it up and then we'll put it back in, and like he'll just keep cycling that out, right? I find that just, I think you're right. It really is like what is available, the streaks that are available, the type of nades, the mollies, everything that you can use really does change how this map plays out, which is pretty cool. It's like watching it for the first time.
Well, this has been really fun for me because it's like, does a lot of my Call of Duty brain from the years apply to this? Sure. But also a lot of it doesn't. It just plays differently because they're using a lot of stuff that I'm not used to, and it's kind of crazy to watch. It's nuts. But when I see things happen and I don't really understand it, that's probably why. But nice little movement there. To pick up one inside a trailer, give him the 5v3, already a 2-1 advantage. Looking good for truly OP so far.
I would love to see. Oh, go on.
Yeah, Hawks, I was gonna say, look at that play there, right? Like he did what I wanted him to do, which is go into trailer. But then immediately would just get punished because of the swarm pushing forward. So perhaps, I mean, I think, you know, we might be wrong on this one, May. Like this, or I might be wrong.
Also,
the trailer control is just not the
and
play.
I don't remember how it worked in Black Ops 1. It is, from what I've seen, you can wallbang anything so easily. Yeah, but you can. Did you see some of the wallbangs that have happened to this with snipers or with the chopper? Like, it's so easy to wallbang stuff that you're shooting through paper there. Maybe that's part of it as well. Because instead of being in like a wooden protected trailer, you're inside of literally an origami trailer.
Last man standing.
Yeah, and I think right now the meta too is that a lot of teams will be running no dead silence as well. I don't know if in past CODs dead silence was a big factor of that, but pretty much every player is able to hear where everyone is. So that could kind of play a factor into it, where if you walk by trailer, you're going to know basically exactly where people are inside of it and be able to get those pre-aims. I don't know if that would affect it too much.
True. Dead silence was basically a must. Like at one point in Call of Duty's history, it was like you ran stopping power, dead silence, or ninja, whatever it was called, that you know, depending on who made the game. So it makes sense. But look at this aggression actually coming in on the A site. I love that play. Good defense, right? They mix it up. See, I would say that and Hawks, the thing for me is just changing it up, right? Don't do the same thing every single round. Just mix it up here and there and throw a different look.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think actually on the flip side of that too, which we've seen a couple different times, is teams will do the same thing and then the other team will expect them to change it up next round, and they just consistently do it. And it's this cycle of kind of like reverse psychology, saying we're going to do this, and then the other team is like, well, are they lying? Are they actually going to do it again? And it just kind of keeps going back and forth, which I've noticed. And I don't know if that's just a lack of competitive experience on the teams knowing what the mentalities are, or what. But yeah, I do agree that typically the best move definitely is changing things up and being unpredictable.
That's why it's tough, I think, for Tribe right now, because typically Search and Destroy is a bit of a game of rock, paper, scissors. Right now, Tribe is destroying rock over and over again. And are they good enough to make it work? Yeah, but it's hard. It's hard.
Yeah, I like that analogy because, you know, hey, if you keep throwing rock, yeah, you're gonna win some rounds, right? You know, you're bound to win it. Like, no point is anyone gonna be like, there's no way he throws rock again.
Yeah, 100%. Like, it's weird logic, but like, it's kind of true for them right now in Surge. I mean, I know they'll 5-man hit a different spot, but like, you're still throwing rock, man. Literally a rock. You're just trying to boulder through them.
Yeah, I also said dead silence is not the meta. That is more so in domination and hardpoint, but in Search and Destroy, everyone
yeah,
has dead
no, you
silence.
said that, and I was like, I
don't know what.
I was blown away.
Yeah,
I was blown away.
Because that's how it is for our like CDL stuff too. Like it's never really been a big thing in respawns, but in Search it's a must. I do think there were a couple times I might have heard footsteps in Search rounds, but for the most part, everyone's had Daddy.
If you can't hear footsteps, they have alert then, which means they can hear dead silence players, but their footsteps can be heard, so that's kind of the counter. But yeah, that's 100%.
Yeah, I was gonna totally argue that with you, but
you should have
like,
roasted me there.
You know your stuff, so I was like, all right.
You know what I find very interesting about this cast here is that I was casting Call of Duty back in like MW, well, and like maybe some MW2, Black Ops 1, Black Ops 2. Maven, you've been doing it since then, right? My last was Ghost, and then Hawks, you're coming in with COD Mobile. So we actually have 3 different perspectives on the game and how it should be played, which is actually fantastic when you think about it, because it really provides the viewer and those watching at home just all those different backgrounds, right? All that experience.
Yeah, right after I came into COD, people could fly.
Oh man,
It's like
waiting for that to come to COD Mobile.
The jetpack era started like right after. Dude, Black Ops 3 is like some of the most fun I've ever had playing Call of Duty. Oh,
Yeah, I remember that was so
fun.
widely unliked, and then it was honestly like I really enjoyed the change. Everyone wanted a different game, and then they made it different. And
It was just divisive. Yeah, like some loved it, some didn't. But truly OP, do have a 2v1. They could put the 5th round in. We'll see if we can get another crazy 1v2 clutch. Strike Zone could pull it off. He is just literally like thermite out, like trying to get across. I don't even know how he's.
this is. See, this is the thing about sniper instead of S&B.
It's not over yet.
What was I just watching?
He was trying to juke him and then get into a position maybe in trailer or to sandbags, but then he ended up shooting back mid.
Yeah. But then like it looked like there was a moment there where they weren't shooting at him either. I was confused.
I think it's kind of crazy right now. This is the last opportunity for Strike Zone. If they lose this round, they are out of the tournament completely. And I find that surprising because they've performed really well today, but just had some really difficult matchups for day one. They're some of the top fraggers in the entire tournament, and right now they could lose in the next 10 seconds.
Yeah, I think I was gassing up Truly OP just because, like, literally the instant it clicked for me that some of these guys were nasty was when we hopped onto Fusion in one game. The second game, I was like, the first set of matches I watched, I was like, all right, they're pretty good. I watched Fusion walk around slide cancel. I'm like, okay, these guys are twisted. So I think that's kind of why Truly OP, I kind of had them moving on, but it was not easy, and it's not over yet. But as you said, they can close it out here.
Yeah, very slow round right here.
They have not lost anyone. This first blood is actually going to be very telling when it happens, and I'm looking for the sniper. I'm looking for Zion YouTube to actually be the one to maybe be the difference maker there. First kill actually comes through, and it's Saizu ends up getting it. So that is going to hurt things for Strike Zone here, losing out on high. But I think my eyes are going to be on Shoot and Ban, who have been playing pretty solid this game for them. And now we're going to look at this retake for Truly OP. What utility do they have still available to try and take this one back, as more shots are going to be exchanged here?
Mike coming around.
Perfect.
There it is.
Perfect. Great utility. Couldn't turn in time for the trade. Gets 2. Already on the bomb. All dead. Truly OP closed it out. And yeah, I mean, it's a great spot behind the bomb. Unless they have utility, then it's not so great anymore.
Well, there you have it. The run of Strike Zone has come to an end, as Truly OP will be moving on to the next round, and they will get their revenge against Tribe in our next round here in the lower bracket. The winner will advance to that lower bracket finals. And you know, I mean, Tribe, they know what to expect from Truly OP, but I think Truly OP has really started to evolve throughout this tournament. After their loss, they 3-0'd Vio, you know, go to that game 5 there against Strike Zone, get taken to the test. And I think Hawksnest, we have a really interesting result in our hand. What happens if Truly OP beats Tribe and gets their revenge? That shakes this whole thing up.
That shakes everything up for sure. I mean, we've been gassing up Tribe a ton, and obviously I think the first match with Truly and Tribe was one of the most exciting ones and was extremely close. I mean, I think it came down to a game 5, and almost every single match was basically neck and neck within, you know, 2 rounds of an SCE or a few points.
I think it went map 4, but all the maps were really tight, if I remember correctly. I don't remember the scores exactly, but I remember thinking like that was our first real battle.
And we're gonna see it again.
Hopefully we get it again. Yeah. I could be misquoting that, but I think it was map 4. But either way, it was it was a really, really good series.
Yeah, and it's crazy.
Either way. Yeah, go ahead. Sorry.
Okay.
No, go on.
So Tribe, I mean, they're playing Truly tomorrow, and if they win that match, they have a very good chance of playing XSET, which are 2 teams they already have played against too. So we're gonna see a lot of potential rematches next or tomorrow.
Wait,
in the
you think
finals.
You think XS losing in the winners final?
I mean,
final.
I think no matter what happens, I think by some point we're gonna see Tribe and XSET.
Okay. I thought you meant like you thought they were gonna lose and play them next. I was like, all right.
Tomorrow we have Nova versus XSET. That's gonna be, I think XSET will take it, but that could be a very close one for sure.
Well, before we get ahead of ourselves on who wins the games and talking about the teams, let's talk about the players. Because we have to start thinking about who's going to be walking away as the Xperia MVP. And have there been any players that have stood out to you? Because for me, it was Poppy, but Strike Zone's out of the tournament. But Poppy was my guy. That was the one that I was looking forward to seeing go all the way. What about for you guys? Hawks, we'll start with you.
I mean, I was going to say the exact same thing. If Strike Zone was still in this, it was going to be Poppy, the most entertaining player by far. But if we're talking pure MVP, the player that's been dominating throughout the entire tournament and been able to be a massive factor for their team, I would say Tectonic, number one. I think he's been really off meta and been very successful with that. So that's extremely entertaining. And number two, his objective play has been incredible. His KD, I think it's a 1.79, which is leading the entire tournament right now.
Wow.
Overall, I'd just say Tectonic has probably been the biggest person for me to keep my eye on right now.
Maven, what about for you, buddy?
Well, I'm going to be super boring because I had 0 stats, and I was also going to say Tectonic because not only he's obviously been very consistent in every game I've casted. He's been pretty dominant, but he's also just won a couple gunfights he had no business winning. Just clutch ones that kind of seal the deal in a game, like ripping people off headies, just doing some stuff that he has no business doing. Yeah, I think he'd be my MVP as well. And I actually had no idea he was leading the whole way in KD. I've just been watching him fry, man. The guy's nasty.
Yeah, so many players were incredible today. And of course, we thank all the players for participating in this. But here you go. Here's the overall KD. And right now it's Tectonic. I'm sorry, I made my screen smaller so I can't see it. Is that Chaldis? And as well as Poppy. May you rest in peace. Then we got Leon and Saints. And you know what, Hawks, you were right, man. Like, it was just Strike Zone and Tribe. So for Strike Zone to be exiting this early, it really is shocking.
Yeah, I really think that boils down to truly being the better objective team as opposed to SC being more of a fragging team.
I think it boils down to Strike Zone smoking fear earlier. Like, you got to think, like, the stats are, whenever you have an 8-man or an 8-team bracket, like, the stats are a little bit skewed just because one match has so much emphasis. So I didn't see the overall stats from that, but I bet it was insanely lopsided, and that kind of skews things for the next couple of matches. So yeah, that's probably what it is for me.
Yeah, I'm pumped for these games that are going to be taking place tomorrow, but I'm also pumped for the cool things that Xperia is doing. Look at that segue. For you guys watching at home, because I don't know if you guys happen to know, but if you manage to go and pick yourself up an Xperia 1 Mark II phone today, you actually will get yourself 43,000 COD mobile points. That's right, folks. You heard it right. 43,000. That is a $500 value of Call of Duty mobile points that you can get for free if you pick up a Sony Xperia 1 Mark II phone today. It's very simple. You go to the URL that's located below, or if you want to hear from my mouth, you can go to direct.sony.com/Xperia. You go to that website, you get yourself this awesome phone. And look, folks, that screen is insanely wide. Tomorrow, I'm actually going to have the phone in my hand so I could show you how awesome it looks. Maven has it behind him, as a matter of fact. And that thing, it is a beauty to play on. So you can go pick that up and you can get yourself some Call of Duty mobile points. 43,000. That ain't a bad deal whatsoever. Now, let's take a look at the bracket and where we're at right now. We had a lot of matches take place today. So we get a moment to pull that up and refresh everyone. We started off the day with our quarterfinal matches. It got a little slow in the beginning where Nova and Gene. Nova had toppled Gene fairly easily. Strike Zone did the same thing, but then business started to pick up once we saw Xset versus Vio, and then it was Tribe and Truly OP. And that has kind of been the story of this tournament. The big matchup, as you see there, 2 big matchups. But the one we really focused on was Xset versus Tribe. We've been gassing up Tribe all day, but Xset was having none of that, and they gave him the smoke. They're moving on to the winter finals. Meanwhile, Nova's been real quiet, Hawks, up on top. No one's really giving them the time of day, and I feel like a lot of people are really counting them out here. Do you think that they have that opportunity to be able to upset Xset here?
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, I think Maven, when I said earlier there's a chance that Nova could come out, I think he disagreed, but I personally think Nova is a top team. While they don't look super flashy, I think they do have their fundamentals kind of down. They are a very smart team. I think one of their biggest issues is they're a little bit quieter. Their comms kind of struggle, so staying on the same page is a little bit more difficult for them, but I do think they're one of the most structured and versatile teams in the entire thing. And as you said, they've been quiet thus far, but I mean, they're still in the winter finals. They're one of the top 2 teams at the moment. If we just look at the winners bracket, and I think there's a very, very solid chance, absolutely. And I think it'll boil down to S&D.
You make a good point, because what impressed me was like what impressed me was like some of the other teams, like the movement, the gun skill, they just looked like they were just absolutely twisted around the map, and that only means so much. So yeah, you can be right. I mean, positioning, strategy, they're more important. So we'll see what Nova can do.
That's so true. That's so true. Nova have an opportunity, but let's look at the lower part of the bracket. This is where the war zone really has been. I mean, teams have been dropping left and right. Fear, they are going to be eliminated. Truly OP eliminates Team Vio. Strike Zone, we just saw them take their exit, and Gene Gaming have now exited the competition as well, leaving us with our top 4 teams remaining. But tomorrow, it is a loser semifinal matchup for the ages as Truly OP looks to get their revenge here against Tribe. Maven, do you think Tribe pulls this one off? Do you think that history repeats itself?
I think Tribe are going to win the event.
Ooh. I didn't even asked you for that.
Yeah.
If not, who do you have?
If it's not Tribe?
Yeah, who do you got then?
I guess you'd have to say Xset, just because I think, well, for me, I think they're going to be in the final waiting and have 2 best of 5s to work with. I thought Xset were great. It's not even like a knock to Xset. I thought they won that series because Tribe played poorly, which is never something you like want to say. Like, I don't want to take it away from their win, but Tribe is clearly, that map won, dude. I don't know if someone was asleep, if their mics were muted. I don't know, but it just was weird. It was weird.
Do you think map 4 was more on the side of Tribe doing better, or Xset kind of having that same kind of issue where they struggled? Because it was a complete flip-flop at that point.
I think Tribe turned it on. It wasn't just map 4, it was map 3 too. Map 3 and 4, they smoked them. They obliterated them. So that's why I think I feel so good about Tribe. Like, once they warmed up and turned it on, it was not close. It's not usually a thing, at least in my experience, where you start strong and like get worse. It's usually you start slow and you get better. So
yeah,
I don't know.
It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. All right. Now, the schedule. For those of you who have plans to join us tomorrow, we hope you decide to spend your Sunday with us here, because there are going to be some great matches up ahead. So we're starting off at 3 p.m. Eastern time with Nova Esports versus Xset. And while that match is going on, we're going to be taking a look at Tribe versus Truly OP. 2 huge critical matches. After that, the losers finals, we will focus on that and only that, because that's the only game that will be available. And then from there, the grand finals, where we will determine who walks away with the lion's share of the $50,000 prize pool here for the Call of Duty Mobile North American Regional Finals. It's going to be a great day, folks, and we thank you so much for joining us here. It's been awesome. I think you know, Maven, for our first stint in Call of Duty Mobile, I'd say I had a pretty damn good time.
It was a blast. I was really looking forward to seeing the diversity on the actual map. I was a little bit nervous heading into this because I just don't have as much experience with Call of Duty Mobile as a lot of people do, but I still know Call of Duty, so it was really fun. It was really fun to follow and kind of learn some things too as we went along. I greatly enjoyed it. I can't wait for tomorrow.
Hawks, you've been following this scene, and you've been, of course, contributing to it greatly for such a long time now. What does it mean for you to be able to see Call of Duty Mobile get propped up like this, get its own, regional competition, world championship tournament, as someone who's been a part of this scene for so long?
Well, first off, when I found out I was casting with you two, mind blown, right? So to see the level that this game has evolved to, both competitively as well as just, I mean, you guys talked about it too. You guys have played COD Mobile when it first kind of came out, and then haven't played it as much until recently. And you said like the changes that you've seen in that time span is insane. Like, this game just but evolves so much. And obviously with the ability to pull maps and modes from past CODs as well, it's going to be an ever-changing game, and it's just really cool to see how much potential it has and how far it's already come.
It might be the best Call of Duty ever made. I'm not even kidding.
Oh, yeah, I was literally going to say that.
Yeah, like I'm just not. I need to put more time into it. There's no way around it. It's just, it really is that good. It's awesome.
Yeah, that's not hyperbole, folks. When you take the best of all the different Call of Duties past and present and you put them into one game, it only comes out with absolute magic. So that is going to do it for us here today as well. For Bobby Plays, we thank you so much for his contributions. But that's it, folks. Day 1 of the Call of Duty Mobile NA Regional Playoffs has concluded. we're left with our top 4 teams. Let's see who comes out on top, who walks away $15,000 richer tomorrow, folks. Grand finals, you don't want to miss it.